What's worse than a leftist, rather than a leftist who's actually a statist pretending to be a leftist? Nothing's worse than that, right?
It's a fucking cock world, man. It's a cock world.
Wait a minute. I was muted the whole time. I was calling you guys fuckers because I was like talking. I'm like, they're talking over me.
Well, no, I didn't hear you, bro.
Just fucking now, what happens? All of a sudden, they just ignore me. Like, okay, now I'm chopped liver. I'm sorry, I was muted when I was thinking all that. So anyway, back to the report from lovely San Diego here. This evening of Saturday, March 5th, high surf advisory. We can learn more about that. No, I don't think so. Mostly cloudy at 11 p.m. It's 11:57 now. 54 degrees, 10% chance of rain, 64% humidity, and the winds are at 10 miles per hour from the west. Interestingly enough, today, Saturday, we have a few minutes, 3 minutes left of Saturday. There was only a 5-degree difference between the high and low all day Saturday.
Wow.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's nice.
The low was 54 and the high was 59.
Well,
that's laughable, isn't it? It's fucking laughable.
No, but that's pretty strange that from the high to the low, all for 24 hours, even through the night, was only 5 degrees.
5-degree difference.
That's pretty weird.
In the mid to high 50s.
I was at that mid, like from 3 a.m. in the morning or 2:30 a.m. that was only 5 degrees cooler than like the hottest part of the day today. It was only 5 degrees fucking
ball in the sun and
tits off Southern California. Sorry,
you're on a ball. It's 93 million miles away. That the furnace. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's it for that. Sorry.
55 degrees.
So
50.
I just got home. I just worked 9 hours on my halfway sprained ankle. So I'm going to go ride my motorcycle for a little while. I'll probably be listening, but will not be able to respond.
Oh, shit, he's going on his motorcycle. I'm going to go on a bike ride if you're going on a motorcycle. Because it's 23:59. Okay. It's even later than that for Hank Hill, which is 2 hours different in the central time zone. So 23, 24. It is 1:59 there. Am I correct?
That's right.
Yeah, 1:50.
That's right.
It's 2 a.m. on Saturday night for Hank Hill. He's going on a bike ride.
Sunday morning.
And fuck my neighbors straight pipe.
What kind? Is it a loud bike? What kind of bike? Just generally, is it a 4-banger?
Honda VTX. It's a 2-banger, but it's a Honda VTX 1300C.
Open it up.
Oh, a 1300 is a badass one, man. Holy crap!
That's get that thing. Open it up, man. Go for a ride.
I'll open up on the interstate. Yeah, if you open it up in third gear, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
and it has 5. Has 5 gears.
Yeah, it's a 5-speed. Yeah, it's a 5-speed. But I got to tell you, it's not a fast bike.
Yeah,
but it's torquey.
That's what I used to have. I had a Kawasaki 750. I know what you mean about torquey. Yep. Badass. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, if you're not riding with that back seat back there to hold your ass in place,
yeah,
I think you could actually make yourself fall off if you didn't have pretty strong arms.
All of a sudden you're hanging there by your hands. All right, well, be careful.
Have fun, Hank.
Thanks.
Cheers, man.
It must be colder there. Let's see what it is. And what is he, near Houston?
Closer to Dallas, I think.
In Dallas. See what the weather is in Dallas, Texas. We're going to send a flat earth drone out there to this area. Holy shit, in Dallas, Texas, 67 degrees right now.
Get out of here.
And where I live, it's
54
degrees in Southern California, bitches. Right. Oh my gosh, Dallas, Texas had great weather. 80 degrees was high. 57, that is a full 67, 77.
Oh, man.
23 degrees difference between the daily low and high versus 5 degrees difference in San Diego.
Watch out for the drunks out there, Hank, man.
Yeah, because look, Hank, humidity is 92 degrees. I mean, 92%, sorry. 92% humidity.
Damn, it's 67 degrees
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
I mean, that's comfortable at 67 degrees with 92% humidity. You're like, oh, okay.
I like it. He'll have a good ride, man. That'll be fun.
And look, 2 days from now, they're going to have rain that we're supposed to get, or moisture. They have 10%. We have 10% right now.
Yeah, I got my sidewalk wet over the weekend. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much rain we've had.
No, there was more rain. I think there was more rain.
There was more where you're at, man.
Yeah,
That
because
fucking low
the
bounced
creek washed out.
down there where you guys are, and it skipped us. Up
'Cause I
here,
throw all the homeless garbage in the creek bed because when I know the rains are coming, it's gonna wash all that shit. And believe me, it washes everything: mattresses, blankets, everything, all downstream to where the park people go pick it up. Thank you.
No.
Fuck yeah. No, listen, because they throw their trash all around. And I wrote a little note that said, I'm being really nice about it. This is my area. The next person who litters in this area, okay, this is just, don't take this literally, face down in the creek. So anyway, like I said, I'm being nice today.
Going surfing.
People need to listen to someone who's trying to make it better. So I've pulled boots out of there before, put them up off to the side where they could dry in the sun, and then the next day someone had picked them up, and their feet are dry probably today.
Right.
So I'm not like this ruthless guy. I don't want my place to look like a shithole where I go sit in peace. I don't want rats around because someone's left fucking dirty stuff that they never plan on coming back for. And just make...
Dude, that's the world we live in, man.
It's my paradise a shithole.
By the way, it's not getting any better. It's not getting any better recently. I don't know, man. It's been getting worse since COVID-19.
I clean it up every day. I go there and clean it up every day.
Appreciate you cleaning it up, man. I do the same thing, man. If that shit was happening next to my house,
you just gotta pick a spot.
Clean this shit up.
It's not near my house. It's just a place I find beautiful that I go right to every day, and I will clean it up so they can come back and go like, whoa, where did all the garbage go? They could do it again. I'll clean it up the next day. I don't care. I'm going to make it beautiful. I don't care what it takes.
What's it, like 3 miles from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
2.5, 3 miles but on trails.
Yeah.
On dirt trails, yeah.
Nice. Dude, sounds amazing.
It's pretty fun.
Send me a picture.
Taking any pictures out there?
Yeah, it's nice when you find a little nature spot where you're close to your house.
Yeah.
And you go, dude, this is a cool spot, man. I'm glad nobody's coming here today.
Well, there are people, but it's very seldomly, and so I know that's a place that, like, once I've set up, like, if I've parked my bike there and I'm hanging out there, that's my little spot. If someone else is there, I'll leave them alone. Like, I don't own anything.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not going to tell somebody if they're there, don't make a mess. I'm not, like, there to be a
You just sit there, you got your little sandwich, whatever you brought, water.
Yeah.
Maybe smoke a bucket tube.
That's what I do.
And then sit there some more and go fucking chow down an apple or some banana or something.
I look in the creek. No, all the food I need is growing right there, right around where I sit. Anyway, I look in the creek and wonder, why are there no fish here at all? Or no frogs?
Because the water's all fucking polluted with shit.
Well, no, it's from runoff in the street. So
yeah,
obviously it's seasonal, but there's enough that a pool. Yeah, I bet down in the lower places, there's probably springs down there. There's probably a underground rivers from all these places. There's a stream bed there, so there's probably water just underneath the gravel. Like, it just goes, when it dries up, it just goes further down and it probably comes out somewhere where it's lower.
Yeah.
And so it's just a matter of finding it because the natives lived around here and they for sure knew where springs were.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a matter of refining them because they put culverts and things in there and sewer systems along the sides in some of these park areas that are behind properties that go into the behind these properties that goes into the canyon, right? So they had to build it so they could run their sewage down to the main sewer parts that are go down wherever they go to. So they affected the natural flow of things, how the creeks used to be, and there probably, I think, well, I'm pretty much know there was a constant source of water before they did all that because there was a canoe pond down at the bottom of this canyon where the freeway is now. The main part of the canyon.
What's a canoe pond?
A freaking pond.
A pond with canoes?
Women, you could put a canoe in it.
Oh, nice.
Now there's the Cabrillo Bridge goes over it. The 163 freeway goes through there.
Oh, damn.
It used to be a natural place where people could ride their horses along this canyon and go have a picnic out in the park, a natural area. But
yeah, can't stop progress, Sonny.
no, but it's almost better because the natural places are kind of just like being left the way they are. They're still places where people don't travel through very much.
That's good.
So can you imagine a place where you can sit for 3 or 4 hours and not see one person?
Yeah, man, and it's right close to your house, man.
Yeah, and then sometimes one person goes by. That's it.
That's it.
Sometimes 2 people go by in a matter of like 3 or 4 hours.
Wow, that's awesome.
So I'm thinking I saw a nice girl walking her dog, but how do you approach someone you're on a trail and they're
yeah
dog? I mean, like she was beautiful though. Like, dang, how do I get to know
you? Ever you got like a backpack for a guitar or anything on your bike?
No, because the bike and the guitar don't really match, but that's
they
what
don't.
I could do, because I got to be focused. I can, unless I had a trailer or something for the guitar. Which
Well,
I did before.
I mean, I've done the backpack, backpack gig bag, for my guitar.
I could do it. I could
You
actually
do it, but
yeah.
it's not easy, man. It's not easy.
Yeah. I could walk, actually, but I don't do it that often because it's freaking, right now it's winter. I really have no excuse. I actually do have excuses, but I'm not going to tell you about them.
Yeah.
I'm smarter than that.
Yeah. Don't do that, man. Don't tell me about your problems, man. Fuck. Don't be the Debbie Downer, man.
Oh, damn.
Oh, shit, man. Well, I do love laughing about this shit because at this point, man, I mean, I'm not going to go out and try to take down the government by myself or something. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's some wicked shit going on, but you got to laugh about it. I think that's our best energy, man, is laughing about it and telling them to fuck off.
Yeah, I do too.
So yeah. Of course they're doing that. Fucking assholes. Stop doing that. Please stop doing it.
Like, sure, what you're saying is important and that I need to pay attention. Sure, it is. Okay. If you think so. Okay, dokie.
If you think so.
Yeah. Go ahead and keep thinking that. We don't care. You're free to think.
Man.
You're free to think whatever you want, man.
I mean, I've watched enough wicked shit for 2 lifetimes. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, me too.
Let's laugh about it now at this point because it's getting stupid.
Well, that we made it through it is the one.
Yeah.
No shit.
Made it through it with our
Retaining some dignity still.
our
Unbelievable.
ability to think for ourselves.
Exactly.
And that's a great thing. A great place to be, man. I wouldn't trade that for anything. I'm like, no, that doesn't sound good. No, that's not good.
Think for yourself. Yeah. Actually, don't think for yourself, you guys. Don't
It's
listen
like,
to us. Listen to your doctor. Ask your doctor if it's okay to think for yourself. Because
You
you're
won't-
going to give medical advice.
that is classic, man. I'll remember that one. Ask your doctor if it's okay to think for yourself. Oh no, don't do that. Somebody's got a bottle, man. I hear a
He's
squirt.
gonna reply. The doctor's gonna say that if you think for yourself, you better keep your mouth shut, especially if you're a doctor.
I know. It's okay if doctors like, it's okay if you think for yourself as long as you listen to what I'm saying and do what I tell you. You can think whatever you want. Because I got this whole cabinet here. It's got to be emptied by the month out, or I don't get a new shipment. Hell. What's wrong with these patients getting in the way of my practice?
I watched some health dude in Australia come out and go, you know, you got to make your own decisions, but there's a mandate, and we should do the right thing, but you got to make your own decisions, and then, I understand there could be some problems with this thing, but he said it like 3 times. It's like
Thingy thing.
it was still push, thingy, man, pushing this thing for a whole year. About a year now, man. Here,
2 years.
well, they've been pushing the whole agenda over 2 years, but the actual substance that they want to give everybody for free, it's been about a year since they did that. And there's a lot of potential things that could be bad about it, but what do I know?
There's a lot of hokey pokey going on.
Yeah,
and
hokey pokey.
Hokey pokey.
I would like to say one thing about that. Jump down, turn around, pick a bale of cotton. Jump down, spin around, pick a bale of hay.
Do the hokey pokey. Oh my goodness, it's hilarious, dude. Holy shit. Oh shit.
That was Sonny doing a jig in his fucking kitchen floor at midnight. Thank you. At 12:12. Whoa.
Doing a jig, man. Doing a jig. All right. Shout out to Oi and Biff. What's up, Biff? Oi and Biff. We got it in the chat. That's it, man. Nina. That's it.
Oh, wow.
How
hard it is to find a 20-foot long HDMI cable. But anyway,
20 footer.
I forgot to mention today that I was going to say something. I was out in the woods and I was cleaning up my little area like I often do. I talk about it a lot. You probably like, shut the fuck up. We don't care. Anyway, whether you do or not in the area again, I was there yesterday. And I try to kick things out of there around the edges of the place I like sit and picnic at by the creek side under my shade trees. And I get rid of everything that's man-made. Little pieces of garbage, cigarette butts, anything people's thrown in there.
Right.
And I was kicking around with my foot, because there's a bunch of leaves and stuff. So I moved those out to the outskirts outside and make a nice flat area where I can sit. So
Right.
I use my foot and I sweep all the leaves up into the edges and the boundaries of this little flat area where it's going up a hill to the left side. While I was kicking this time and moving that stuff around, getting rid of junk I'd see, I found a little carved wooden Buddha. A smiling Buddha with his hands up in joy, like in ecstasy. Like a joyous Buddha, a little tiny 3-inch tall carved wooden Buddha.
Dude, that's weird, man.
Me.
I don't know what to make of that, man. Maybe
ask you this because this. The reason I ask this is because I've talked to people that were in the jungles in Vietnam, that were going through areas like in Laos or Cambodia, and come upon temples and disturbed something that was in the temple.
yeah.
Picked up a Buddha statue and got fired on immediately after they picked it up, and shit storm until they went back and got rid of it.
Take it back. Take it back, Sonny. Take it back. You left it there.
But look, that doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, I think it might have been something that like I was supposed to find, or else I wouldn't find it. It's in the area I go to every day.
You'll respect it. That's why, because you know what it is. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure objects have that kind of meaning. But I've heard stories like I just told you where apparently sometimes they do have some kind of physical, I don't know, reaction in this world from an inanimate object.
Is magnet an inanimate object?
Well, is the Buddha statue an inanimate object?
It's a good question. Most likely, yeah. It's just a fucking piece of wood or plastic or whatever.
Yeah, so I put it up on my mirror on the corner of I have a big mirror with a big frame, and so it has enough. It's wide enough that I can stand the little statue up in there on the corner. So interesting.
That's cool, man.
I could take a picture of it.
Get a little Buddha memento from your. That was your reward for cleaning up the place, man.
I don't know. So I rode home carefully that day.
Yeah. It was a little extra careful.
Until I forgot that I had it in there.
Got the mini Buddha.
I was almost looking for a cord to plug the Buddha in. I'm like, the Buddha doesn't have, it's the phone you plug in, not the Buddha doll. Okay, got it. Where's the plug-in on this Buddha doll? I don't see the outlet for that. Where's the power outlet for that Buddha doll?
Where's the Cat 5?
Where am I at here? What kind of place is this I've landed? How did I get here?
How did I get here?
Okay, Buddha.
Well,
to the flat Earth Discord.
How did I get here? Well,
wait a minute.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack.
Okay, hold on. With the little
You may find yourself
automatic flash
on another part of the world. Okay. You may ask yourself,
goodbye.
Well, how did I get here? Well, when
I think you're gonna like
beautiful and my beautiful wife.
Who is that? Where is that house? This is not my house. This is not my beautiful wife. How did I get here?
How did I get here?
Letting the days go by. Let the water run.
The water run, baby.
Water running. Hold on.
Talking head.
Into the blue again.
After the money's gone, once in a lifetime. Yeah, man. Great band. Great. Never had a lead guitar player ever. Isn't that something?
Here it is, coming to the live stream while it's still available.
Come to the live stream.
Well, that's your Buddha doll.
There's the Buddha.
Me out.
That's wicked, man. He's fat, man. Boy is fat.
Happy too.
Happy fat.
I don't know.
Fat and happy, man. They say fat and happy.
I have to get a better shot.
I saw a lot of fat people tonight.
Excuse me. I'm not dying, but that I know of.
Yeah.
I probably know better if I don't wake up than.
It's all perspective at this point. All right, I got to go to bed.
It's
later.
Better too. I think.
Cheers.
Here's the smiling Buddha. Dude's happy as hell. Wait for the second picture. Oh, coming right up. I think this takes any. Oh. What's that up? Let's see. Oh. So quiet in here, man. I thought it's like Saturday night on Flat Earth. What happened? Glover's be wowing. About no curve horizon.
Can you hear me, or is it too much wind noise?
Say what? Say what?
Is it a lot of wind noise? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, it's just a little muffled, but yeah, I do hear you.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yep.
I didn't think that would work. I'm going 40, so.
Whoa, you're doing 40 and we can still hear you. That's outrageous. I hear the motor. Sounds pretty steady there.
Yeah, that was a good ride. I lost off all the sweat, and now I'm completely dry.
Well, it's a lot warmer there than it is here. I heard it's 92% humidity and 67 degrees at midnight.
I gotta tell you, I'm freezing my ass off.
Clear.
I'm freezing.
I told you 65 can be cold when you're moving like that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, now I actually got somebody on the road with me. First car I've seen.
I was telling the group, well, actually, Flat Earth dude, I don't know if anyone else is listening, but I was in my little area in the woods and I found a little wooden carved Buddha doll. A happy Buddha.
Yeah, he's fat and happy. Well said.
Oh, you see it in live stream? Yeah, he's fat and happy. He's smiling. Hold on, I'm trying to get.
I just know Buddha when I see him.
This one, apparently, he's a very happy one in this picture. This carving.
And yes, I know that's not Buddha. Buddha starved himself.
That's what I'm saying. It's not Buddha. And
Maybe this is Buddha. Good.
I didn't get it from a Shaolin temple somewhere either, so I think it's a little different. It looks like a pure one variety.
Nice. Very nice.
So I'm hoping that I'm not going to be like cursed for having picked this up from the floor of the forest here, where it absolutely seems to be out of place to me. What homeless person is carrying around a wooden carved Buddha happy doll? But anyway, Strange thing to lose, strange thing to find.
I heard you dancing. You doing a little dancing and flip flops. It sounded like.
You heard my little song before.
I heard all that. That's just funny.
Jump down, spin around. Yeah. People think
Yeah.
I'm being people think I'm being racist. It nothing to do with that.
Dude, my grandpa picked cotton. He quit school in the 2nd grade and picked cotton.
Yeah,
So I
man.
don't know what race has to do with it. He was pretty fucking white.
It just
He only
means
had
yeah. Go ahead, man.
he only had 1/16 Native American. So he was pretty white picking that cotton.
I never picked cotton. Well, I take that back. I found a cotton plant right here in the city. I know where one cotton picking cotton plant that I know about in the whole entire city. I know right where it is. There's only one. Only one. Not even a pair of them. I don't know how this cotton plant survived there. Amazing.
One seed
Crazy stuff.
in all of LA County.
San Diego County, yeah. Excuse me.
Sorry, I forgot you're in San Diego.
Yeah, I got sick. I think I got sick literally because my plumbing.
I've never heard of that. It was a water bad or something?
It was all plugged up, and they said that the plug was 65 feet down.
Damn.
Well, the building is 120 feet tall, and I live on the 8th floor. So if it was going straight down, it would be on the 2nd floor, but it probably wasn't going straight down. It was probably maybe like from anywhere from the 4th to the 2nd floor.
I lived in a high-rise.
And once they fixed my neighbor's drain, then everything in my house started draining like again, where it hadn't been draining right in months. Craziness.
Well, I'm home. There was only one car on the road the whole time I was there. And my neighbors hate me. Guaranteed.
Springtime in Texas.
Yeah, but we pretty much ride our bike year round.
Yeah.
I'm done. Have a good night. Peace.
Yeah, have a good one. Nice talking with you, Hank. I gotta go to sleep. Okie dokie.
Hey, Sunny.
Yeah.
I just made a little meme for you. Can I think of myself? Ask the doctor.
I like it. How did you just find that?
No, I just grabbed a few pictures and took it into Photoshop.
And you just made it? You made it that quick? Wow, that's outrageous. Dang.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I've been a graphic designer for like 20 odd years. So.
Oh, killer, man. You're an aircraft designer?
Graphic designer. Graphic.
A graphic designer. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. My accent.
Yeah.
I like that Buddha, though.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like doing a little bit of that stuff myself. I'm not very good at it, so I only have like this very basic idea, but I'm pretty good with software, always have been. So that's how I get around my lack of knowledge.
There's some good Photoshop alternatives online. I think one's called GIMP, which
Yeah,
is like a free
yeah,
Photoshop.
yes, and GIMP is available on Linux, which is the operating system I use.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I got a bunch of choices and actually very good photo editing and video manipulating tools and programs. Yeah, there's lots of stuff.
What music software do you use? Like Adore? Do you use Adore?
Yeah,
Visual?
I use Audacity because the high end one, Ardor, which is a really good program, I can't convert it or export into MP3, MP4, which is like stupid.
Oh, no way.
So I don't
That's
know.
weird.
You probably have to maybe buy a higher end version and actually pay for it to get that option. But that's the one option you couldn't do with that. So I mean, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So then I have to
I'm
use two DAWs. I would have to use two DAWs. Like so, I'll just use Audacity because I don't really need anything better. Because really, it's more about like the quality of the equipment.
Yeah, you've got
So
like
much
nice
the
pedals and tube amps and stuff in you, and just nice guitars and so.
Yeah, that's what I have in my room in a really good space that sounds good. It
Yeah.
sounds great. In the room
I
itself, I lucked out.
I got a MacBook Pro and it's on its way out. I've had it since 2015 and it's
Mm.
starting to slow down. I can't upgrade the
Yeah,
space on it.
yeah.
So I'm not going to buy a new Apple. It's so expensive. So I was just thinking of getting a PC and just running Linux on it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting not a laptop, but actually just getting a tower.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking maybe. Yeah.
And building the shit out of it. Like because with the tower you could put two motherboards in there if you wanted to.
Yeah, man. Both my kids have got gaming machines and they've upgraded, so I've kind of gathered some bits already,
Yeah.
which are still pretty good.
Yeah,
But
right.
yeah, and it's
Pretty cool
so
stuff.
easy to so easy just to take out, change. I put SSD drives in there for them, so I took out their hard drives, and so I'm gathering my own machine. Bit by bit.
Right, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. I graduated from networking and PC repair or technician 20 some odd years, more than 20 years ago. When was that? 22 years ago.
No way. Cool.
I actually that's when I went in. Actually, I graduated in 2003. So yeah, 19 years ago I graduated. But I never really used it. Other than in my own life, yeah, I use it.
Yeah, of course.
My own life, but I never made money. I made much better money as a clerk in a hospital at that time than I would ever make as a help desk starting out in any position. A few years before that, I could have made bankroll, but the whole industry changed right around then.
Oh man.
Where everything went overseas. All help desk stuff went overseas. Boom, boom, boom. So all these companies where you would start as a network engineer in the help desk department is where you would start. They sent all that overseas.
Yeah.
So then you were like, okay. But I heard that there were kids that were just out of these trade school, tech schools for in IT, could walk into almost any place in t-shirt and shorts and sandals and ask whatever they wanted.
Damn.
As a network administrator, right? And if you were a cyber or internet security expert, if I had gone into that, or or a fiber tech person, shit.
Yeah, you can ask what you want for real. Then.
So it's okay that I didn't do that because I don't know if that's for me. I don't like people telling me what to do.
Nah, man.
I don't.
I know you don't. I know. I can tell. From how you. you understand. You stand under no man. I can remember what you were saying last night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now I don't have to, which is okay because I know how to I know how to survive on my own and take care of myself. Which that's all we really need to do to start
That's
out
it,
with.
man. Yeah.
Because if we can't take care of ourselves, or we don't take care of ourselves objectively, then we're not going to take care of others very well either.
That's right.
So why would you want to be around somebody like that, right? That doesn't treat themselves well? You're secondary to them. If they don't treat themselves well, you're going to be treated worse than they're treating themselves.
That's right.
It's not fun. I wouldn't want to be.
And treating themselves badly can be just spending all their money on bullshit materialistic things. You know, that's treating yourself bad then the next month scraping together for whatever. But yeah,
That's true.
Or getting in debt rather. You know, credit card debt. You might seem like you got a good life, but really you're crippling yourself with.
Yeah, I get it. I appreciate what you wrote, and what you had said the other night, and
yeah, I sometimes don't think before I speak, and it can come out wrong, and
oh yeah,
so
honestly, I didn't think about it being that it was on the live stream until you mentioned it. Honestly,
I shouldn't have said.
It's no big deal, but that's up. That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, and I'm the same as well.
Listen, there may come a point when I would take somebody up on that offer, but it has to be really pretty dire, and
yeah.
And so what happens is at the end I get really frustrated, I get really tired, and I start speaking out and complaining, and then really usually right about that time when I'm at my wit's end is right when things get better, and then I'm either my life's been this way for a long time. It's either feast or famine here.
Yeah, I think I'm the same as well. Yeah. You can, when shit really hits the fan, then suddenly, something comes out of it and you're all sorted then. It's,
it's just it's like managing this error, this margin of error based on okay, you need so much for food, your basics. But then there's other things that you need also, and you kind of have to make decisions. So if you overshoot, then what could happen is you end up, literally in my case, not having enough for food.
Yeah.
Then if something happens, which happens all the time, I get government subsistence food. Because if I didn't, I basically don't have enough food for the month. So they cut my food off. At the same time, I'm having troubles in the first place, and I overshot myself a little bit. So I'm like, fuck. But anyway, honestly, gradually, things are getting gradually better. It's not so much anything having to do with financial, though. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know about this character, Brian Jones, right? From the Rolling Stones, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, what they said about people like that, right? Or about Sid Barrett or Jimi Hendrix or Janis Joplin. What did they say about these people that was most notable? About maybe what their challenges were in life. I'll put it kind of in that ballpark.
Like their mental health kind of things, or
yeah, what kind of things did they say about them? Collectively that they had in common about their problems or challenges that they had.
They all lost their minds because they're all druggies or something. Is what springs to mind. But is that what you mean?
Let's see. Oh yeah. So yeah, no. What I'm talking about is that every single day for them felt like life and death.
Okay.
So I relate to that. Because that's what, I have really good days, and now I have more good days than I have bad days. My bad days aren't near as bad as what they used to be, or what I perceived them being before. But
yeah, man. I understand completely. I find as well, when you're in a good spot, you kind of forget about the bad spots.
No, what I'm trying to say is my life, and for the most part, what's been most common is topsy-turvy chaos, ups and downs, extremes and both extremes. Really super great times, horrendous bad times. Up and down like a roller coaster ride. So that's been my life, and I just like you know what? Like everybody has struggles, but everybody doesn't feel like it's the last day of their life, which is the way I used to feel. Well, I don't feel that way anymore, but I used to feel that way. That every day was such a struggle. It was life or death.
Yeah, man. I know what you mean.
I wasn't gonna fucking make it. It was. I was like iffy to myself. I was like, it was like iffy if I was gonna make it through the day or not.
Yeah. I've suffered badly mental health problems in the past, and you know, been on the edge for at times, and then it's gone up. But luckily now I've kind of leveled out a bit, I think. But then when I found I leveled out, it's like other family members causing problems, and then that's where the shit comes in and things, other like external problems come into play that involve us. But yeah, so it's all a bit of chaos for me as well. Yeah.
Oh, because like there's chaos around us, and then it causes us to be in a chaotic mental state. And a lot of it just had to do with our situationally where we were, like physically, or
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
or maybe even relationship wise, like where we are relationship wise with people, causes us to be involved with things and get involved with other people's chaos. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think what I was saying was like I mentally, like when I was a bit younger, had some bad mental health problems and was on the edge of going for good on a couple of occasions, and then finally got my chaos. Some days were like that, some days were good, some days were bad. But then as I've come out of that now, and I don't concentrate on that as much because things are running a bit smoother, I find that like other people around me, not my close family, but like extended family or friends, tend to bring the chaos rather than it be chaos coming from within me.
That's good.
It's external. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Because like chaos feeds more chaos. Like so, like if you're in a more calm state, then it will like. Yeah, I get it.
I found myself recently having to distance myself from a few people just to kind of like, hang on, I'm in the storm here, and it's not my problem really. You help people out as much as you can, but sometimes they drag you down a bit with them.
Right.
If they don't want the help. They just want you there with them, going through the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've gone through that, and I'm not heartbroken either anymore. Like if that's the case, so I still love people regardless, but I'm not a doormat for anyone, like, and so
yeah, exactly it, man. Yeah,
if someone wants to be around me, that's fine. Like I'm fine with that. Like if not, I'm fine with that too. So, well, the people that we'll find will gravitate around us, that will stay, that's going to be the determining factor. If they are still stay around, then I have to go to bed. It's more likely they're an actual true friend, right?
That's right, man.
Than just there's such thing as fair weather friends, and we've all had those.
Oh yeah.
So we find out the wheat gets it gets shifted around, and we find out who's our friends and who are just giving lip service to being to doing something for someone else, or extending themselves rather than just like feeding their own ego or doing something only for themselves.
That's right. Dude, before you go to bed, can I just ask a guitar question? What's your main go-to guitar that you pick up when you play on here?
This Stratocaster, my Fender.
I thought it was a Strat. I can hear the tones. Yeah, nice.
I might have a picture. I can't find it right now. I'm too tired, but it's a Stratocaster that was all I put a really good neck on it, like a Fender license neck. But the original guitar was a 1996 Fender Squier, 50-year Stratocaster anniversary Stratocaster Squier Stratocaster. So
Yeah,
it's
nice.
a yellow one that looks like the Hendrix yellow one, almost just like the
Yeah,
Hendrix yellow one, but it
nice.
has a maple neck, and I scallop the fretboard,
Nice.
so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've had a few guitars. I've got like a gold top Gibson
Nice.
copy at the moment by a different. But if I have a
Like a gold
Fender,
top, like a Les Paul gold top copy.
yeah. But
Nice.
it's by a British company called Gould, which have now become a like a cheapy company. But they used to be a good, you know. So this is an old one, which is good quality.
I bet it is.
Um, Yeah, but every time I have a Fender, I kind of use it, and then I'll trade it. Well, there's a lot of amongst groups of my friends. We kind of swap guitars now and again to try something different. And
Yeah.
every time I give a Fender away and have something else, I miss the Fenders the most. I just love the sound, so I'm looking to trade that in now for a Strat or a Tele or something,
Yeah, I
or a
love my
Jazzmaster
Strat.
or
I love
something.
my Strat. I don't need really anything else. But I also
Yeah,
have like a Schecter Omen 6. It's a good sounding for a bolt-on neck guitar. The Schecter is super duper heavy for one thing, because the way they're carved is they're thicker in the middle, down the middle of the body. So it has this
I
big
know what you mean.
lump of wood in there, like a violin with it. You know how it's like it's like
Yeah,
carved away,
yeah,
contoured. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
super
It's got that
heavy.
shape
It's
to it.
heavy. I think it's just as heavy as my Gibson, which my brother has. My Gibson SG, which is solid walnut. It's a heavy guitar. Not as heavy as a Les Paul though, but nearly.
Yeah, this copy I've got is as heavy as a Les Paul. That's like,
Not as
that's one.
heavy. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of copies are that thinner kind of
Uh,
feeling. But
uh,
a friend of mine's got a Schecter, which is lovely. I like finding off brands that are, or not non Fenders, non Gibsons, non,
yeah. Yeah. Me
whatever
too.
Ibanez that work really well, but they're cheaper because they don't have that brand recognition.
Right, right. I know. And
No.
there's several things you can do. Like some of them all have, a lot of them have cheap pots, you know,
Yeah, you can
and
swap them
cheap
out
stuff.
easily.
Yeah. So if you do good, put good pots in there. And then what I do is put like, the orange, um, oh,
Uh,
screw
resistors, is it?
the
No,
capacitor, no, the
capacitors.
capacitor is the
Yeah, the orange ones. Yeah.
caps, the orange cap, the really high quality for your tone control and for your
Yeah.
volume to give it a
Yeah,
taper.
yeah. That's it. Yeah.
So you do
Yeah,
this
there's no
you do this
scratchy
little thing.
volume
You
knocker.
do you
Yeah.
do this little thing on your volume where you connect the two outer poles. In between those two, you put a capacitor and a resistor paired together in parallel,
Okay. I haven't filled with that to
and
that
it
degree,
makes
but
it taper. And then also what it does is it retains the highs, because a lot of volumes you turn it down, it cuts the highs off. Well, this gives
I
it
just
more of a
these
taper, so it just basically gives it more of a mid-range boost instead of cutting all of that.
yeah, that sounds good.
It just like tones down the treble a little bit and shifts it down lower.
Nice.
Some tricks you
Oh, I
can do.
might try that. I've got a little project. My my son's left-handed, but he plays the guitar right-handed,
Me
same as
too.
me. So his grandfather bought him a left-handed guitar that he can't play. It's like just a
Oh,
copy Strat.
yeah.
So I'm going to Jimi Hendrix it upside down. I'm going to just change all the bits. So it's,
Right on. You know what?
yeah,
I'm left-handed and I play right-handed as well, so you tell you
yeah,
that's perfectly
yeah.
fine.
That's what I do. That's what I do as well. Yeah, I'm a weird ambidextrous kind of style person.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have a good night.
I'll
I'm
let
gonna
you
go to
sleep,
bed.
man.
I'll
I'll
talk to you
catch you later on.
again. Thanks, my friend. Nice talking with you.
Next one, dude. Take care, buddy.
Good night.
What's going on in here? Lou? It's kind of late for you, ain't it, bro? You must be off work or something.
Dude, you must be off the fucking calendar. It's the fucking weekend, even if I was at work. Go fuck yourself with that shit. Oh, that's right. You're a pizza guy. Weekend is your busy time. No, I don't work that way.
Well, I'll take you up on your offer, though.
Oh, you're gonna do it yourself? All right. Yeah. Well done. Well played, sir. How you doing tonight? I've been sleeping in, man. I'm going back to work here, dude. It's been winter. We didn't get a lot of snow, but it's been cold enough, and it's over now. I think it's right now. It's middle, of the night. It's 50 degrees, and we had big thunderstorms roll through. We got a wind, like thunder and lightning and shit. I'm pretty sure spring has started here in Wisconsin, so snowboarding season is over. I might be able to get I should probably try to get one more run in before they close down the hills. Might head out to Colorado for some spring skiing, but they haven't had much for snow either. So unless they get hit by something big, probably not going to do it.
That's right. You got your ski gear and everything. You started skiing again.
I've been trying to get more. Like I never put down snowboarding. I had a big snowboarding accident right before I turned 21. And so I don't do like the train park very much anymore. Or, like, there's a lot of shit like rails. People love to do. That's like the big thing is like doing rails and shit in the train park. You have no idea like how easy it is to break your wrist. Like when you're doing rails, when you come down off of it funny and like, and with my, yeah, like with my job, I don't think I need to risk that shit. I'm not fucking with the rails. Jumps, I've already had my accident with. I used to do, back in the day, they used to build the train parks with huge jumps. Huge jumps. They don't do them so big anymore. And that's how I shattered my heels. So like I've already got that going on. My big thing now is like carving, and I'm trying to work more. I'm good at carving and bombing the hill, but I'm not good at like riding switch. Like I'm okay at it, but like not great. I want to work on getting better at riding switch and doing more butters and just kind of freestyling the slopes. But really learning that stuff takes bigger runs than what I have here in the Midwest. I got to go somewhere bigger. You need those long runs down the slope to kind of work on that stuff. Otherwise, it's just too many trips up the fucking chairlift.
So I don't know much about skiing. Never really had the opportunity. But I can tell you one thing. I know about falling, right? So when you play football, you kind of learn to fall correctly. And that might sound crazy, but so what I do is I make a fist and it's like solid, boom. The fist hits the ground and then the elbow and then the shoulder. And then that's how you fall. Like you take 3-4 impacts instead of one. One impact on your wrist.
What you're saying is true when it comes to like jumps, and I have no problem with that. With my thing that I was talking about with the rails is what happens is when you come off the side, you throw your arms out for balance. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to balance, and when you come off funny, it can very easily happen where you smack your wrist or your hand like right on the fucking rail. That's like the most common snowboarding injury is a wrist break. You don't really break too often. You're like feet, heels, ankles, legs, back. Like you might have a tailbone injury, a knee injury, elbow, wrist. Like these are your things because you're not playing with ski poles. You got your you're using your arms for balance and you're bouncing off that snow. And if you're doing rails and shit that are like made out of steel, you know, it's common to come down and make some pretty hard contact with it. So yeah, like I said, that was more like my young days was in the train park. I'm 40 now. I'm gonna stick with like carving and try to work on my like. I had no fear. I was not big about doing big inverted tricks or spins and all that stuff. It was just like speed, pop, getting big height, big air, and you know, throw some grab in there or something like that. You know, but
Yeah, I responded to you, but I was on mute. I
yeah.
said that I'm just glad that I can still go downhill in my rollerblades, you know, and not bust my ass. I can skate pretty well actually in a skating ring, but there's no skating rings around here, so I'm on the road dodging rocks, you know. And there's a skate park, but yeah, I don't hang out there much. I've been one time, went downhill full speed, and everybody was like, "He's going down." Yeah, he's going down, and I like did it. It didn't go down. But I love that shit when people are looking like he's gonna go down. Like, nah, bitch. Spent way too much time on rollerblades when I was a kid.
Look at him with his beer belly. He's skateboarding. Look at him. Look at him.
No, rollerblades. Yeah,
Oh,
but that's
rollerblades.
good.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, I didn't even know
yeah,
people still fucking rollerbladed. Are you fucking kidding me?
yeah. I got some rollerblades. They're pretty nice. They got custom bearings and everything. I bought them from a guy who was going retro, and he went back to traditional roller skates. And I was like, yeah, I'll take those. He's like $30. I was like, fuck yeah, they
Dude,
fit me perfect.
even 15 years ago, I remember 20 years ago, like rollerblades was like on its way out, and I did see some guys working like the half pipe and shit with quad roller skates. And I'm like, yeah, this is the fucking future of this shit. Like roller skates, if you're gonna do roller skates, fuck them fucking blades. You're going quad. That dude was fucking killing it.
Yeah, it's just what I got for. I got skateboards and rollerblades for my birthdays and Christmases, and I just couldn't do the skateboarding thing, man. And I was really good at rollerblading. I'd be rollerblading in town, you know, just regular top roads. What? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Apparently, the cops here are trash. That was the message that I got.
I didn't. You were sort of muffled with the message. What was that?
Oh yeah, the cops here are trash. That's what
Huh.
my child said. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I love rollerblading. I know it's not the coolest thing, and you know, skaters they always make fun of me because they're like, "What do you got on your feet?" It's like, yeah, I know, bro. It's not a skateboard, but I'm the type of person to fall off my board a lot, you know. So you can't really fall off your roller skates. You can dance to the trains if you do.
Dude, I played ice hockey, so like I can appreciate some rollerblades. I'm just saying, like nobody fucking does it. Like nobody fucking does. There was a period of time, short period of time, and it was never like cool in the skate park to be the rollerblader, you know. But like, I mean, there was a period of time where you could get away with it, but the skateboarders were all shaking their heads at you. But yeah, like yeah, I like skating. I like hockey skates, and rollerblades is cool that way. But like, it's good for like aerobic exercise, but it's just not impressive in the, like, there's not that many cool tricks and grabs and grinds and stuff you can do. You got a certain amount of stuff at your disposal there, but there's nowhere near the skill level of having an unbound board. You know what I mean? Like, the impressiveness is lacking.
Yeah, I'll admit it's not, that sort of thing. It's not impressive, like you said, but it's just like the ability to do it. Like I can strap them suckers on, and I can go down the road, or I can skate. And I can't do a whole lot. Like I stop myself by spinning, like the ice skaters. That's how I stop myself. And then I can go backwards a little bit. But I remember
Oh,
one day at the skate. Go ahead.
oh, yeah. I don't mean to interrupt. I was going to let you continue, but since you stopped, like, yeah, like like I said, I played ice hockey, and when that got too expensive, when my parents divorced, I started playing roller hockey. So like, yeah, when tricks like riding backwards as well as forwards doesn't really cut it. It's like, yeah, you should be able to turn on a dime without losing speed, go forward or backwards. That's the way that works.
I don't know that. Yeah, I didn't have anybody to teach me. It was just like, you're 12. Here, I bet you like these. It's like, matter of fact, I do. So I had bicycles and skateboard. I didn't get into the BMX stuff. I was a mountain bike guy. So I'd put it in like the hardest gear and just everywhere I went in that hard gear. I didn't ever put it in first gear. But yeah, I didn't mess around with much stuff like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut down. I didn't mean to cut down your freaking middle-aged
Oh, dude, I
rollerblading
know. I
or
already
anything,
know.
but
Yeah, I already know.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing I always hear. It's like, what the fuck are those? Like, who the fuck are you? Yeah, I'm used to it. I get the looks, right? So when I'm on my motorcycle, people look at me like, damn. When I'm on my rollerblades, people are like, he's going down. I'm not going down, bro. Like, no matter
You're
how
like,
bad you want to watch me
I
fall, I'm
feel
not
like
going
you go
down.
down to the beachfront and fucking start rollerblading, and you got like earbuds in, and you listen to like Boogie Nights or some shit. You're like, I don't know, do some Bee Gees or some shit.
Yeah, that's all in your head. Yeah, that's all in your head. But yeah, we had a
I
skateboarding
know it is.
here,
I
and
know it is. It's just a funny fucking thought. That's all. I'd love to see a Texan doing that though, especially a Hank Hill Texan. Like, dude, like if you were actually Hank Hill and you're on rollerblades and you're jamming out to the Bee Gees, this is comedy.
I might shoot that film for you one day. Let's glass it over.
I'm just messing with you a little bit. I'm getting
Oh, I know.
loose. I'm getting loose.
Yeah, I hear you got a few beers in you. It's fine. My wife, I cook steak. She comes out of nowhere like, I want that piece. I'm like, that piece is going to be a little pink. She's like, okay, I want this piece. So she's carving up my steak right now.
Nice.
Can't have nothing. Can't have nothing. I'm just joking. Get the fuck out of here.
Two children, and they sucked the bellies. I would want the body.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Two grabs of a kiss. Yeah, one in his face.
Last time I said, hey, can we have another kid? She said, you can go get you a bitch. Yeah, but I can't do two families. Can't be at two places at once. I'm not a subatomic particle.
That's already been done too many times, Poppy.
So about thing. It's funny. Like, I'm sure then if you are, you know about doing crossovers and all that, and like, how to,
Oh yeah, I can't do that.
so you can't do that.
No crossovers. No.
What?
Wait a minute. You're talking about when you turn? You can do the crossover when you turn? Yeah, I can do
Fuck.
that. I thought you were talking about going straight and you make your wheels go like in and out. I can't. What's a crossover? I don't know what a crossover is.
Yeah. In
It's
hockey,
when you
anyway,
turn.
crossover. Like in ice skating, a crossover is just like turning while
Yeah, I
you're
can do
doing
that.
a powered turn where you're
Yeah,
putting power.
yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy.
Right. Like, so you should know about all that. Like, I'm
Yes.
just
Lewis from Wisconsin.
That's the United States.
If you ever been to
in the
Wisconsin, it
United
is
States.
another
Yes, I'm in the
country.
United States.
Yeah, he's in the United States, but Wisconsin is a totally different country than Texas. There's people on here from outside of the United States, but they're not talking.
I'm just curious.
I talked to a guy today. Where was he from? Oh shit! He had a thick accent too. Can't remember where he's from.
I'm done. Here you go.
Anyway, what I was getting to with the crossovers was like, okay, so when I started as a kid playing ice hockey, it was player development for like 2 years, where they just taught you like the fundamentals of skating like 1 year, and then the next year it was puck handling, and then they put you into like the kids hockey league and stuff like that, and anyway, though, so I played for like a really good, a pretty good, sort of rich community league where the kids had a lot of training and they were really good. We had like an A squad, B squad, and C squad, and there was like traveling leagues and house leagues um and good coaches and like good training. And so like I started there, and when I was there, I was a I was a right wing on the C squad, which was like that meant I was shit, right? But like, I mean, I was a forward, so that was good at least. But like, I was on the C squad. But my parents, when they divorced and my mom moved and I lived with her, we moved to another community where, oh my god, the organization in that hockey league in that town was just so much worse. And I went from being the C squad like guy to being like the best of the best in the league, in that different house league. And in my team that I joined, like everybody was too chicken shit to try to be goalie. And even though I was like probably one of their best, I should have been center for that team. Nobody had the balls to stand in front of a puck. But like I was used to like my dad would take me out to a pond and like shoot pucks at me without pads, and I would jump in front of them fuckers. And I was like, yeah, okay, you need a goalie, I can do this. Like I've done this before. um, and
So after
we
that experience, when I explained relativity, you were like, "Yeah, I got it."
yeah. I don't know about all that. Like maybe we'll work on that later. Uh, but but yeah, so we actually played our first 3 games of the season where I didn't even have goalie pads with this fucking team. It was like the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim like movie, like whatever. Not yeah, the Mighty Ducks movie, like where it was just like this ghetto shit at this league. And so, because goalie pads are super expensive, especially if you're a young kid who's growing and you're gonna outgrow pads like every year. It didn't make sense for like just because your kid wants to fucking help the team, all of a sudden he's got to go and buy $1,000 worth of pads. So like I played the first 3 games without goalie pads. They gave me a goalie stick and glove, but I was playing with everything else regular. So I had the catch glove, I had the shield glove, for like the stick hand. But other than that, I was just like geared up like a regular fucking hockey player, and like we won our first 2 out of 3 games, and at that point, like the parents all kind of did this. They came together and they bought like team goalie pads, and I finally got into some goalie pads. Once I got some real pads, we like didn't lose. We like literally fucking we made it up into the tournament. Took first place in the tournament. I got MVP of the league and best goalie. Which was an incredible fucking thing. And it was funny because like the crossovers thing though, I was in goalie pads, and because my team was such shit, like they didn't know how to skate properly. I would go out there with those big ass pads on my fucking legs and go out there and start showing them how to do crossovers and skate backward, doing backwards crossovers and freaking like puck handle with all my goalie gear and shit. And it got to the point where like there was a lot of times the enemy team, the opposing team, I should say, they would have like huge breakaways on me and stuff like that. And the coach knew I was like, I was on the team anyway. I was basically the team captain. Like I was the most aware, like capable. And he was like, look, don't be afraid to come out of your goalie box. Like when there's a breakaway, challenge them, come meet them at the blue line. Like, and so it was funny because as a young kid, like kids don't know how to deal with like somebody up in your face. They would get this breakaway, and I would come out of the crease and and just fucking challenge them. They thought I was coming out to punch them in the face. I swear to God, by the look in their eyes, they thought I was meeting them in the middle to fucking punch them. They would just like drop their puck and like hand it to me. I would. It was fucking hilarious.
I definitely know what that is. That's when you put the fear of God in them, and it doesn't matter if they believe in God. You put that much fear in them, they start believing in God real fast, and they're like, "I don't want to die today. I'm going to get jumped."
When the goalie, who's the last guy, is supposed to be there in the net, and he's like in the middle of the ice, you're like, "What the fuck's going on?" You're like,
"Yep, what are you doing here?
Yeah,
You're supposed to be here. He's about to kick my ass." Yeah, I gotta say that would be pretty intimidating because when I had the football pads on, I was completely fearless because I would headbutt people without my helmet on, with them having a helmet on. And once they put me in pads, I was like, "You mean I get to hit these preppy kids as hard as I fucking want to, and I don't get in trouble? Shit!" Put me on the team. So they put me on the team. My uncle, he'd been training me football since I was like very, very little. Constantly, I'd go hang out with my uncle. I'd run some routes. He'd throw the ball. He would teach me maneuvers, sink and swim, or SWAT and swim, excuse me. And when I got on the field, man, and one of them preppy kids, like when they would try to like hit me in the back or chop my knees or some shit, I'd be like number 34. Get that! I'm gonna get that motherfucker. And then I would like do that shit, and I wouldn't say anything else. The whole time I was on the field, I didn't say a fucking word. But if someone pissed me off, I would like point and be like, "I'm gonna get that motherfucker," and I would make sure everybody in the whole fucking field saw it. And then I would like get a chance, somebody give that dude the ball, and dude, I would tackle people so hard we would both be running downfield kickoff return, and I would tackle the dude, and then my momentum would carry him backwards and me forward, and I would slide on the grass, and I could feel the grass like sliding on my forearms. Dude, I love that shit. I love hitting people. I would hit them hard, and they called me Scary Larry, and it wasn't because I was scared.
yeah. So
You got to realize,
then,
in the ninth grade, I was 6 foot tall, and I was like super skinny, like probably 5% body fat. So I was like really lanky and I was probably pretty scary to those other ninth graders because I was really tall.
Yeah. Dude, hockey's a fun fucking sport. And then so like that got too expensive after my parents divorced, and then I started playing roller hockey. As like roller hockey started to get big, like the leagues were popping up, and it was a lot cheaper alternative. You could do it all year long. So getting into that now, it's like I went and had good proper training, and then I went down and down and down in skill with the leagues I was in. So I was just like dominating more and more. I started playing roller hockey, and I was like I was the captain and the center for my team, and I was like unstoppable in this league. Fucking the whole goal was give me the puck, and it was like almost a guaranteed goal every fucking time. I made the All-Star team 4 years in a row. I took MVP of the All-Star game for the state 3 times out of the 4. The fourth year, it's because I broke my arm playing backyard football right before the All-Star game, so I couldn't play. There was one game where I literally had 13 goals in one game.
In hockey?
In roller hockey.
Okay, in roller hockey, but still, that's
Yeah.
that's like a fucking football score after 4 hits.
Yeah. I personally had 13 goals in one game in roller hockey. There was one time in that game, there was the kid that, because we didn't play 5 forwards though. It was 4. So you had a center, left wing, right wing, and one defender and one goalie, right? But this team put their like meekest little kid as defender. Like, look, you're just gonna stand there and you're gonna try to like poke check this puck away from him. Okay, like you don't know how to skate, you don't know how to puck handle. You're the smallest kid on the team, and you're the fucking defender in front of the goalie. And I just destroyed this kid over and over and over again. And his coach, I actually like could hear in their own bench. I was like, he told him, he was like, you're gonna stand, like you need to basically like tell him you got to man up, you got to stand your ground. Every time he attacks you, you fucking get out of his way. Like, and then he's got a free shot on our goalie. Like you gotta stand your ground and make him move around you. And I heard the coach tell him that. And the next time I got the breakaway,
you don't even have to tell me. You lit that dude up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, I did. I sent him flying. He went flying, and I still got the goal. And I circled back, and he was laying on the ground crying. And I knelt over him. I kind of felt bad. I was like, "Are you all right, man?" And his mom came running out onto the rink and fucking grabbed me by the shoulder pads, pushed me away, said, "Get away from my son!"
Dude, you triggered the mama bear.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. I gotta do a little tech support. That makes me feel good, right? Because you're 21, right?
Yeah, 22 actually.
22. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I thought I was 21. That's what it said. Yeah.
No, you ain't gonna mess up my save file. Just press enter. Yeah, so you lit that dude up like a Christmas tree, and you triggered the mama bear instinct, and she was like, "Get away from him, you monster!" It's like the coach is the one that set him up. You should be mad at him.
Like, yeah, dude. Like, I literally felt bad. I was apologizing to him while he was on the ground. You know, like while his mom ripped me off of him. You know, like this is the game. Like, this is hockey, motherfucker. Like, I didn't come here to fucking go to the roller rink. You know, like this is hockey. I did my job. You did yours. Sorry it turned out this way. But that mom didn't help that kid. You know, she just destroyed him by coming out to that fucking.
Yeah. Poor guy. Yeah, Dad should have took him to hockey that day. Mom fucked up big time, and the coach really set the guy up for failure. It should have been like, "Hey, Bob, coach, don't stand your ground, man, do it." But he was loud enough for you to hear. Man. Yeah, that guy got creamed by his own coach. Yeah, it's a sad story to be told, boy. I tell you what, dude, I remember so many like hits, and when you hear that hit, like it's like a car crash. It's like getting punched in the face, right? It's like that kind of sound. When you really fucking hit somebody going full speed, it's like clap, like through the whole field.
Yeah,
And
no,
everybody
you
could
crack
hear it, and
them. You
everybody,
crack them square. It's mostly pads you're hearing. It doesn't hurt like
yeah,
it sounds,
that's
but
right.
still,
That's
it's
right.
you crack them.
Yeah, and it echoes through the whole field. And at that moment, when you crack somebody, everybody turns around so fast and looks in that direction where they heard the crap. You know, it's like being on the west side and getting shot at. You turn around and look where who's shooting. You know, it's the exact same thing. And then a lot of times people will see the guy in the air, and then they'll see him hit the ground. Like, who the fuck hit? Oh, that's the guy who hit him. And it's like I loved that. Like that was the thing that I was trying to do. I was trying to split chins, literally split people's chins in half. I was literally trying to stick my helmet in their chin, and everybody was shorter than me. So what I had to do was, when I come off the line, the 3-point stance. When I come off the line, I do a double fist uppercut and hit their chest and chin. And when I'd hit their chin, their head pops up, and then I would crack them with my head and go get their quarterback or running back or whatever. And I gotta say, man, that is the greatest feeling in the world, is cracking somebody twice and then getting their quarterback. And I never talk shit or nothing. I would just like point at them. Gotcha, bitch. I would just point at them. I wouldn't say anything. So on the field, they didn't hear me talk. Like I barely said anything. And that just like that was part of my persona. That's my tough guy persona.
Yeah, no, that's that hard nosed football. You know, let them have it. Even if you're, like in the NFL, so often these days it's avoid the hit, run out of bounds, save the clock, use the time strategy, blah 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 blah. But like, yeah, that old school hard nosed full body contact, make them regret it. Like that's how you beat them in the end, in the final
Exactly,
minutes.
bro.
Like
But
that's
if they took me head on, I wouldn't fuck with them like that. If they would take me head on, right, I would, push, 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 like we did in training, right? But if they started that cheap shit where they started hitting me in the back or they started trying to take out my knees, then I would really, I would literally try to split their chins. Like, you're getting stitches, motherfucker. But yeah, as long as they didn't try any of that cheap shit, then I wouldn't try any of the cheap shit. I would just like, how when someone goes and take you down and like you catch both of their shoulders with both the where your elbow bends on the inside and you like pull them up to your level, right? That's how I would normally take them because they were a lot bigger than me and they had the center of gravity or the center of mass. What is mass? I don't know, but the center of matter. You get what I'm saying? And that's really important when it comes to like wrestling and football. So I would have to like pick them up to my level, or I would shuck them, which means that you go low with the left elbow and high with the right elbow, and you kind of put them on their backs. And if they don't know you're going to do that, it's pretty effective. Yeah, I tell people all the time, I barely fall. Like if you see me fall, it's like 1 in a million chance. I think the last time I fell real good was like one night we were doing Halloween, and it was a hill, and there was dew on the hill, and I went down the hill, and then I went down the hill. But if I'm on like flat level ground, I never fall down.
Yeah. So there was one time in ice hockey, I think it was my second year. We were in tournament, and it was squirt league. So like checking in ice hockey isn't like boarding people. That's not illegal. It's a penalty up until Pee Wee, which is the next league up, like the next age group up. I was in squirt. So like we're ready to start checking each other. We're doing a pretty good job at it, you know. Like it's just whether you're gonna get called. But I got hit pretty hard in the corner. And I was pissed about it. I got fucking boarded hard, and there was no fucking whistle. I'm like, that's against the motherfucking rules. I was pissed. I lost the puck that was going to the other end. And I chased that I got up and I chased that motherfucker down with just this death in my fucking eye. I was gonna, dude. I came up behind him, and this should have been a penalty too. But I open ice at blue line opposite side on our side. I fucking came up from behind and hit him on the left shoulder, checking him to the right, and I sent him flying. This was not long after like re-icing and shit too. Like he dude, the ice was slick. He fucking went flying from the blue line to the fucking corner behind the net on the right side. and
You flew, huh?
It was another no call, dude. We had bad refs, man. That was another no call.
All right, I got another funny story for you. So I'm working at Sonic. It's like right after I had my first job. Yeah. Anyway, I'm working at Sonic, and I'm making the burgers. Right after I make the burgers, clean up my area, everything's stocked up. So I just kind of turn around and face the other direction, get to see the other side of the store. This young kid, you know, he's a little bit younger than me. He fucking walks up to me, kind of does the left, and then the right, and then he uppercuts me in the balls for no fucking reason. We weren't talking shit, nothing. And as soon as he did that, like I just bench pressed him, and he like flew all the way to the back of the kitchen and landed in the meat weld or on the meat weld. And that's where you like take the meat patties out like 6 at a time with some tongs, and you slam it against the grill and break them open and then put them on the grill. So like when I did that, I was like, oh fuck, am I about to get fired? But I didn't expect him to fly like that. But in my 9th grade year, I tore my quadricep on my right leg, and the only thing I could do was work out, like work out, bench press, bench press. So incline, decline, you know, like all I could do, right? And I'm used to working out like every day. Every day I either run or I work out. So I'm working out on bench press like every single day. So my bench press was probably like a lot higher than it should have been if I wouldn't have got injured. So when I hit that dude, both hands, same time, just a bench press, I pushed him, and I'd never seen anybody fly like that. But he literally flew like through the air, and everybody was like looking like, you just got hit in the nuts. Why aren't you on the ground? It's like after a few minutes, well, not a few minutes, after like a few seconds, then I was like, oh.
It was just a grazing. It was just a mere grazing.
No, it was a direct hit. It was a direct hit. But I told you, he did the thing where he walked up to me, he leaned to the left, he leaned to the right, boom, right in the nuts, man. Oh. But I was the new guy. I guess that's how they, you know, we haze each other, right? That's what men do. At Burger King, I worked there. They would climb up the ladder and sit there. And when you go to wash your hands, your back gets turned to the ladder. They're at the top of the ladder, and they just start dropping like sliced tomatoes on your face. So the first couple hit your shoulder, the back of your head, your hat. And then when you turn around, what the fuck is hitting me? It's just like tomato in the face. Flop, 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 flop. They're just passing them out like cards. So that was our hazing. We like hazed each other, but I didn't expect to get punched in the balls. But that kid, he got me good, man. Got me good.
Cheap fucker.
That was a sucker punch. He deserved everything he got plus a little more, but I wasn't trying to get fired. I really needed the job.
I played like 2 seasons of soccer as a kid, and I played goalie there. I had goalie experiences in hockey. I'm not afraid to get in the way. Dude. Anyway, one day during practice, though, one of the fucking biggest punks on the team, like, he just out of nowhere, we're all lined up against the fence, like, for some reason, some like running drill that the coach wanted us to do. And he just fucking teed off a fucking shot from a soccer ball that was there, like, out of nowhere, and hit me right in the face and banged my head against the fence behind me. I was so mad. I fucking, dude, I chased this dude all the way across the field. The coach was yelling at me the whole time, and I fucking tackled his ass and punched him in the nose. Oh, man. The shit people do.
Yeah, man, people are real big about the cheap shots. One day, there used to be this place where you could go to, and it was like an athletic center, and all the young kids would take buses there to this place, and it was like $5, you get to play. So it was like the first time I go there, right? And I guess the alpha male there, like he felt threatened, and when I wasn't looking, he kicked the soccer ball, hit me right in the face, and chipped my tooth. The thing is, we weren't playing at the time. It was like a timeout. Someone called timeout, and he just fucking punted that thing, kicked me right in the fucking face. But he didn't kick me. The ball hit me in the face. So I just like marched right over there to him like the Terminator, just fucking walking.
Yeah. All of a sudden, like, there's no self-control. It's like, I'm gonna fucking blast this dude.
Yeah, so I started punching and kicking at the same time. I didn't even know I could do that. So it was like both hands, left, right, left, right, left, right. At the same time, my foot's going left kick, left kick. Like I was like hitting that dude with three pieces, like, and he just kind of cowered down, grabbed his head, and went into the standing fetal position. So his feet, he didn't ever get knocked out. But then after that, I'm like walked away. I'm trying to calm down, and like one of the people there, they came up to me and they were like, "Hey, Larry, you want to fight?" I was like, "No. Why would I want to fight?" He's like, "Are you sure you don't want to fight me right now?" And I was like, "No." And then later on, I thought about it like, oh, they were trying to kick me out, but they couldn't because I didn't start it, and I didn't want to fight. That's what I figured anyway. But yeah, man, I got in a lot of fights growing up. It's culture.
I've had my share. I've
man,
in fights. I lived in again after the parents' divorce. Like my mom, we lived in kind of like the hood of like not a so bad area, like kind of bad area, but like the neighborhood we were in, the apartment complex was like really bad. A lot of gangs and shit, and like it was just kind of a lot of low income housing and stuff like that in there. And I got jumped by, like, I don't know if it was 6 or 7 or 8 guys, but it was a good number of guys all at once, like trying to fight me at once. They broke my nose, they broke my jaw, they broke my ribs, or one rib anyway.
Ass beating.
They stomped me into the ground. They did a gang beating. They freaking one dude had a gun to hold my 2 friends back. Well, like 6 other guys fucking stomped me into the ground.
Crazy.
Like I was pretty pacifistic before that.
Before that, you were.
Yeah.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. I was too, man. I was too. In kindergarten, I was a straight up pacifist. But when I went to the inner city schools, like in my first grade year, like I was like going to the teacher, like, "Hey, man, this kid, he stuck his leg out, and then I fell down." And she was like, "You mean he tripped you?" I was like, "Well, if that's what you call it." I had no concept of tripping someone. And she was like, "Okay, well, quit bothering me. Go have fun." After that, like I told, my parents, like what happened, and they were like, "Oh, okay. Well, we know this karate guy. He's going to come over and teach you some things." So he taught me the bilateral punch, which is where you start with your fist upside down and you throw it like 90% and then you turn it right side up. So it's like a power punch, right? It knocks you back and off kilter to the left or to the right, depending which hand you throw. So, like, after that, it was just like, I'm in the city now. I live in the city. I'm about to fight. And I fought a lot. I think I was in like 14 one-on-one fights. And then um, one day after swimming laps, because I said I worked out every day. If I wasn't running, I was at the weights. If I wasn't doing the weights, in the summertime, I would swim laps until I was just completely burned out. Because I didn't ever do like 80% of my max. I would always do like 40 and burn out, like one more rep, because that's how it was in the 90s. So I would just like burn out on 40%. I was, increasing my endurance. Like every day I could do more and more type thing. Um, so after I'm like completely burnt out, my arms are rubber. This guy's like, "Larry, I'm gonna kick your ass," and I just did the biggest, heartiest laugh, like, "You." That's a good one. Have a nice day. And then I started walking home. The next thing I know, like they're all behind me. And then I fought this 100-pound dude with my last name. He actually had my grandfather's name, and we weren't related. Yeah. And I fought this dude, and I couldn't grab him because he kept circling me, and I couldn't hold my hands up because they were exhausted. So eventually, I just reached out and grabbed his head, like in the old Nolan Ryan, punch you in the face with one arm and hold your head with the other arm. And he tripped me, and as we went down, I still held onto his head, and I was just punching him in the forehead over and over again. As soon as we got up, he had hematomas. As soon as we stood up. And then I fought like 3 other dudes that I didn't want to fight. And I think the fourth one, no, wait, Robert, what was his name? Jaron, Jerry. And then that other guy, Ard. Yeah, Jarrett. It was Jarrett, yeah. And then this black guy, he did the, one hit a quitter where I didn't see it coming. So I heard my name get called. I look to the right, "Larry, watch out!" And then somebody gets a running start and punches me and hits me on the left. And I did this thing to where he knocked me off balance, but I didn't get knocked out because he hit the upper part of my jaw. If he had hit my bottom jaw, I would have went out for sure. But he hit the upper part of my jaw and it probably broke his hand. But I landed on my hands and then pushed myself back up and walked home because I was too exhausted to fight. It's like, this is my 4th fight after a severe workout. And it's like, damn.
Wait, you had 4 fights in a row?
Yeah. No shit.
Like
Yeah.
like one-on-one, 4 different one-on-ones in a
Yeah.
row.
Yeah. And it was
What?
because, well, I was cocky, dude. I was working out every day. And these are like the scrub. These are like the, living in the trailer park, poor people. And my parents had government housing. So they got to build their own house through the HUT program. So I looked like the Richie kid, right? But I was just as poor as they were, if not poorer, right? But they didn't know that. They thought I was a Richie kid. So still to this day, I deliver pizza to those black guys, and they're like, "Hey, man, I know you. You're that hard-headed motherfucker." I'm like, "Yeah, that's me. How's it going?" So that's what they call me. They call me that hard-headed motherfucker. I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
broke that dude's
That would
nose.
basically be this one dude, Jay, like the jumping situation. The guy that I told you held the gun, that didn't take part in jumping me. His name was Jay, and I knew him from a different neighborhood, completely across town. See, like after my parents divorced, my dad had a house on the north side, which was kind of in the ghetto, and like, I knew him from that neighborhood, which is, like I said, totally separated from this neighborhood. And it was my first occurrence of knowing that he was in this neighborhood. Like, we just happened to know each other from a different part of the city. And we had already had, like 2 years earlier, we were friends. But we got into some. I probably being the white guy, and he was this tiny little. He was like one of them shrimpy black dudes, like one of them, just like them really small ones. Like it's a rare thing, but he was one of them. And but he had a big bark and a lot of fucking just arrogance and whatever. And I don't know what I said, but I probably said something that he took as racist or whatever. But I didn't mean it if I said it. Like it wasn't about that. Like I wanted to take it back. Like whatever it was. And but he wanted to fight me over whatever it was, and he was half my size. And I'm like, he was trying to no, fucking hit me. No, hit me. No, hit me. I'm like, I ain't gonna fucking hit you, dude. Like, but he needed to have a fight. And it got to the point where I let him hit me a few times. And when he wouldn't fucking stop because I wasn't freaking bothered by it, eventually he kept coming, and I put him in a headlock restraint or something like that, and I just kind of held him there, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to fight you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Well, 2 years later, he's with a different fucking clique of people. These fucking clique of people decide, hey, let's go jump that dude. He's the one with the little dude with the gun, just holding my friends at bay. And we made eye contact. I knew right away. I was like, I know you. And he was like, I know you.
That's messed up.
Oh,
he started it.
Oh, dude, yeah. So, dude, I really think he felt bad. He could have done so much worse. I think when he saw who the victim was, he was like, shit. You know what I mean? This is one of my butt.
A bit of regret. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, dude, I probably brought that on myself because when he said, Larry, I kick your ass, I just did a huge laugh. And, obviously that hurt his ego or whatever. And all of his friends, at that point, they started planning, hey, let's raptor this dude. Let's one of you face off and then I'll hit him. Get him looking at you and then I'll knock him out and then we can jump him. But the thing is that the dude missed and hit my upper jaw and cut my cheek because my tooth went into my cheek on my upper, and I still got a flap of skin that flippity flaps up there where my tooth is from that day. But yeah, I didn't get knocked out because he hit me in the head. But the reason that guy had hematomas, because you know what a hematoma is, you busted some sort of blood vessel and it's bleeding, but the skin didn't get broke because I was doing it with my knuckle. One knuckle was hitting him in the head because with my left arm, I had his head in a headlock. His body's behind me, but his head is sticking out by my pec. And in those days, I could take all the weights and put them on the machine for the butterfly, and I could butterfly like crazy and not get tired. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but I was killer at butterfly. So when I was hitting that dude in the head, it was basically a butterfly because with my left arm, I'm pulling him into my right arm, bam, 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 bam. And then he tripped me, or somebody tripped me. I don't know. It might have been him. But he tripped me, and then we went to the ground, and I'm still hitting him, but he started blocking a little bit better. And then I thought it was over. Oh, we hit the ground, because that was the way I fought. When I was young, I was told, don't throw the first punch. And I wouldn't have, but I was ready for it to get over with. So I grabbed the dude and started punching him because he was circling me for minutes. And I was already exhausted. But I did throw the first punch that day. But I think it was some sort of gang member thing where you got to show your worth. And then I was obviously, an easy target because I was alone and they had numbers. There was a lot of people there and I was by myself swimming laps. But yeah, that was the knockout game and he actually lost. I'm nearly 100% sure he broke his hand. Because when you hit somebody on their cheekbone, on the upper jaw, dude, that's not good.
The head bob's pretty good too. I mean, yeah, you could break your hand, but you could not. Also, it's right. The most common hand break. I've had 3 of them. Is the boxer break. It's that It's going to be your strong arm. It's going to be in the pinky finger, but not in the finger. It's going to be down in the palm. It's going to be back.
Yeah,
That's a
I've had that
boxer
one.
break, right? Yeah, I've had that
I
3
always tell
times.
people I never broke a bone,
So-
but I think I did break it because it's a lot bigger than the other thing.
yeah, I've had 3 boxer breaks.
I always forget about that.
I mean, yeah, boxer breaks, you don't even count them, man. After the first one, they give you a fucking brace that you take home. It's not even a cast or anything like that. It's this plastic brace that like has 2 pads on one side and one on the other, and it just like holds your shit in place. And you wear that for like 2 weeks, and it just holds it in place while it heals. And like so, like after the first boxer break, I had the brace, so like I didn't even go into the doctor for the next 2. I just set it myself and put the brace on.
I don't think it was broken. I think I just like fractured where the pinky meets the knuckle. I fractured the knuckle on the closer side of my wrist, like right there where it meets the pinky finger. And I did it because someone pissed me off and I hit a brick wall. I punched a brick wall. Back in those days, remember, I was a angry young man. It's kind of hard to imagine now, but I punched a brick wall and broke my knuckle. I don't know what I thought was going to happen. I was just pissed.
Yeah, no, punching walls is a great way to get a boxer break. That is definitely. Also grazing somebody. You got to make sure you don't want to fucking pull it. It's kind of what it is. Like when you fucking maybe they're ducking, you know, like, and all of a sudden you kind of graze them with that pinky side. That finger is not that strong. That's
Right.
where that it's.
So yeah. I've done quite a bit of backyard boxing. We got the gloves and the headgear, and you know, my family kind of grew up like self-defense is important, right? So me and my brothers, we kind of box, so here and there. So I got a big broken nose. Like I've broken it like 3 times. Once when I was like 5 years old, bumper cars. They didn't have a "you must be this tall to ride" in the early '80s. Another time playing basketball, and then another time playing football. Both of the second 2 were my septum, the bottom part, and then the first one was the top. So I got this big crooked one nostril's bigger than the other nose, right? So when I'm boxing, everybody's like aiming for my nose, and it's obvious, right? They're looking at my nose and they want to tap it, right? So what I do is I just look down. Like if I see them throw a power shot at my nose, I just like bury my I got like Neanderthal brows. So I just like bury my Neanderthal brows under my knuckles, right? So I take the glove and like push it into my eyeballs. So all they hit is my forehead. And there's been time where I, you know, let the kids like use me as a punch bag. So this little girl came over one day and I was like, all right, you got to wrap your wrist and you got to put on the gloves. And it's like, I'm just going to dodge and you can swing at me as much as you want. So this little girl, she's like hitting me and I'm like, oh, 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 oh. And then one time I accidentally looked down and I thought I broke the little girl's wrist. But yeah, it was pretty scary. So another time I was boxing with my son, and we're boxing, right? But he's Taekwondo, he's a black belt. He throws a kick, and I checked it, dude. I did not mean to check it. It was a reaction thing where I didn't expect it, so I just reacted, and I thought I broke a shin, man. I put my knee right in his shin bone. So there's ways that you can really devastate people in just barely any effort.
Yeah, it's all about. That's where martial arts is excellent. Is knowing those pressure points, and you know, it's tactics. It's tactically striking, knowing where to hit and when, how to time it, how to hit it, so that you don't damage yourself. Like there's a lot of thought that goes into, you know, properly fighting. Absolutely.
So the way I understand fighting is you want to disable that they're hitting you with. So if they're hitting you with the right hand, like you want to do something, punch them under the armpit or something to take that right hand away. If they kick you, then you want to like do something to their leg and take that away. So that's the way I fight. If they hit me with something, I'm going to hit them wherever they just hit me.
It
Am I
sounds
breaking up?
like to me. It sounds like to me like you and I are built a lot alike. Like we're not huge or anything, but we're bigger individuals, right? We're not.
Yeah, slightly
We're
above average.
a little bit lumbery. You know, we're
Yep.
so. For me, what I've found is restraint moves, a lot of like grapples and holds. It like when they come
Yes.
in,
Yes.
yeah, like yeah. Once you get them in a grab and you can fucking like all you got to do is just like move them around. You hold them there for that long until they're like, yeah,
Yep.
fine, fine, whatever you want,
Yep. I make them. I
whatever you
break the sport.
want.
That's exactly what I do. I make them say uncle. I make them say, you're better. I'm not going to fuck with you anymore. I'm like, if you get up again, I'm not going to be as nice this time. Yeah, that's how I fought. That's exactly how I fought. And then my dad taught me to fight that way because he knew I was a big boy. So if I bludger somebody into the ground, then I'm going to get like a lawsuit or something. I don't know where he's at, Cindy.
Yeah, dude, I've had so many instances like I don't even know what it's just instinctual for me for like to go
Yeah, absolutely.
people swing at me and I counter and grab. That's it. I'll block, counter, grab, and throw them into that fucking headlock and choke them out until they fucking say uncle.
Yep, yep,
And
yep. That's
choke
the
them.
best way to do it. Because when they go before the police and they say this guy hurt me, they're going to say where? It's like, well,
Yeah,
right here
where
around the neck.
right. Hey, no, all I can tell is that he was the peacekeeper.
There we are. Lost you for a second. So me, I'm not really that much bigger than everybody else. I am now, obviously, because I'm fat. But so I have disproportionate legs. So I have like short legs. Like let's say my hips go up to the doorknob, but I have a large torso. So when I was young, I said I was like 5% body fat. I can prove that with pictures. Um, I I had like a large torso, so instead of having like a 6 pack, I had like an 8 pack. So I'm not really that much bigger than everybody else, but my torso is huge. So I got like really broad shoulders, big chest, especially now that I'm fat, and it's like I was given a good skeleton. Like I've never broken anything, and I've done some pretty stupid shit, jump off of houses, off the roof, and done plenty of stupid things in my life. Mic check.
Yeah, I'm still.
Anyway,
You're clear.
yeah,
You're clear. I was in the other
yeah.
room.
And it's kind of one of those things when I was growing up, I felt like I was the big guy in prison that everybody like wanted to prove themselves against because if people who knew me, they knew that I was extremely chill unless you pissed me smooth the fuck off. So they knew that I didn't want to fight usually. Usually I'm like, there goes Larry. He's that Bible thumper. He's the guy praying at the pole, right? Let's go kick his ass. And I had this thing to where once people like pissed me off, like this dude stole my pen. Like I chased him down. He was on a bicycle. I chased him down and threw him off his BMX. And this dude like started like trying to take me down. So he's around my waist. And I'm like hitting him in the back of the head. And then he stands up, and I wasn't a very good puncher, but I was really good at wrestling. So this dude like counters me twice, and I still have a scar tissue on the left side of my upper lip. It's like a little like piece. Let me see if I can grab it. There it is. It's like a little pea size really tough piece of gristle in my lip. And it's because he countered me twice in the exact same spot because I threw the big bar room right hand and he countered me twice. So he just kind of leaned back, Anderson Silva, pop. And then I did it again. He leaned back, Anderson Silva, pop. And I was like, okay, keep the pin. And that right there was the most humbling experience I'd ever had. And I got to say, like, that was a huge learning experience for me in my life because this dude stole my pen at school. He didn't have anything threatening me. He was trying to run away from me. And I was in my emotions and I was like, nah, you don't steal my pen. I'm too poor for this shit. And then he countered me twice. And then after that, like his little brother started trying to punk me at school. So one day we're waiting at the field goal and everybody's kind of getting ready and getting set up for practice. And I didn't have my helmet on because, we weren't ready yet. And somebody, rear naked choke, jumps on my back, lifts their legs up and wraps them around my hip. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know who was attacking me, but I know that I didn't like getting choked out. So I reached my left arm around and grabbed his arm or his jersey or his pad or something. And I pulled him to my front. And now we're facing each other. And I reached around the back of his head and put him in a headlock and then picked up his hips and then just laid flat on my back. So I pile drive the dude in a way, except for by my side, not under my legs. Like his spine
Dude,
was literally
I've done that before too. Actually, in that, there's all right. So is the jumping instance like when you pile drive somebody, or when you you don't even necessarily mean to but I did this that's how I really got crunched. When I got jumped by those 6 dudes, they were all coming in one or two at a time, and I was mostly blocking, parrying, throwing a strike in here and there. But when their leader guy, he came in from my side, and there was a blind shot about to come into my temple, and I caught it with the corner of my eye. And I fucking reached my arms up and just instinctually, I grabbed him by the arm and I threw him over my shoulder, judo style, and drove him into the ground. I fucking just nailed his ass. And that's when all of a sudden, all of the rest of the group, they were backed off. They jumped back. They all went oh,
yeah.
And that's when I knew I fucked up. That's right there. That was when I knew I fucked up.
I'm thinking I'm in serious trouble. This dude does not look good. He's on the ground for 10 minutes, just holding his eyeballs going, oh. I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm in so much trouble. But the thing is, I didn't start it. I was ready for practice like every other day. And then he tried to choke me out, in front of everybody. It was like a sucker choke. He ran up from behind me, grabbed on my back like a monkey, and started choking me out. And I just grabbed him and pulled him, faced him, went right around his neck, put him in my armpit, and went back after I picked up his pants. Just went back and laid him straight up and down. And he fucking laid there for 10 minutes. And the coaches never came out. I never got in trouble. I don't know how that happened. But that dude, he didn't mess with me after that. Nobody did. I think that was my last ever fight that I got into. And I often forget about that one. But yeah, that was pretty scary. I drove his spine into his hips. And I didn't even think about it. That's the thing. It was like when I shoved my knee into my son's leg kick. He leg kicked me because he's Taekwondo. He wasn't thinking about it. He kind of got in the moment. And then I wasn't expecting the leg kick, so I just checked it, stuck my knee in his shin. And I thought I broke it, dude. I was just oh my God, I thought I broke his leg. But that's the thing. You have to trim your reaction time when doing martial arts. So some of the things that me and my son would do, we would stand a foot and a half apart from each other, and I would just swing at him, block. And I would, half speed, swing at him, block, move, block, and double jab, And then he would be doing the shit. And the other day, I wasn't really feeling well. And I was on the couch, and we do this thing where we try to boop each other in the nose, as delicately and as soft as we could do it. And then for 5 or 10 minutes, it was when you see Jackie Chan, he's punching that wooden doll. It's but that's what me and him were doing with each other, trying to boop each other in the nose. And it's you have to like if you're not like training to fight, like are you really a man? Like if you don't teach yourself or someone teaches you how to fight and you can't defend innocent people, it's like, are you a man? Or should you go with the women and the children? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I've always had this thing where it's like I want to take responsibility, I want to take care of what's mine, I want to protect people, but there's not a whole lot of protecting people. So in the beginning, I kind of turned into a social justice warrior where I was exposing cops and I was doing the cop block thing, not cop watch with a camera, but cop block where I had a very specific set of rules. If they killed somebody, okay, they got away with it, they were unarmed and not resisting. Okay, so there had to be all those things. If he was fighting the cops, sucks to be him. If the cop went to prison, sucks to be him. It's like if all four criteria. So he had to kill somebody, they had to be unarmed, it had to be unprovoked, and they had to get away with it. So those four criteria. So I would like take cops who were like gunning people down that were like unprovoked shootings, and I would like post it everywhere, all over their Facebook. I was using their weapons against them. I was using Facebook, and I would like find their Facebook page and go through all their friends list and the people they went to church with, and I'll be like, just thought you should know, who your buddy is, and post that video of this guy right here beat this dude with a fucking flashlight for minutes, and then he died in the hospital 3 days later because he wouldn't straighten his leg out. Well, it turns out this dude had mental issues. So he's sitting on the ground. The cop walks up to him. He's homeless. He's like, straighten your leg out. And the guy didn't do it. So he starts putting on his gloves. He's like, I'm going to kill you, boy. And I remember watching that video thinking, why didn't someone jump in? So these two cops, they bludgeon this guy with, their mag flashlights, their metal aluminum flashlights full of batteries. And it's like,
no, they don't carry those. Now they carry those little tack lights, but like they used to carry these giant fucking nightstick flashlights filled with D batteries and shit.
Yes.
And fucking club the shit out of you.
Yeah, and if the dude would have been fighting back, I'd have been like, well, I mean, mentally retarded, but maybe his family should have been taken care of him. He shouldn't have been helpless. But the dude didn't do anything except for disobey an unlawful order. Like, is there a lawful order where you got to straighten your leg out? Have you ever heard of that? So he was like, straighten your leg out, and the guy didn't do it. So he starts putting on his gloves. He's like, I'm going to kill you, boy. And then he did. 3 days later, he died in the hospital. So I made those two cops like infamous. Like, I put them everywhere. I shared that video hundreds of times. And I thought that, since these two guys got away with it, right, that, they shouldn't completely get away with it. So I thought I was, I was a journalist. That's what I thought. I thought I was executing justice, right? If we couldn't have any justice, well, we're going to have a little justice rather than none at all. So, that's what I was doing in my early adult life. Like, because I couldn't protect anyone who needed protecting in the physical realm, like right here, I would do it in the internet. And it's like, I wouldn't even have got on Facebook had my brother-in-law not been in Iraq. But once I started realizing how useful of a tool it was, every time I got suspended or got banned or got censored, I was like, this is like, a decorative, thing that I should be pinning to my chest. Like, I'm a fucking highly decorated fucking, military man, because it's my belief that we're in the middle of information war. And the famous quote goes, there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. So that was my mindset. I thought I was like fighting for the good. But because of the work we did in the early 2000s to like 2000 and teens, cops now have body cams. And if you think about it, if they're a good cop, what do they have to hide? If they're a good cop, they should appreciate the funding that I've provided for them to get body cams, right? Because if they don't do anything wrong, they got nothing to hide, and it would protect them from sexual accusations, right? Like if they're a good cop, and then this woman says that, he rubbed my bum and he patted me down, or he illegally, cavity searched me. It's all on camera, bro. Go ahead and make your accusations. The cop's got a camera. But when I started seeing stuff like a cop clerks a dog to him, doing like this, come here, boy, come here, boy. And when he did that, the dog came to him and he shot him. I was like, oh, fuck no. This motherfucker. Because what they do is they claim that they were scared for their life, right? So when the body cameras came out, that's when this shit really started to blow up. Because we started to see what these guys were doing. And now it's like, if you're a YouTuber, all you have to do to make money is to file a Freedom of Information Act FOIA request on these incidences, and then you get the footage, you put it on your YouTube channel, and people love that shit. People love cop watch, and this sort of thing. Like there's money to be made. I'll put it that way. If you're watching cops and posting it on YouTube, and I think they are making pretty good money. If you look up, like, what is it, San Joaquin Valley?
Those guys get tons of hits. Yeah, they're making pretty good
Yeah.
money doing it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I watch them. And it's amazing. Like, oh my god, especially in certain communities, like Salt Lake City is a big one.
Oh yeah.
Like they got huge teams of these guys going out, and the bigger the team gets, the bigger the cops get. They're like, excuse me a second.
Good.
But yeah, the cops are like, they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna do that to us, oh well, we're gonna do this to you, and like they start bringing out like SWAT vehicles for cameras and shit.
Yep.
Like,
and the thing is, the cops they say that they were afraid for their lives. That's why they killed somebody. In fact, I had a 20-year vet cop, retired, now constable, tell me that, hey Larry, when you get your gun, if you ever have to use it, shoot to kill. But when you talk to the jury, you tell them that you were trying to stop him and you were afraid for your life. And I was like, okay. And then, it's like, that's good advice, right? Don't talk to the cops. Tell the jury, right? So
I've heard plenty of cops. I've heard plenty of testimonies from people at the gun range, talking to cops who are at the gun range, training themselves with their own personal weapons. Plenty, like my mom does this. My friends do this. Like I used to work at a gun club.
Mm-hmm.
But like the cops will be the first people to tell you, like, make sure you shoot to kill.
Like, so they don't sue you.
Dead men don't tell tales.
Right. Yeah, they say upper chest.
Yeah.
So in between the collarbone and
that's just the place.
It. Yeah, shooting the upper chest. He actually said to me, and I quote, "What you do after you shoot him is you say, 'Are you okay?' And he says, if he says anything, shoot him again." It's like, okay. And then you say, "Are you okay?" And if he says anything, shoot him again. But don't reload. If you reload, that makes it look like you were in a correct state of mind rather than a terrified state of mind. So he told me basically how to kill an intruder.
Or it's malicious.
Right. And this is not legal advice, of course. Of course, you should never kill anyone. It's illegal, even if it is self-defense. The jury may pardon you, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to get your ass sued. So if you have any pepper spray, that's what you use. I mean, obviously make your own judgment, but in between words and the gun, you should definitely think about your pepper spray. But that's not legal advice. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. Contact your lawyer and ask them if pepper spray is right for you. But yeah, pepper spray will take the fight out of you, just like choking somebody out.
I think you're pretty safe on pepper spray. I think that's.
You might get arrested for assault, but it won't be like assault and battery, right? It won't be like it. I mean, depending on who you do it to. If you say a 100-pound woman scared the shit out of you, and you're a 300-pound man, okay, you might get in a little more trouble, right? Because obviously she's not going to scare you.
But that's sexist. What if she fucking was holding a knife or she was holding a gun and they didn't find the knife or the gun? And like,
I expect the jury to be racist and sexist. That's what I expect. At least one. You know what I mean? They're going to take it into consideration. Like, okay, the cop shot a cat, hypothetically. Was he scared for his life? Come on, bro. You know what I mean? You discharged, and you shot a cat. So cops don't shoot cats, right? Because if they did, then they'd be a
what if
pussy.
it's a woman? What if it's a woman who's had like a couple of re-signings in the army or the navy or the in one of the forces. This person is like trained in combat. What if they're fucking being crazy?
Yeah, that's different, right? So I look at most women as like a 99% chance I'm going to kick your ass. Maybe you took Taekwondo and you might front kick my chin and knock me out, but I doubt it. But I'm cocky. Like I said, look how much working out I did when I was younger. I'm extremely cocky
Yeah, no. Even
because,
look. You and I know your body type. Like you're like me. Like your average woman. It just based off of her size, the physics behind it. It doesn't really
yeah,
matter how much combat training they can only do so much.
they can only deliver so
Like
much force. And I'm that hard headed guy, right, who doesn't get knocked out. The only time I ever knocked out, I knocked myself out because I accidentally tackled this dude with my head down. So I shoved my spine into my hips, basically, like I did that other guy. And it was the first time I'd ever tasted dirt and grass in a football game. I was like, what the hell? I'm on the ground? Like I rolled over and was like, Coach, I think I need to sit out for a minute. That was the only time I've ever been knocked out, and I did it to myself under my own power. So I'm pretty confident, cocky, because I've, lifted so much weights. I mean, I feel like I'm confident because I've done the training. So yeah, decade after decade, I'm probably losing like muscle mass with the injuries and everything. So I probably should work out to maintain it. But I did so much weight training when I was a kid. I was trying to get into college under scholarship because I knew my broke ass wasn't going to college any other way. But then after I tore my quadricep, I wasn't worth a fuck. Remember I was doing bench press. So when I was on the line, I'd come off the line, try to hit the other guy, and I would push myself on my back. So think about pushing a brick wall and then landing on the back. That's what basically I was doing in the 10th grade when I came back and tried to do it. So it's like, okay, I'll play hacky sack and try to build my leg back. So that's what I did. I played hacky sack. But
I
now,
love you,
like,
Hank. I love you, Hank. Hacky sack is a great game, by the way. I played
yes,
a
it
lot of
is.
that too, dude.
Yeah, and if you can play hacky sack, you can knock somebody's block off. You kick the shit out because your feet are
Yeah.
accurate. You can put them right where you want them to go.
Yep. Yeah. Like precision. Um, I got these giant tree trunk legs too. Like I got like 17-inch calves. Like fucking.
Yeah, I
Like
don't have that. I don't
so.
have that.
Like yeah, I got these huge tree trunk legs, and like that's kind of been my go-to. Also, hockey, lineman in football, climbing ladders for a living. Fucking like I got these stumps for legs.
Yeah, I didn't have the tree
I
trunk
got.
like you said. I had bony knees, super bones.
All right, well, I got stumps, and yeah, I have a mediocre upper body, but my lower body, do not want to fuck with it, and that with like hacky sack, hockey, football, snowboarding, fucking like I got good control and timing and all that. I had a friend who, all right, so after high school, he was a few years. There was a guy that I was never really that close of friends with. I just didn't like him. But I was dating a girl who she knew some people who was having a party. And I had some other friends from back in the day that were calling me up, like, do you want to hang out? And I was like, well, I'm going to this party tonight. If you want to come with, you can. And so I had a carload, like, I had two friends in the car from back in the day. Well, one of them was a fucking thief. That was the one that I was like not sure about in the first place. Um, and at the party, he like stole like a whole bunch of shit. He stole like a giant CD book. some cologne, expensive cologne. He stole some other shit, and I didn't even know it until we got in the car to leave. And all of a sudden, he's like, "Hey, check this out. Like, what do you like this? Do you like that? Like?" And all of a sudden, I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck did you do?" You know, like he's like, "I fucking stole, I jacked all this shit."
Jeez.
I'm like, I jam. I'm like, dude, you can't fucking do that. And he's like, why not? And I'm like, you know,
You ever
I'm
heard about
like,
the
let me
law
see
of
that.
cause and effect?
You can. So I'm the driver, and I got this guy in my back seat who stole a bunch of shit from my other friends.
Damn.
You know, and he's trying to pass the stuff out to me, like, here's our take for the night.
No, it's not.
You know, dude, I started talking shit as I was driving, and we're all drunk. Like, I was definitely like too drunk to be driving while this was all happening. And anyway, I kind of conned him mentally. Like, I was like, let me see that CD book. I was gonna flip I was gonna flip through it to see what I liked, and I stuck it under my seat. I'm like, yeah, this is going back to that house. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Not cool.
like, you know, and and he got angry about it, and all of a
Yeah,
sudden he wanted
CDs
to
back in
fight.
those days in the 90s, they were like 12, 14 bucks. So that was a
Yeah,
lot of money. That's 15 gallons of gas times
yeah,
4. Bro, that's a lot of money. Yeah.
exactly. I'm like, you know, and all of a sudden he wanted to fight me, and he's in the backseat of my car. I'm like, this dude's gonna try to choke me out, like, while I'm driving. He was that mad. So I
Damn.
pulled the fucking car over, and we both jumped out, and like we're in the middle of the fucking street, and got into a fucking fist brawl. And he was a big dude. He like upper body, but I was big. I'm bigger lower body, and I think he might have been drunker. But he charged at me basically. He came in a boxer, like he forgot feet were possible or something. You know, like
You know what the best stance is? Oh, I'll let you finish the story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anyway, I fucking booted him hard in the abdomen as he was fucking coming towards me. Like, good
Ooh.
sidekick. Like, and
Ugh.
he went flying backwards like 10 feet, hit the ground on his back, and was even more angry than ever.
Okay, just real quick, pause. For
Yeah.
anybody who doesn't know, you can leg press like way more weight than you can squat. So if you think about extending your foot to kick somebody, that's like almost 1,000 pounds, right? That's a lot
Yeah,
of pressure.
I hit him, and like I said, I got tree trunks, dude. Like, these
Right. So
fuckers.
you probably hit him with close to 500 pounds. Plus he was running at you, so add another 100 pounds. All that velocity and momentum, like at each other. Like, dude, I'm surprised you didn't like give that dude like some sort of aneurysm.
He hit the ground hard. He was
Yeah.
very angry. It took him a little while to get up. Like, I stood there just like kind of in shock. Like, I won that easy. Like, it just like what, you know, like.
Yeah. You don't
But no,
charge people.
yeah. But
Mm-mm.
he was drunk, and he was like, I ain't having that. And he came in with that same boxer stance, just more angry. And I did the exact same move to him a second time.
Dude, that's what
E-
happened to me when I got countered.
Even harder the second time.
Oh god.
Even harder.
So it's like, bitch, lay down. Like, oh,
Yeah, yeah,
get up,
yeah.
see what happens.
And I that time he wasn't getting up fast. He had no wind. And I got into my car and pulled off and left him in the street with take from the fucking party. Um but Anyway,
that's the law. That's the
what's
law
funny
of
is he
cause
was
and
like
effect.
he was a grade under me, and my sister is a grade under him. And
Uh,
so like they know each other kind of also. And shit. I want to say like 10 months, 11 months later or something like that, almost a year later. They happened to run into each other at a party and they were like kicking it. They were having a good time, and all of a sudden Kevin, that was his name, he was like, "Yeah, so I was hanging out with your brother a while back." And my sister's like, "Oh yeah, what'd you do?" And he's like, "Yeah, we went to a party. We got into a fight." Like, "Really? You got into a fight with my brother?" Like, "Yeah." Kevin says, "Yeah, he kicked me." And she goes,
he kicked me.
"Yeah."
He downplayed the shit out of that, didn't he?
he goes, "Yeah, he kicked me." And she's like, "Ouch." You know, 'cause she knows. and,
She already
and he
knew.
goes, and he just looks her in the eye and nods and is like, "Yeah." Yeah.
Damn. So the guy that I put the hematomas on his forehead, the guy with my grandfather's name, right, first and last name, right? He told everybody that he got beat up by a bunch of dudes. So when I apparently, got in contact with one of his ex-girlfriends, and she brought him up, I was like, "Oh, you know him?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "Did you see them knots on his forehead?" She said, "Yeah, when he got jumped by a bunch of dudes, right?" I was like, "No, that was me." She's like, "You and who else?" It's like, "No, that was just me." Like, that was me. She was like, "Damn," because they were nasty. Oh, they were so bad. I'd never seen hematomas that bad in the UFC until recently. John Chaychik, she's a female fighter, and if you type in her name, Jana John Chaychik, I can't say her last name. It's like Eastern Bloc. If you like look at her fucking swollen forehead, it's like from one side to the other is just one big hematoma. If you type in UFC fighter female hematoma Jana, you'll probably see it. But yeah, up until that point, I'd never seen cherries that bad, and I seen them like seconds after they happened. Like it was like seconds after I got up off the ground, and I looked at them. I was like, "Damn!" Like they were instant cherries. But I didn't even know I could do that. Like I wasn't aware that was in my
You don't know
skill
what you
set.
can do until you're in the situation. That's just how that
Yeah,
works. Like, most of us aren't like. I mean, a guy like I said. I mean, I'm kind of a born pacifist. I got forced into defending myself and not
exactly,
being a
bro.
victim, and
Exactly.
I got it. Like, um,
I mean, I hate Freud. Most of his shit is bullshit, but there's one thing he got correct. You are a product of your environment to a certain extent. Now, you can change yourself and make yourself better or worse if you want to, but you kind of are a product of your environment. Because if it would have been like me living in a perfect world where there was no guns and everybody liked flowers and planting fruit, if we lived in some sort of utopia, I never would have been a fighter. But because I got hut housing, which is like a brand new house. My parents designed the blueprints themselves, and then the government paid for like a big chunk of it, and they had like tiny, tiny little rent, or I guess mortgage. Like I guess everybody thought I was a rich kid, but I was like poorer than most people. Except, I don't think my parents were crackheads, but sometimes I wondered. Um, I did find needles in the closet one time. Anyway, and they weren't diabetic. But yeah, I grew up in a pretty rough neighborhood, and I was the guy with a brand new house. So it's like first grade, man. There it started. And I remember like this little kid, he was like throwing rocks at me. And as he's throwing, he's like, his dad's like a black belt in karate. And he's throwing rocks at me. And I just did that thing, like where I said, I just started like marching him down. Yeah, he's fine. He's out here hunting. I'll get him in here in a little bit. I'm watching him hunt. Love you too. All right, so my cat's hunting. Anyway, so I figured, like, yeah, I marched that dude down, and then, like, as soon as like he squared up on me, like, I just immediately delivered a left kick to his hip, and it hurts if you've ever been hitting. If you've ever hurt your hip. That shit hurt. So I was shinning him in the hip because I knew that it was painful. And then when he started scooting back and dodging me, I would like throw the kick and then spin around 360 degrees and then throw it again, catching him as he was coming back in. So I kicked the dude's ass, literally, like wrapped my foot around his ass because I was kicking him in the hip. And this other time I had to fight this other guy. And then as I'm fighting this dude, that kid that I kicked in the hip, he ran up and like stomped me in the ribs a couple times while I'm choking this other dude out. And it's like I had to fight. Like the first fight, this older kid, he was like picking on me. And my parents said, always stand your ground. Never throw the first punch and don't be afraid to throw the last. Well, this guy mounted me. So I just started like punching him in the balls like over and over and over again because he mounted me. What else was I going to do? I couldn't get up. I didn't know how. So I'm like mounted, but my arms are free. So I'm just like Donkey Konging him in the crotch like over and over and over and over and over again until he finally got off of me. And then right after that, my parents went and bought me a remote control car that had 6 wheels as like some sort of reward for standing my ground and not giving up. So I was rewarded for fighting by my own parents who were cheering me on. Kick his ass, Larry, kick his ass. And it's like, I'm a product of my environment. But I would literally be a Care Bear if I wasn't. Like if I grew up in a utopia, I would literally be Tenderheart Bear because that's what they called me when I was a child before I got to like move into the city. They called me Tenderheart Bear. So, I mean, I kind of still am Tenderheart Bear, but I'm really good at hiding it. And then I'm really good at hiding all of my other emotions too. So it's like, yeah, but I had to fight. Like there was no option. Like, do you want to fight? Yes or no? Like there was no yes or no. It's
Well,
like
that's
you
the whole
have to
idea
fight.
that's the whole idea. Fight or flight, fight or flight, fight or flight.
Yeah.
Like,
And I wasn't very fast.
and the way, especially in the 90s, like flight wasn't really an option. If you
Mm-mm.
did flee,
You were a
you
pussy.
were if you did
Targeted.
flee, you were smeared socially with
Yeah.
everybody who knew your name.
Right. Yeah. So I think I was 14 or maybe 13 or 14. See, I was dating Monica. I think I was about 13. Maybe right. Yeah, it was right. It was my 8th grade summer. So in between 8th and 9th grade, that's when I fought a bunch of those dudes at the same time, or one right after another. And then when I was in the 9th grade, that's when, what was his name? Anyway, the little brother that his big brother countered me and actually won the fight because I gave up. I don't know. Did he win the fight? Yeah, I was bleeding. He won the fight. So yeah, after he like jumped on my back and I pile drived him sideways. I think it's called the DDP. I think I remember that. They were like, Larry, you DDP'd his ass. Like, what is that? I don't know. Anyway, it's like after people saw me fight, like nobody wanted to fight after they saw me fight. But if they didn't see me fight and they knew that, I was the Tenderheart Bear, like I was the, real, like, it didn't take very much to upset me. And in those days, once you upset me, I either cried like a bitch and walked away after the last dude punched me, and I like pushed myself off the ground at the same time that I hit the ground. I walked away and I cried like a little bitch all the way home because I didn't know why they were kicking my ass. I was like, what did I do? Now, obviously, I realized that he had to save face for his homies. But yeah, it's like after I fought, nobody wanted to fight no more. And it's like at the point to where I started fighting, then I started liking it. And that's when I chased down that dude who stole my pen, but he didn't want to fight. And that's where I fucked up. That's where I fought someone who didn't want to fight. And dude, all through school, like it was illegal to fight at school. You would literally get arrested and go to jail. So I would say, hey guys, cut that shit out. Like as soon as school ends, we're all going to go to my house and you two guys are going to fight and I'll make sure that it stays 101. And they were like, oh, Larry said that he'll make sure it's 101. So everybody would come and fight and we had this open lot where nobody could get sued if somebody got hurt. And after school, kids would come to my house and I'd fight and they would fight and I would kind of referee it. And sometimes I'll be like, all right, it's over. It's over. Right. So I'd keep everybody safe. And then they would go to school the next day, be best friends, and nobody went to jail. I mean, I was providing a service.
Dude,
the way I saw
in the late 90s, like this is how bad it was, even in suburbia of like a rich fucking suburb. Like we had our own little fucking, like our little gang in this little rich suburb was probably more hardcore than most of your fucking like urban gangs. Like the way that we would handle things. I know people who got shot and killed. A guy who, in vengeance of that murder, fucking went and boarded up doors and windows and set arson to the fucking house that they lived in while they were in it. Fucking like, like, dude, like, dude, yeah, dude, like, it's absolutely insane the fucking ring of people that I used to fucking chill with. But like. Yeah, so like I don't know. That was after my jumping. Like I was like, I'm not hanging around with the pussies. I'm gonna get myself a fucking gang. You know, like
strength in numbers.
Yeah. Like so
Yeah.
that when you start fucking with me, you know what you're fucking with.
Yeah, me and my homies. So I was always a loner. I
You
didn't
know,
have a gang. I had people that were my friends one week, and the next week they were like, "Man, we could be friends out in the streets, but we can't be friends at school." I'll be like, "Fuck you, bro! How dare you say some shit like that to me?" We could be friends because I wasn't cool. I wasn't one of the cool kids. But what the problem was in this town is that it's like a retirement town. So the rich preppy kids and their families move out here to retire. So they got all this money, but it's also a farming community. So you got farm boys and city boys, and the dude, like us whites, we fought a lot. I only fought one black kid.
There was a lot of farm boys out here. Actually, what I'm getting to, what I was trying to get to, sorry, is that it was so fucking crazy. Like we started like almost like a fight club based off of the movie, right? Like, and we had there's this one girl, Sheena, that I was good friends with. She was a foster child, but she was this girl, and she was pretty, but she was too fucking buff and too fucking trained. This girl had kickboxing classes behind her. She had won fucking ribbons or medals or whatever they get. Like this little fucking bitch could fight. Like she fucking packed a punch. She was like one of my best friends. There was one day where at a party, like I said something that was just meant to be a joke, and she took it the wrong way, and she like in a split second turned around and cracked my fucking jaw. And I swear to God, that was the hardest hit. Like that's one of the hardest hits I've ever taken. And like and when I looked at her, I was like, "What the fuck, Sheena?" You know, she's like. She just played it off with a shrug of the shoulders, like, "Yeah, don't fuck with me." We used to set up these fight clubs within our own clique. So like basically training for fighting the other, groups.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're supposed to do.
And yeah, we would fight each other, and we would, dude. We had like, we started pitting women against women and shit. And they had their own little club, and this is in the late 90s in our own little small community. We're like in the front yard boxing each other and cheering each other on as friends and having beers.
That's awesome. I gotta say, there's nothing cooler than that. To have like a warrior community that you're like a part of. Because I've never really joined any group, right? When I was doing the whole cop block, it was me by myself. Like I was part of a bigger idea, but I wasn't working with anybody. It was just me on my own doing my thing. So this whole flat earth thing, this is technically like the first group I've ever joined. And it's like I'm not really used to being part of a group. I'm used to being like, the lone, ugly duckling, whatever. Let's see. I think somebody just popped in. Oh, and they go. But yeah, we kind of did that too. Like I said, we had boxing gloves, so we would go out to that spot.
No, these were bare-fisted friendly matches.
Ooh, full swing, like haymakers and
Yeah,
everything?
yeah. Haymakers,
No, we
everything.
didn't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah. So what I would teach everyone else, like, okay, here's the deal. We're friends. We're not trying to knock each other out. We're just trying to strengthen our skills. Because once you can land the jabs, then you can throw the haymakers. But we're not going to do that to each other. We're only going to land the jabs and maybe a left cross, maybe a straight right, but no haymakers, no, send them to the moon, right? So once everybody understood the rules and we all agreed to this style of combat, which is kind of like sparring at full speed. So we weren't trying to kill each other. We were just trying to sharpen each other's. And I remember seeing, like two little Mexican kids with so much heart. And they were just beating the crap out of each other. And they were getting punched so hard that they were looking at the sky for a split second. And I just remember admiring those Mexican kids because they were hardy, like really hardy. And I really
dude,
had appreciation.
we had
Yeah.
we had like I said, there was these other cliques like dude, I don't want to dox myself, but I would love to tell you the towns. Like, so there's all these like small towns around, but like they all have these like gangster fucking little fucking cliques, and we were the toughest of them all in the area anyway. No doubt about it. And like we had much bigger towns with much bigger gangs and whatever else coming in and like just trolling just rolling through slowly, like just trying to pick a guy out or whatever else, like through our hood. And like, they'd have a car or two full of people ready to just fucking start war. And okay, so one example, this guy Jason, I'll give you the last name too, Jason Tremmel. This dude was like one of the toughest dudes I've ever known in my life. Probably the toughest dude I've ever known in my life. Best fighter I've ever seen fight. His dad was a Green Beret. And he taught him from a young age everything that he knew. But he also had a drug and alcohol problem and a brain tumor.
Ooh, that's a bad mixture.
And yeah.
From my personal experience, that is a powder keg.
That is a powder keg. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, once he got initiated, you could not stop him. You could not.
Oof.
Jason,
is he still free or is he locked up?
I watched him himself nearly kill 2 carloads of people.
Yeah, that is possible. You wouldn't think it.
I've watched 2 carloads of people came in while we were fighting each other. Okay, while we were fighting each other and drinking. 2 carloads of people from another town came trolling the fucking neighborhood, slowly creeping. And I don't know how it got initiated, but they got out of their vehicles. They were here to fuck us up. And they regretted every second of it. That those motherfuckers,
they weren't ready. That's the thing. Like, I've done so much like weight training. Like, I feel like I'm completely prepared. I can't do like 25 minutes worth of fighting, but in the first 5 minutes, I feel like I'm incredibly dangerous because I'm really hard to knock out. I would say I could be knocked out, but I cover my chin with my hands. So, like I said, when I was fighting that dude, I couldn't keep my hands up. It's like I couldn't bend my elbows like to do the curl to protect my chin. So I was like, fuck this shit. If I do this shit for another 10 minutes with this dude dancing around me, I'm going to be completely exhausted. So that's the first time I threw the first punch. And the last time was the guy that countered me. So if you're not ready to fight, I would say don't, because you can get really hurt really bad. But the thing is, if you know what you're doing, you only have to make them miss by a little bit. And what I mean by that is that if they're aiming for your nose, if you look down just like real fast and you headbutt their fist, They missed by a little bit, and you win because that hurts them way more than it hurts you, or me anyway. So if you know how to move your head side to side, like head movement is key. Look at Anderson Silva, the way that he moves his head like nobody's business, like nobody else in the business, should I say. But my son taught me a very interesting thing about Taekwondo. So because of my torn quadricep, I'm still dominant right, but I have way better mobility and strength in my left. So what he taught me was that when you're standing in the position, like you make yourself as small of a target as possible by only they see this left shoulder and that's it. They can't see your chest. They can't see the other arm barely. And then what he told me to do was that when you're in that stance, you throw some jabs, right? And then you go to the other stance and you show them the other shoulder. You do not show them but like a very slim portion of your body. And that makes it an even harder target to hit. Well, for me, what I do is I jab them up a little bit and then I switch and I start jabbing with my power hand. So these are going to be really powerful punches. So if I don't hit you with my jab, I'm aiming for your liver with my left foot. And I got to tell you, or let me put it this way, Bruce Lee says, I don't care about the man who can do 1,000 kicks. I care about the man who practiced one kick 1,000 times. So that's what I did with my punching bag. I just like kicked it like over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And like, I got to say, like, dude, I would not want to fight me. Like, if I had to fight me, like right now or in the past, I wouldn't want to do it. Like, I know that, but the thing is, I don't want to hurt nobody. So that's the only good thing is I'll choke you out because I'm not very good at striking. Now, dirty boxing, like a little bit of wrestling and striking, I'm really, really good at that. But as far as striking, I'm not that good at it. But the way I look at it is I'm usually the bigger guy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for them to come to me. And when they do, they're going to eat some jabs. And then if I switch stance, they're going to eat some heavier jabs. And if they keep coming at me, they're going to get kicked. And that's even harder because if you ever got hit in the liver, knocked your breath out, etc., like you know that like when them enzymes leak out of your liver and then your blood pressure drops and at the same time your arteries dilate, like you just go to the ground and you just fold. There's like nothing else you can do once you get hit in the liver. And the thing is I'm not trying to hit you in the face. Like I said, I'm trying to break your spirit. So I'm hitting you in the body or I'm tapping you out because I'm not fast enough to hit you in the face. Your face is way too fast for me to try to catch it. So I'm going to make you think that I'm aiming for your face in my boxer stance while I'm staring you in the face. I'm actually watching your torso with my peripheral and I'm trying to hit you either dead center, dead middle, which is that spot where the two rib cages come together. I'm trying to hit you there, or I'm trying to hit you in the liver, which is a few inches over to the right. So I'm trying to like not only like win the fight, I'm trying to stop the fight with like very few, very low risk maneuvers. Like I said, I'm not trying to hit your face. And if I do break your ribs, you'll live. If your liver gets fucked up, your liver is the only thing that regenerates. So you can donate half your liver to your dad if he gets cancer, and in a few years you'll have a whole new liver. Like the whole damn thing will grow back. So yeah, always aim for the liver, the solar plexus. If they can't breathe, they can't fight. If they don't have blood pressure, they can't fight. That's the thing I like about it the most is the science. Sorry, QE, but I like the science of martial arts. The sweet science. You hit somebody in the liver, they drop. You punch somebody in the throat, they drop. You hit somebody in the eyeball, they can't see, they can't fight, they can't breathe, they can't fight. No blood pressure, you can't fight. So it's like I know the buttons to turn you off like a Nintendo Switch. And I don't have to hit them hard. I just have to hit them accurately.
Yeah, knowing how to strike, that's exactly what made this Jason guy that I was talking about so dangerous. Like, he had all the training to know how to strike, where to strike. Like, it was, I literally, we were fighting each other. These two carloads of people from another town came through to try to fight us. And one of us went out there and chased all of them off, beat the shit out of every single one of them. Literally one of the carloads left without his friends. Like, his friends were there trying to hide in the corner, like being like, please, 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 like begging for mercy because they got abandoned by their friends.
Damn.
Like,
Bad.
Dude,
That's so bad. It's bad when they tap out before they've been struck.
No.
That guy literally broke. Yeah, he didn't get hit, right?
No, I'm pretty sure he probably did get hit. I think he didn't get hit as bad as the others, and he like managed to fucking scurry off. Like ran to the backyard or some shit, and then worked his way through the back door, tried to join the party and shit. Like I'm one of you guys now.
Can't beat him, join him.
Like,
I would have called him Constantine and be like, "What's up, Constantine? If you can't beat him, join him, right? Hey,
yeah.
Come on, man."
We were like, dude, you lost. Dude, we gotta get you the fuck out of here. Like, we didn't want to see anybody die that night. You know what I mean? Like, we got a guy with a brain tumor going around and fucking murdering carloads of people. Like, stay away from Jason. We're gonna get you out of here.
Yeah, so fighting is completely moral under certain circumstances. Like that one guy that was left behind, it wouldn't have been moral to beat his ass. It would have been a crime.
No, he absolutely would have been. Dude, he was pleading. He was like, in tears. Like,
so that's the thing.
Yeah, I fucked up. I fucked up. I drove 30 miles to try to kick your ass, and now I'm begging you for mercy. Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah. See, a lot of people like martial arts, but they don't like the philosophy that goes with it. Me, on the other hand, it's philosophy first. Like, I don't want to hurt you. You don't want this kind of trouble, right? And, I don't ever put my hands up, right? Because if you strike from the waist, like an uppercut or like a bilateral punch, it has a lot of power. And people that don't see it coming, it's devastating. So, like, you always give them the opportunity, like, look, man, I know you're drunk. Let's just part ways. Let's let it go. Just let it go. Just come on, man. And then after you put them on the ground once and they get up, come on, man, don't get up. You don't have to do this. And then you put them on the ground again. And that's what I mean about breaking their will. Because for some reason, this motherfucker thinks that he could come and punk me, and I'm going to break that thought in half. That's basically what it is. You're breaking their will. You don't have to break their body. Right? Like I said, if you punch them in the liver, they're not going to die. I mean, unless you really shove their broken ribs into their liver and rupture their spleen or something. But yeah, they're probably not going to die. So it's like you don't want to have to hurt them, and you want to give them an opportunity to get away. Especially if you're talking about a court case, like if you think, somebody might call the cops, you say really loud, like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to fight, And when people hear you saying, I don't want to fight, I don't want to hurt you, that's going to look real good in your, defense, especially if somebody gets on camera. But yeah, the legality of fighting is different in different places. The number one thing that people should understand is there's a court case from the Supreme Court, and it's about fighting words. So if me and Lou are at the bar, I say, oh, you prick, why did you do that? That's not really fighting words, right? But if I say, your mother is a prostitute, okay, now if he hits me, he's not solely in trouble. Now it's going to be like, well, why did you say his mother was a prostitute? Like, why would you say that? You provoked him, obviously, and you knew that he was drunk, and you knew that it would cause a fight because we have free speech, right? So you can say, right, I think Nancy Pelosi is a whore for ISIS, right? Whatever you want, right? Well, political speech is completely covered, but not everything you say is free speech. So if you say your mother's a whore, a prostitute, right? Those are fighting words. That's not going to be good for you because you provoked it. It's kind of like going to the neighbors and being like, y'all turn down that fucking music. And then you go back to your house and you yell at the front door, if any of you come over here, I'm going to kick your ass. And then someone comes to your door and you shoot them. That's not, you're, so you're really going to prison for murder after that. I mean, literally. And this is not legal advice. Consult your lawyer. But you have to understand, like, the philosophy of fighting. There's morals involved. You don't kick people while they're down. You don't punch people while they're down, right? Because when you punch someone in the air, their head flies back and they look at the sky for a split second. When they're on the ground, their head can't fly back. So all that force, your punch, is being absorbed in between the ground and your fist, and that's going to fracture somebody's skull. So you don't hit people while they're down. It's a no-no.
All right,
And a
but
lot of
what
people
if
have to
what
understand.
if 2 carloads of people came to kick your ass and you're singly fighting them off, like this Jason dude?
Yeah, there's no rules. That's different.
Like, so, dude, they literally peeled out of there while he was slamming the driver door on the driver's leg as he was peeling out of there.
Like I said, powder keg.
I
mean, literally. Like the thing that Donkey Kong was like throwing full of fucking gunpowder. Just a keg of it. Like that was him. That would have been his street name if I was, because I give people Native American names. Always have. I give people nicknames, right? When they earn them, right? So yeah, I would have called that dude Powder Keg. Like you talk about Powder Keg over there? Nah, bro. That's his girl.
Well, dude, he got expelled from high school. The high school I went with the year before I started there. He was a grade above me. He got expelled for fighting. And his little brother, Eric, got into like the smallest little tiff one day. I was there for it. Smallest little fucking argument. And I heard Eric say, like, yeah, you want to talk like that? Like, I'm going to tell my brother about it.
Oh shit.
It's like, I'm like, oh fuck. Dude, Jason came back on campus the next day in the morning as everybody was walking into school. He met the guy at the front door and trucked him over the fucking head with a fucking skateboard.
Oh man.
Dude.
That is a hell of a shot.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I didn't ever do anything like that. I don't think I ever used a weapon once. Let me think about that for a second. Did I ever? I don't think I ever. Yeah, because my dad taught me not to pick up sticks because that's a different criminal offense. My dad was like, I don't know if he was like on the spectrum or something, but he was kind of weird. Like he didn't talk much, but when he opened his mouth, you listen to what he said because it was solid gold information. So he would say stuff like, "Don't throw the first punch." Well, that's assault. Don't fight people in their yards. In Texas, that'll get you fucking killed. If everybody jumped off the bridge, would you do it? That's a logical fallacy, right?
Right.
So he would say certain things
but
like
I had this gang in town, and like I was already friends with them. It's like, are you gonna like go against them, or are you gonna be a part of them? Like, yeah, like clearly this guy just sent a message in my first few weeks at this school. Like nobody was ever going to fuck with me as long as I was friends with that family.
Nice.
Ever.
Very nice. Yeah, there's strength in numbers. There's no doubt about it. They do not like motorcycle gangs, not because of the motorcycles, not because, they sell meth while doing charity at the same time, not because they beat up child molesters and stuff like that. They don't like motorcycle gangs because there is strength in numbers. I guarantee it. I mean, they may care because they're not getting a cut of the meth. I'm not talking about the 99. I'm talking about the 1%ers. So the cops don't get a cut on the meth, right? Because that's what they want. They want in. Like you can't be doing business without getting taxed. Basically, you're going to go to jail or somebody from your gang for 5 years, and then we'll leave you alone. Besides, petty crime, we'll arrest you for petty shit here and there. But other than that, we'll leave you alone if you give us 30 grand a month. I'm assuming that sort of thing goes on. I have no evidence, but They don't like the motorcycle gangs, the one percenters, because there is strength in numbers. If you got like 30 dudes that will be at your house in 5 minutes, if you make a phone call, one phone call, they do not like that. In fact, there was this guy who's a truther. I think he was from Alaska.
That's how tight we were. Like literally, like we would just
they don't like that.
That's yeah. It was
That's
bad.
why there's such harsh laws against gangs, and they've passed all these crazy like unconstitutional laws in certain places because of gangs, because they have to break the Constitution in order to control these gangs. Because you can't. There's too many. Like, think about it. If this dude, he got arrested after he was a truther, and he said, at any time, I could call 200 people with rifles, and they would show up for me immediately. After he said that, he got arrested, and he was a truther.
Dude, the messed up people that I hung out with. All right, I dated a girl. I didn't really date her. She was like just like she was a sleaze actually. She was there was a girl that when I was going to my little bit of college that she clearly wanted me, and I was a young adult, and I was like, hey, free sex is free sex, and I made a fucking fuck friend out of her, right? Well, one of my friends, the same one who robbed, same group of friends that was mixed in with that like stolen CDs thing. Well, this guy ripped her off on some ecstasy, like, and it wasn't even much. It was like a few pills. She was so angry about it, and I tried to be like, look, it's not a big deal. I'll pay for it. Like, fucking, if you're worried about that. And it was about the principle. But her foster brother was a complete psychotic. And gangster, whatever else. She told him about her being ripped off for 3 pills of ecstasy and wanted it dealt with. His deal to make with her was, okay, I'll deal with it if you let me stab you in the leg. And she said, okay. And he pulled out a 4-inch fucking blade and stabbed her in the fucking thigh. Sank it in.
He sunk it? Oh,
sank
my God.
In the fucking thigh.
Was she an adult at the time?
Yeah.
She
like
got exactly
maybe
what she
probably
asked
20,
for then.
20, 21, 22 years old, something like
Contract fulfilled, bitch. Moving on.
But there was the price she was willing to pay. She knew her foster brother was a complete psycho. She knew what she was paying for with that. He came into their house, or one of the main guy's house, whatever. Like he came into the house, a family full of people at like dinner time, 6 o'clock at night, with 2 other friends masked up with like Uzis and shit, like semi-automatic. And he fired up the entire place, made everybody shit themselves, piss themselves, didn't kill anybody, but completely holed the entire place and walked out over 3 pills of ecstasy and a stab in the leg.
My wife came outside and said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like something from the movies. I'm guessing anybody listening is like, I don't believe him. He's making this shit up. Dude, I wish I was making this shit up. I wish I was making this shit up. That was a girl I was screwing. She took a stab in the leg for her brother to shoot up a place. Oh my God.
Yeah, people are dumb, man. I mean, I can't put it into words. There's not the correct amount of English for me to say the stupid things that people do. And the kicker is that most of the problems that people have are self-inflicted. Like, you are your number one worst enemy. Like, that is the truest statement I've ever heard.
You put yourself into the situation. Like, I put myself into that situation, being around those people. You know, like.
Well, we'll be right back.
It's one thing to say that you're only reacting, but that's not really true. You're controlling where you go, the situations you put yourself in, the problems that you put yourself in. You have to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, like the time I fought those 4 dudes one right after another. If I would have just, not said anything to the guy, he probably would have just let me walk. But because I was like, "You're gonna kick my ass," 7 or 8 good hearty laughs. Like Cat Williams said. I was laughing like in his face, right? And because I did that, he had to save face. So he probably would have let me walk if I wouldn't have said nothing. And I say let me walk, but you know what I mean.
What's funny is now is I sound like I sound like such a fucking white boy boomer, like at 40 years old. With
Dude,
most of
people
the
don't
time when I
realize
talk
me and
on
you,
here, but like you, dude, you
dude,
Gen
me and
X,
you grew up
you
in the
Gen
old
Zs,
world.
you Gen Zs and shit like that. Like you have no fucking clue what we went through. You have
Yeah, you
no
guys are like
fucking clue.
fighting each other. Like we hear the
You
people
know.
coming here all the time. Why are you attacking me? Why are you being so aggressive? Like you don't know what attack means, bro. Like we're not being aggressive. We're just using words here. Like your microaggressions are making my butt hurt. Can somebody send me some preparation H?
What?
You know how flaky people are these days. When we was children, tell the story about how somebody messed with your sister and you grabbed them by the hair and drug them off the pier.
Or
Tell the story. I'll put it on speakerphone.
he was harassing her, and I just remember thinking it wasn't right because there were other people up there, like adults, and nobody was doing anything. So I was like, fuck it. And I ran, leaped, jumped, grabbed his fucking hair, ripped him down onto the fucking wooden part of the pier, and I drug him. And I was like, to me, it just doesn't seem right. I did the same thing to William. I like stuck a fucking stick in the back tire of his bike because he was trying to get away after fucking with my brother. I don't like it. I just don't think people should be mean to people. We should have come past that already by now. That's why I stayed home on my couch. There ain't a fucking person there for me to offend or bother. And it's a blinker on that motherfucking either. I can just sit on it. Oh,
The story's over.
yeah, I mean, it's basically like just, and I might be tiny as fuck, but you never know. I mean,
Yeah, this girl is 100 pounds soaking wet on a good day. I think she has some sort of anemia. I feed her as much steak as she can eat, but she's small. She's small. She had health problems, spinal meningitis when she was a child, but she's 100 pounds soaking wet, and she's what, 5'5"?
4.
5'4"?
I'm very tiny.
Yeah, she's tiny, very small. She looks like an Asian, right? So think like a little Japanese woman, very feminine. Yeah, no, you're not Asian. But if you piss her smooth the fuck off, hell hath no fury.
Like every time I pass a cop, I want to shoot in their fucking faces.
Okay, we're gonna keep it a little cleaner.
And it does.
You hear me moderating my life?
It makes me angry. But there's nothing you can do. There's no.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is that, like, if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, like, things were way different. People didn't just shoot each other all willy-nilly like they do today. Like, if you wanted to hurt somebody, you're pretty, you're pretty safe behind a gun, right? But if you really wanted to hurt somebody, like, you had to get close enough to him where he could hit you so that you could hit him. And I think that that's the manly way to do things. And nowadays, everybody wants to like call the cops because that dude had the camera. Oh my God, call the police. They'll show up with nightsticks and tasers, and they have what is it? What is it?
It's not their job.
They have a monopoly on force.
It's not their job to protect you.
Stop talking for a second. So call in the gangsters to have this guy beat, tased, and or arrested or killed because he has a camera. And it's like back in the day. Like back in the day, if there was a problem and somebody was
Yeah, we used to
had a
take that.
camera at the
We
swimming
used to
pool,
take care of that locally,
yeah,
motherfuckers.
yeah,
We used to we had our little gangs there to make sure, oh, sure that shit went right. For example, okay, so I've told you a bunch of horror stories from this neighborhood, this like rich suburban neighborhood. Uh, but there was a dude who came in who was a rapist. He raped at least 2 or 3 girls in the fucking community, but nothing could be pinned on him. And he also had an STD and was spreading it around by doing this. And the girls were telling horror stories, just like terrible. But like the cops wouldn't do anything. Like they didn't pay attention to you. If you were part of these groups, it didn't matter what you said. You could never be a victim. Okay, so like vigilanteism fucking took place, and we put that same guy who burned down somebody's house, like I told you. He put out a fucking after his 4 years of prison. He fucking uh this other dude was going around raping people and spreading an STD, and the cops wouldn't do shit about it. He put up a fucking price for that dude's head. He made it $50 per tooth that you could get out of him. So everybody in town was trying to hunt him down and give him a Kirby and collect as many teeth as possible.
yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that nowadays people are so domesticated, they'll call someone else to do their violence, right? They're not man enough to do their own violence. In my day, if someone is standing up in front of you, acting like they're going to hit you, and then they try, you're not thinking about calling the cops. Why would you call another man to handle your business? So in my day, growing up, if somebody got in your face and tried to hit you, you stop them by yourself. You don't like calling the cops is the last thing I thought of after I fought those 4 dudes in the park after I went swimming. Like I didn't even think about calling the cops. It was the last thing I thought of. Like, why would I call another man to come handle my shit?
So with the rapist, eventually, it's funny. So like this was before the guy that I kicked in the abdomen. That his name was Kevin Mansky. Kevin Mansky got kicked by me after he had gone to jail for as a juvenile for a period of time. Because the rapist, him and this guy Troy, they lured him down a fucking path, like saying that there was like drugs like stashed there or something like that. They lured him down there and fucking beat him over the head with a baseball bat and shit and left him bleeding nearly to die. He would have died. He's lucky he lived. They had like, I don't know. They had long sentences for juveniles anyway. Attempted murder. But yeah, the guy that I kicked, it was after he went to jail for attempted murder.
Yeah, I'm just thinking we're all way too domesticated. We should be capable of extreme violence, but always sober, moral, and holding it back unless it's absolutely necessary, the last resort, because all other forms of communications and democracy have failed. That's just what I think. You should be a lion, but cage yourself.
People,
Yeah,
by the way, I
go
don't
ahead.
know if I don't know if the '90s was this fucked up everywhere, but during the like late '80s and during the '90s, like the gang culture, it was really highly centered around like the Chicago area, which Milwaukee is a Chicago suburb, and there was big like gang wars between them and us, and like this whole like Chicago, Milwaukee, like there's other cities that are connected too, but like there were some of the most like dangerous criminals in the world at the time. Like we're not fucking around.
Yeah, your cities are way different than mine. Um, like it was rare to see someone fight with a weapon, and with your, you growing up in those cities, that would have been pretty commonplace, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was. It was very commonplace.
Yeah, like I don't remember ever seeing someone hit somebody with an object. It was usually fisticuffs, punching. Why are you looking at me like
And it
that?
was
Okay, I stand corrected. My wife is reporting that her stepdad
he threw a piece of chicken steak
threw a hot piece of chicken fried steak across the living room,
and it went, like over the seat couch.
over the couch. It hit her brother.
Table.
It was targeted for you, though, right?
Yeah,
I already knew that. So she picked up a wooden rocking chair that belonged to her grandmother, and she threw it at her drunk stepdad.
This was like not those little, this was like, you know, you could see and shit. What was that cell phone? It was.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. He launched a hot chicken fried steak at you.
Me.
It hit your brother square in the face. So you, with a baby in your hand, that you picked up a rocking chair that belonged to your grandmother, like the wooden kind with no mechanical springs, and you threw it across and hit him with it. You should be lions. You should be tight. You should be a lioness.
Dude, and I threw the cell phone at him, and man, I got him right in the temple.
God,
Right in the fucking temple, dude. That shit was awesome.
he deserved it.
He did. Coming in crying about not having any money for diapers, but, you know, doing crack like every fucking week after he got paid. And his parents, they fucking supported it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
At that time, it was over.
Yeah, this dude came in naked. He sold his clothes. He sold his tailgate.
Jackets.
He sold his boots.
His dad and mom would buy him leather, brand name, like
Cowboy jackets.
jackets.
And he would just crack it all up. He sold his windshield. Oh, the back glass. Crack is whack, folks. Don't do drugs. Yeah, she's saying she should write a book. You should write a book. Yeah, write all that stuff down and make you feel better.
Every second.
No, it's actually true. If you write down trauma and you like face the things that traumatized you and you like deal with it.
A lot of it's so repressed that I don't like,
Yeah, but if you can remember an incident that was longer than 6 months ago,
oh, well, like, yeah,
it's pretty traumatic.
smells and things like that will set it off.
That's different. Your smell is closely tied to your memory system. It's right next to your brain. The smell center of your brain is closely tied into the memory center.
Yeah, like starving in the lunchroom usually is a smell of food that I don't get every time,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lunch.
How do you starve in a lunchroom? Oh, okay.
There was this one kid once who I was telling you about the Trummel family. We used to hang out at their pad. Their place got broken into, and somebody stole like some shit out of their garage. Like a snowboard was the biggest thing. The cops traced it down, and they figured out who stole it. And it was this kid named Cyrus that lived like down the block. He was a couple grades younger than I was. He was my sister's age. Anyway, he's just a little young punk, fucking stealing fucking snowboards out of like the most dangerous fucking family in town out of their garage. Like, like how stupid could you possibly be? The cops, when they traced it down, they told us they're like, look, no repercussions. Like, no, like we found it. You're getting the board back. There will be no repercussions. Yeah, well, we had to distance that. We just had to. We had. The fucking kid. Me, and I was the aggressor here. I started it. Went with a guy that was much older with his vehicle. We went to his house. It was winter. Knocked on his door, and his parents weren't home. I was at the front. I had like two other friends behind me that were his age, and I was like, I knocked on the door. He answered the door, and he's on the phone. And I was like, hey, what's up, Joe? Your parents home? And he was like, I gotta let you go, he says to the person on the phone. I'm like, what's up, Joe? Is anybody here with you? Are your parents home? And he's like, no. Anyway, so I grabbed him by the collar and I just wailed on him once, just hit him real good right across the fucking face. And then I threw him to my friend, who then hit him once in like the stomach, and then threw him to the next friend, who hit him again in like a kind of a kidney shot almost. And then it came back to me, and I threw him into like the bushes that were covered in snow while he was wearing his like sweatpants and t-shirt and shit. And then we gave him a face wash and jumped into the car and fucking ran away. You know, we just roughed him up. That was it. We roughed him up. But it was funny how the cops fucking came. They were like, look, we know who stole your snowboard, and there will be no repercussions. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. No, it's just getting roughed up.
Dude, that reminds me of a time I was playing football. This is a wild story. I can't even believe I'm going to tell it, but okay, here it goes. So I'm playing football with a bunch of guys at the Catholic church. We're not Catholic, but it was next to the open lot, and it was a little wider, so we could, get a little further down the field, right, and have, a little football game. So it was contact football. We didn't play tag football like those days. I think we might have played tag football when we were in school on the clock, but only because they forced us. So we're playing full contact football, no pads. That's just how we roll, right? And I remember after a long game, I'm sitting down kind of like on a curb on a sidewalk type thing. And I'm talking to my other friend, Tim, and I'm not really talking to anybody else. Me and him are exchanging words and talking. And this dude, out of nowhere, he walks up and he soccer kicks me right in the face, right in the mouth. And I didn't see him do it. I didn't know he was going to do it. Cheap shot, right? He got me. So I stand up and I'm bleeding and I'm spitting and I'm extremely pissed off and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, which one of you mother did it? And nobody answered. So I kept saying it over and over and over again, and nobody answered it. And then finally somebody points at this guy, right? So I back him up against the wall. I put my forearm against his throat I tell them off really good. If you ever touch me again, whatever I said. And as I'm choking him with my forearm, I start punching him in the stomach and in the ribs because, like I said, I hit the body. I start punching him in the stomach and the ribs. He's a fat boy, so he didn't have a whole lot of muscle to protect him. And then I look around. I was like, anybody else? Anybody else? And I'm just spitting and bleeding. And, I imagine I scared the fuck out of those dudes because they probably imagined that I was going to get knocked out by this one. But, yeah, after that, I walked home and cried with my friend. I cried like a lot because I didn't know why he kicked me. But apparently later I found out that he said to the other guys, like, hey, if I go kick him, will you guys get my back? And they were like, yeah, we'll get your back. Go kick him. And then when he kicked me, nobody got his back. But apparently I was a little too rough on the football field. That's why he kicked me.
Wait, so but the guy that kicked you was the guy that you punched in the ribs and shit?
Well, I don't know for sure who kicked me in the face. I just
Yeah,
know
that's what
that
I'm wondering.
everybody
It's
pointed at
weird,
that guy.
man. It's just like
Everybody
I
pointed
don't
at that
know
guy.
if it's a fat guy. I mean, I don't know if he could reach up that high if he kicked.
No, I was sitting on the curb. Like imagine me
Oh,
sitting on the curb.
you were sitting on the
My
curb.
knees
Okay.
are forward, right? My elbows are on my knees. I'm looking to the left, and then a guy from my right comes up, and with his right foot, he's fucking
Pow!
kicking me right in my teeth. He kicked me in my teeth and busted my lips. And then I stand up bleeding and spitting and drooling, yelling at the top of my lungs. And they already knew that I was like,
They were like, you were
not the
like,
type.
who the fuck?
Yeah. So I mean, they pretty much, they were terrified. I never seen those dudes. They
They
were
thought you were going to
terrified.
be knocked out.
Yeah, they thought I was going to be knocked out, but they hit me in the mouth and not the jaw. If he would have hit me in the jaw, I would have been knocked out.
Yeah.
But again, I guess I was lucky and I missed. But yeah, that is a true story.
Wow.
I cried all the way home.
Yeah, I mean,
Cried like a baby.
with a lot of these stories, and lose laughing, but also when you get in a fight, it's not always it's like yeah, I won that fight. Well, for some people, it
No,
can be,
dude. When you got friends behind your back, it is always like that. That's the
it
thing. Like
can be, but I mean, you don't want necessarily for anyone to be hurt, but you definitely do want to show your gumption, your manhood, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking. I'm just talking
worse.
about. I'm not trying to brag about like how tough I was or anything. I'm all these stories have to do with friends like backing me up or why I was untouchable or whatever else. Like it's more about just like how it was back then. Like where now do the stuff that we did then would be like a terrorist act and like a national fucking story on the news.
Oh, I know. Everybody's a
like,
pussy now, right? Because like when you were talking about what was happening in Wisconsin back then, and I posted it, I was just like, man, shit was crazy in Little Rock. And they made a documentary about Little Rock in the early 90s. and I was yeah, it was called Banging in Little Rock. It was about the gangs in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh,
You haven't seen that? Anyway, it was a big deal. It was on HBO. Anyway, so it was early 90s. It was freaking crazy in Little Rock. It was like, you're going to downtown Little Rock? Oh, that's hardcore. But I was there all the time. And I'm a white guy, and it was like black gangs in Little Rock, and they were fucking killing each other everywhere. But I guess since I was white, they didn't kill me. It was black people killing black people, so I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to Little Rock. I'm a white guy, and they're not gonna kill me.
And I gotta say,
I live right outside of Little Rock, so I mean, I pretty much was in Little Rock at the time. So anyway,
I feel privileged not to grow up in like Dallas, because dude, I literally shit you not, I was like less than 5 years old. Wasn't even in kindergarten. I'm outside in an apartment complex, and teenagers are throwing rocks at me, and that's why we moved out here. We got the fuck out of the city.
Dude, I grew up in the suburb of Little Rock, and I ain't gonna lie, man, it was pretty fucked up. It was pretty fucked
I bet, dude. That's a bigger city, right? Little Rock?
Yeah, I mean, it's like
International
saying.
airport size.
quarter of a million people.
I'm
at
just
least.
saying, look at what gangsters were back in the 90s, right? And look at what they are now. Now, you don't even have to be on the streets to be a gangster. Now you're a gangster because you make rap music and you have rainbow fucking dreadlock.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, I'll
saying.
give you
See,
that.
I was trying to be a rock
Now
star.
you
You know, I was just like, hey, can I play my fucking guitar and sing, you know, and playing clubs, you know, in Little Rock. And it's like when you go to downtown Little Rock, back in, you know, in the early 90s, it was pretty hardcore, man. But at the same time, got enough freaking hardcore white guys around, which all these hardcore white guys that used to hang out with us, they're all fucking liberal punks now. Like on Facebook, dude.
Must be the brain damage.
It is. There's some fucking brain damage going on with all the hardcore liberal, hardcore fucking bands that I used to, you know, back in the early '90s. All these guys are total liberals now, or lib fucking punks now, and they just believe every single nonsense, everything they say on TV.
Soy boys, man. This
Yeah,
food,
they're totally
it's not
sold
good
out.
for you.
It's weird for me, but I was just like, man, I thought they were hardcore fucking punk weirdos back in the day, but now they're all totally sold out to the you know, the lib nonsense. It's
I gotta say, I know some of the Cossacks, and you probably heard about the Cossacks in Waco, Texas. There was a shootout between the Cossacks and the police, or something like that. But I know like some of them, like long-term friends, and you know, like I said, I don't really join groups or anything. I've been asked to go ride with them, but I really don't like riding with other people because people are stupid. But anyway, yeah. So like I've been around, you know, some really hardy type people that could really fuck some shit up if they wanted to. But it's like as long as you're respectful, like you're good. Like you can go to their house, eat with them, party with them a little bit, and as long as you don't disrespect the old lady, you're good.
yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not saying the Cossacks are one percenters, but they are a motorcycle club, and they definitely are thick as thieves with one another. But yeah, I wouldn't join just because if one of them does something bad, right, then I'm wearing that same, you know, what is it, motorcycle club patch on my leather. You know what I mean? So
Hey,
I wouldn't
man, you're
join.
wearing the flat Earth badge right now. You're on here.
Oh yeah, I kind of think about it from time to time, like all the people that I've pissed off and all the political stuff that I've said. You know, I bet there's a lot of people that would just love to find me on my motorcycle one day. Oops, I didn't know that guy.
It's
Never
like
mind.
it's just like, you know, people will say, "Hey, you're a flat earther. I'm going to beat the fuck out of you just because you're a flat earther." I don't know anything about it. They can beat the fuck out of you physically or, you know, politically or whatever. It's like, hey, the only reason you're doing this is because you're afraid to have the conversation. It's not my fault that you don't know about it.
And yeah, I was just talking to Lou about sports. You know, we both played contact sports, and we were kind of reminiscing what it was like growing up in the '90s. So
yeah, I wasn't
everything
a
I said
sportsman. I
tonight,
was in music. You know, go ahead.
everything I said tonight's 100% true. I may have left out, you know, things here and there, but yeah, just it's what happened. It's the kind of life that I lived, and now I have a very peaceful life, and I'm very glad that I don't have to fight. But at any
And
moment, if I see somebody like hurting someone that's innocent, I am
dude,
not capable of standing by.
I was bullied as a kid, you know.
I
And
was too for about 10 seconds.
no, well, I was bullied a lot more than that.
Yeah,
But I did
Hank,
fight
so was
back.
I by 6 dudes as they stomped me into the ground, and after that, it was fucking over.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what I was
never
saying.
gonna
I
get
mean,
into that situation ever again.
I got
You know,
bullied
like
by
fuck
some
that.
people, and
No,
I
I
was
will
just
be
like,
the
no, fuck
aggressor
this.
over the victim.
And so
Day.
we all got suspended because I fought back. You know, it's like, motherfucker, they attacked me. I get
Yeah, the
suspended
schools don't
too.
care about that. There is no morals in schools. Like if you get punched in the nose and then you get back up and you punch him in the nose, you're the bad kid because you fought back. That doesn't make any sense to me. That don't make no sense. I remember getting in fights at school. They made me bear crawl through stickers. I'm talking a field that wasn't meant for football is full of sticker burrs. You know the little round ones that are sticky
Yeah,
like
I
a
do.
vine?
I do know that one.
I bear crawled through that shit like I don't even know, like 300
What as
yards.
punishment for
Yeah, for
fighting?
fighting in school. Yeah,
Oh
and it
fuck!
wasn't even my fault, dude. Okay, it's if I say it, it's gonna sound like a hate crime. But I was in the locker room.
It already does.
I was in the locker room, and this guy came up, and he was a known homosexual, and he put his hands on my testicles, and I immediately like pushed him into the locker, and I punched him in his right eye until he collapsed. And then the fourth punch landed on the vents on the locker, and it cut my hand really bad because it was like, sheet metal. Because I
Right,
expected his head to still be there when the fourth punch landed.
but he
Well,
was
anyway,
already down.
yeah, he's already down, and I don't mess with people when they're down. But anyway, I did that because he assaulted me first, and then I assaulted him. So in my eyes,
He
I was
assaulted
supposed to
you by touching your nuts.
yeah, he literally like ding ding, like you know, from the bottom up, bling bling. He
What?
like bounced
So
me.
so he cupped you, and then you said, "Fuck you, mother!" Pow 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 pow.
Yeah, it was an instant reaction. Like, okay,
Mm.
like I didn't think about it at all. It was automatically, I didn't like that, you're gonna pay. So when the coaches came in, they were like, all right, who's fighting? I was like, fuck, man, who fucking told on me? I'm like, shit. It was like, I'm bleeding on my right
Were there
hand.
witnesses?
Oh yeah, dude, it was a locker room full of kids.
All right, cool. Continue on.
Yeah, and I'm
Sorry to keep
bleeding on my
going.
hand. My hand's just dripping blood, right? And then the other guy, his eyes like swollen red, cherried out. Me, and then the coach made me bear crawl. This was before I went to high school, so this was middle school. Bear crawl through like sticker burrs, and I just remember stopping and picking out the sticker burrs and keep on bear crawl because bear crawl means you run on your hands and your feet like a bear.
I know what
So
that means.
after like 300 yards, he was like, "Why do y'all keep stopping?" Because he knew that I wasn't the type to get tired. I was like, "You're making me bear crawl through sticker burrs, coach," and I'm stopping to get them out of my hands. He said, "Oh, there's sticker burrs. All right, come on, y'all done."
Well, he knew that shit already. Whatever. Yeah, so you played football in school?
But yeah, seventh grade to ninth grade. I came back in the 10th grade, and like I said, I put myself on my back every time I went up to the line because I didn't have a good foundation.
Yeah, I played for like. Well, I actually never did a scrimmage or anything. I trained a little bit, and I was like, "Fuck this."
Hey, in my defense, though,
I'm a
if
choir boy. I'm a choir boy, so then I went into
ain't
choir.
nothing wrong with that, bro. I played music after I got injured, but in my defense, okay, had I been a woman and a man sexually assaulted me and grabbed my vagina, and I hit the man three
I'll,
times in the eye, wouldn't
hell
that
yeah,
be
I'll fuck.
normal? Isn't that
Nah,
normal for
yeah,
sexual
fuck
assault?
yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, because you can't just walk up to a woman and grab her by the pussy unless you got, Donald
Unless
Trump,
you,
my father, loaned me
unless
$1
you.
million, a small loan of $1 million, right? You can't do that. You can't just sexually assault people and then
That's
pay your
the
way out, right?
story,
So this dude, he like rang my bells, and I was, full of test. I was
dude.
so,
Yeah,
ooh, it was pissed
yeah, I
off.
totally get that. I mean, like when I was in junior high, there's this guy. I got suspended a couple times because of this fucking guy kept fucking with me, and we get in fights. But it wasn't a real fight because he probably was too scared to really fight me. He would just fuck with me, and
Trolling you.
you remember? I don't know if you know anything. It's called the booty bump, but he was a fast guy and he could jump up really high, like where you're just standing there, having a good time with your friends, just talking. and then he just like has this booty bump thing where he can just jump really high and hit you in the back of the head with his ass. You know,
I know what you're talking about. It's a hip
just like,
bump.
what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm just standing here talking to my friends, like, look at the booty bump. Bam! That motherfucker hits me. And it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do after he does that to me?
Make sure he never does it again to you ever again.
Yeah, I'd try to fight him, right? And so then we both get suspended because I try to kick his ass after he does it. Whatever. Fucking
yeah, schools are weird about fighting. It's almost like they reward the first guy who throws the first punch, and then the guy who fights back, oh, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, Miguel right there. That one right there. It's like this little skinny ass bully. I've seen the video's longer. That kid wasn't doing anything. This little fucking skinny kid. Have you seen this one before that Miguel just posted there in the Livestream voice text? That kid really fucked this skinny ass kid up. He was trying to be a bully to this bigger kid. And he was just like, hey, don't fuck with me. And he's like, he just fucking slams his ass. And there's a longer video there. And I feel bad for the big kid because he didn't have to. It's just like, dude, don't fuck with me, or I'll fucking slam your ass into the concrete. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm twice your size. Why the fuck would you even fuck with me? Yeah. Anyway, that's what. Yeah, you see it now.
Yeah, I see it now. Wobble. You got the chicken legs.
Yeah. Dude, he just all he had to do was just pick him up a little bit and slam him on the car. It was just like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm just trying mind my own fucking business. Get away, get out of my face. And that's happened to me several times, when I was growing up. Just like, dude, don't fuck with me.
Yeah, you're awesome, Miguel. You're awesome, bro.
He is too. Yeah, Miguel's awesome as well.
I think I got in some other fights, but I can't remember them all.
Well, I mean, fights aren't fun, unless it's like if you're a fighter, it's fun. But if you're not a fighter, it's not fun. It's like,
okay, the bully.
I don't want to hurt somebody. No, but I can.
Look, somebody who's been in there, it's never really fun, dude. It's like
scary.
Yeah,
but it's adrenaline.
Fun isn't really what it's about.
Well, I mean, if it's for sport, that's a different.
If it's for sport, that's for fun. It might as well be the same fucking word.
Yeah, that's what I'm
talking about. But if it's out of anger or it's just like you're just pissed and you want to, you're trying to hurt somebody, but you actually don't want to hurt them. You just want them to not hurt you.
Okay, so I got one last story. This guy, he was set back a few grades, so he should have already graduated. I was a freshman. This dude's like pushing 19, 20 years old, still in high school for some reason. And he walked up to me. I knew him as a bully, a known bully. And he walked up to me. He grabbed me by the waist and lifted me up in the ear. And immediately I clapped his ears. He put me down immediately. Later on, this dude goes to prison because he did like a wrestling move on a kid and really fucked him up. So he could have dropped me on my head and like really hurt me. But before he had a chance to slam me, I popped his ears like a clap. And remember what I said earlier about me on the butterfly? Like I was like a beast on the butterfly machine. So like I definitely hurt that dude. And the fight was immediately over because I clapped his ears. But he should have picked me up by my arms. Well, then he would have got headbutted. Yeah,
dude, is in UFC. In UFC, is that a legal move where if you clap someone's ears? I mean, that's
It is, but you're likely to get punched and knocked out.
I don't know. You can stun them really quick with that.
Original UFC, there was no rules. That wouldn't have been a thing. Yeah, like
Right.
UFC, most people don't remember it, but as a adolescent, that was another thing, a 90s driven thing, where literally they just gave you a fucking octagon and there were no rules other than that. And then somebody died and they somebody died and they had to take it off the air for a period of time.
Oh, maybe
they had to rewrite the rules. They had to bring in new so like
That's
original
not
UFC was a
true.
deadly game. It's not anymore.
Well, I don't think
It
that's
can
what
be.
we're
I've seen
up
people
to.
get their skulls
No, I
crushed.
don't think that's true, Lou. I mean, where
That
did
is
you get
true.
this from?
Go ahead and look.
Right.
Look up the history of the UFC.
Look, well, why don't you send it to me and then I'll look at it?
No. I'm not going to do it for you. I'm just telling you. It came out, somebody died, and it went off the air for a number of years. They had to rewrite the rules in order to bring it back to the mainstream.
Did you see the first original UFC fight? It was like this big fat Chinese dude versus like some skinny dude.
Dude, that skinny white dude, the dude you're talking about, like he hurt that dude on purpose, and he said that every chance he got, he just wanted to hurt people. So they did like an interview like years later, and he was like, "What were you thinking of the fight?" He was like, "I just wanted to hurt somebody really bad, like as bad as I could." Like he said like some really bad shit.
No, he was
Because
a
nowadays the fighters
OG
are,
psychopath.
in my opinion, it's fixed. Yeah, he was OG psychopath. But nowadays the fights are fixed. When you look at the fights, in my opinion, because I've been studying the sport so long, now they're sparring and people are getting paid for it. Every once in a while, like in the prelims, or maybe like some up and coming guys, they're incredibly deadly and they're not sparring. But if you're looking at like Colby Covington fighting, what's his name, Kumar Usman, so he's like the African champ. Usman could have destroyed this dude a long time ago. The second time they fought, because I watched it recently live here with a buddy of mine, and when I watched it, I was like, man, that looked like a sparring match.
What's
And
like
then
when I watch a lot of like movies that have like swordsmanship, this, as a swordsman, which I'm not, but I'm a fan of swordsmanship, right?
shit, I am. You should see me and my little boy have some lightsaber battles.
Okay.
You'd be impressed, bro.
Okay, but would you ever kill him?
My boy? What do I look like, Abraham? No, bro.
No, dude. Like unless it's look, if it's a fight between, if it's a street fight between life and death, somebody's gonna die. Okay,
all right, well,
that's just all there is to it.
Check this out.
But
Like, the sport of swordsmanship is
You're talking about fencing, no?
Offensive and defensive. I mean, it's fencing,
Exactly.
basically. Fencing. And
fencing is actually one of my favorite martial arts. And I'm not one of those rich white people that can afford fencing. But if I were to tell you, if you're training to be a martial art, you need to learn fencing, because fencing teaches you, number one, footwork. Number two, judgment of distance. Number three, timing. Number four, defense. Parry, thrust, parry, parry, thrust, thrust, parry, parry.
Parrying is everything. Oh, but
so fencing is, I know it sounds stupid, but fencing is the shit.
Yeah, it is stupid because you're using these little fucking lightweight swords to poke each other and with balls at the end and go on guard. Like, it is stupid.
That's just how they practice.
No, it's not stupid, bro.
Back in the day, that's how they fought.
The reason
that's just how they practice.
The reason I brought it up is because if you have a sword and you have the intent to kill someone and they don't have any defense against you, you're gonna fucking slash and stab them all together. Now, you know what I mean? So it's like, you have a sword, they don't. What are you gonna do?
Well,
what are
I
they
wasn't
gonna
completely done. Hank. Yeah. So like on the plus side, what you're saying, it's about reaction time, footwork, this and that, knowing the right place to strike, when to strike, all that, and it's practice. That's what it's meant to be.
Right.
So yeah, there's
You
a
don't want to
lot
practice
of
and
good stuff
accidentally
to be
stab your
lot
homie
of
in the
good
heart.
stuff to be learned in that. And
All right, so if you have one person against another, one has a sword, the other doesn't. Can you defeat that person?
Oh yeah, wait for him to
Yes,
swing.
you
Counter
can.
immediately.
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah. Yeah, counter immediately.
And you
with
could
like a
actually
real
take their
close.
sword and defeat them with the sword. But
nobody breaks a fucking
really,
a sparring sword. Those things don't break. They can do fucking like.
well, you might have
Yeah, we can hit them.
overconfident. You might be
We can
more
swing them both as
confident
hard as we
with
can.
the swing. With the
The only
sword,
thing
you
that's
might
going to
be
break is your
overconfident.
thumb. When your little boy hits you in the thumb and you have to go, woosah.
How can you wield a sword with when your thumb is not working?
You can't. You have to use your left hand after that and hope that he doesn't get your other thumb.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, we had lightsabers growing up. So as you can imagine, like my family, like growing ever since my children were little, we would have the most epic front yard battles with lightsabers. And me and my two brother and my two children would just be like free for all, like doing deep stabs because they would fold up, because the like toy lightsabers.
Yeah,
So
the collapsible ones.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we're having like epic battles in the front yard, and then after you stab someone, they're supposed to fall down, and then you like reset the sword, you like strike it down, then you're like, okay,
you know how do you reestablish them? You swing them out, right? Whack.
yeah, you press the button and you swing it down, and it goes, and then it's ready to
All right.
fight.
So here's what's just hysterical too. So like I never had any like formal like fighting skills. I mostly used my friends as a crutch. But like one of my crutches was my best, like one of my best friends, this guy Ben. In Jesus, I was like a freshman and a sophomore, and this guy was a junior. I was when he was a junior, he was 6'3", 230 pounds, and a master in both taekwondo and karate, like or black in both. Like, dude, this is a big fucking dude at that age, right? Like,
Yeah, that's a big one.
Dude, one day we're just chilling, we're hanging out, watching like anime or some shit like that he was into that I wasn't, and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, I got an idea. What do you say we?" I'm like, I don't know if I like the sound of this. He's like, he busts out the gloves. He's like, no, dude, I got gloves for you. I'll take it easy on you. We'll go in the backyard and we're just going to spar for a little bit. I'm going to teach you some shit. I'm like, I don't think I like the sound of this, but all right. All right. So we go to the backyard. This dude, I was like 5'7" or 5'9" maybe at the time. And he was 6'3". And he was at least 2 years older than me. And he was trained in multiple martial arts.
He kicked your ass down with his foot.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here's a similar story. I was young.
No. Hold on. Let me
done.
finish it. I'm almost done. You just bite your tongue for a minute. All right. So, yeah, it was really fast. He was like, go ahead, hit me. Go ahead. He was just kind of like juking, like, he's like, go ahead, hit me. So like it took a few minutes where I was like actually swinging at him. And I finally did. And immediately, the first time I actually swung at him, he dodged that shit and blasted the shit out of me right across my jaw as hard as he fucking could.
Oh,
he fucking...
No shit.
Yeah.
No shit.
That motherfucker. Dude, I was like, all right, you know what? This game sucks.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can totally imagine that. So here's a lesson for anybody who gets in a fight. If they take a taekwondo or karate style stance, their feet are coming for your face. Just letting you know.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna bring
that's
up.
why I take.
I was gonna bring up a wrestling, situation that I went through with my, one of my friends who's much larger than me. He's like almost twice my size, and he was very impressed. Just from some. And it's not a formal wrestling stance. It was just like we were doing it in the living room, and none of us have been wrestlers, And I was just like, "Hey, motherfucker, you think I'm not as strong as I am?" But hey, that was 20 years ago. I just remember it, and both of us, if we tried to repeat that now, we'd both look like a fucking. We'd look like some
Yeah.
geriatric
Old guys.
assholes
It
right
was
now.
fun hanging out with that dude. Like he also was like a Cub Scout and shit. He was like in his front yard. We were earlier that day. I think we were practicing rappelling. We were rappelling down his tree. And then later that day, he was trying to teach me how to fucking fight. Like properly.
Yeah, yeah,
But he wasn't gonna go easy
yeah.
on
It's
me.
really
He
has
wasn't.
more.
He wasn't. Fuck.
Hey, it has more to do with balance, like lift. I mean, it's just like if you have your arms available, you can push away. That's shit. You already know this. You guys have seen this.
All right, check this out. This isn't about me fighting, but before I got into the whole flat Earth thing, my buddies that I worked with, um, they would invite me over for UFC, and I would come, bring like $20, $40, whatever, and we would split the ticket. And he might provide some drinks and some foods depending on how much money I brought. If I brought like $10, I'm not eating or drinking anything. If I brought like 40, they would make like grilled cheese stuffed jalapenos wrapped in bacon, right? So I'd come over, we'd have a great time. But when I would watch the UFC, I was watching WC, UFC, any kind of martial arts because that was my hobby at the time. I wasn't doing any flat earth stuff. So I was so good at predicting. If I would have been a betting man and I would have accepted their bets, I could have cleaned them out like drunk people playing poker and you're the sober guy. Like I'm telling you, I'm so good. If I know the fighters and I know their fighting style, like I did with your story just now, I can predict how it's going to end, and I'm really, really good at it. In fact, I've called it out like so many times, exactly perfect. Like I said, Ronda Rousey, if she tries to stand and bang with that girl, she's going to get knocked out second round head kick. And sure enough, she tried to stand and bang with that girl instead of if she
Uh,
grapples, she's gonna win. She's gonna take her down.
she
She's gonna win.
stood
But
too.
she
She
tried to.
stood too hard. I've
Yeah,
seen.
she stood and banged, and she got knocked out with a head kick. And I remember,
Yeah,
like, I was at a Taekwondo meeting when I
I
said that,
remember. I
and
remember
all the
when.
Taekwondo people heard me say that. So I bet every one of them were like, "Damn!" Like,
How did you
but I
know?
was really good at predicting it.
Because I've been paying
That's one of the thing about fighting. You want to be as unpredictable as possible. So I'm in a pure boxer stance, right? But I'm fixing to kick the shit out of you because I'm got really limber legs because I played hacky sack a lot.
one. Just
So if you're
go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry
just real
for
fast, I'll be done in just a second. If you're fighting a guy who's got a lot of weight on his front foot, he's a wrestler. He's going to take you down. If you're fighting a guy who has a light, bouncy front foot, he's a Muay Thai striker. He's going to hit you with knees and elbows, and they're going to be high impact, low cost, very, very low chance of you hitting him harder than he's hitting you. And he's going to drive his knees into your midsection with a Muay Thai clinch. So if you're fighting a boxer, he's going to throw the hands. If they're in a stance, a semi wide stance outwards, they're karate and taekwondo and they bounce back and forth like that, then they're going to kick you. So you can pretty much predict people by their fighting style. What makes fighting amazing is when people like break the mold. Like Uriah Faber had a guy against the cage. The guy had his left knee. He jumps up with his right foot, knees the dude in the head, and puts that right foot back down. No one had ever seen anything like that before. It was amazing. Or the time when Cub Swanson does like a cartwheel kick. Like he does like a one-handed cartwheel and kicks you in the face in the middle of the ring and then laughs at you, right? So it's like I watched this stuff religiously, like growing up, like boxing and fighting, and I feel like I missed out. If I would have had the proper training, I feel like I could have did mixed martial arts, but I am extremely cocky. But now there's no way. Third round, if I didn't win the first round, third round's gonna be terrible.
All right, hey,
Because I don't have the
can I
cardio.
can I
I don't have
talk
the cardio
now?
anymore.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I was just telling the different fighting styles. Go
All
ahead.
right, cool. No, the fighting styles are great. Yeah, of course. Yeah. When I love UFC as well. It's not like I don't. Because when they meet each other in the ring, it's a thing, right? And sometimes it's amazing. Sometimes it's boring, right? But when it's good, it's good. Yeah. There was a video, I think, on Facebook that Jose, one of the admins, showed. I fucking can't remember that video that he showed.
Where you been, Helio? I ain't heard you on voice in like 2 weeks.
Really? I think I was on here yesterday. What? We
Well,
just
I've been
haven't
gone
been
for like a
on.
week.
I think I chased you out of here last weekend on Saturday night. I was like, you came in and started talking some shit, and then you were like, "Can I talk?" And I was like, "Everybody talk over Helio," and you got mad and you left, and I won. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of like the VC MMA, right? Fuck you.
Helio, you've been here for a while, bro. How many times have you seen soy boys coming here and they're like, "Why are you guys being so aggressive? Why are you attacking me? You're hurting my feelings."
We're actually just making fun of each other until somebody comes in with something better. To be honest,
No, we're attacking their arguments. Like we're not.
Yeah,
We're not
well,
like
if
holding the
they
guy
have
in the
any,
toilet.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. If they have any really good arguments, come in here with
but
it, and then
people take it so
and
personal when they
unless you
come in
have
here.
really good arguments, we're gonna fucking take the piss out of each other all the time. You know what the fuck else do we have to do? But
Yeah.
anyway, shit. Now I can't even think of it. Never mind.
You're talking about something you saw Jose posted. It was a video
Jose
about mixed
posted.
martial arts.
There was this guy that's like the worst MMA. He's such a dickhead. Oh god damn it! Let me find it on
A guy
Facebook.
that was dancing and got knocked out.
No, he kicked people's ass and then just danced around and freaking. God, what was his name? Jose, are you listening? Help me out.
Yeah, Jose's not listening.
Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva.
No, there was this MMA guy. He's just like
Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva, Brazilian guy.
What's his name? Like he would like play the drunken game shit and then fucking kick somebody in the face and kill him. What's his name?
Anderson Silva.
No, that's not Anderson. I know who Anderson Silva is.
No, not him.
No, that's not him.
Okay, sorry.
It's all good, bro.
No, it's another guy. I think he's South American.
Brazilian?
Dang it.
Man, I'd be rooting for them Brazilians. And my little brother, he's like a white nationalist or whatever. One of them, not both of them.
Yeah, Anderson.
I'll be rooting for those Brazilians.
Yeah,
Big Nog,
a lot of good MMA Brazilians. Yeah, fuck.
Dude, I love Big Nog. Okay, so Nogueira, that's his name. Big Nog and Little Nog. So Big Nog, he talked about how he submits people. He said, what I do is I go for a submission, And right as they go to guard it, I switch it up and go to another submission that they're not ready to guard, and that's how I get them. I was like, that's it. Like, that's what you do. You make them think you're going to punch, and then you kick them. And then you start moving your legs around and make them think that you're going to kick them, and then you punch them. It's like, that's how you do it. You got to trick them. It's all about the mind.
Hey, guess who
It's
never
cerebral.
wants to step in a ring? This motherfucker. I like watching people fight, but guess who doesn't want to step in the ring? Me.
I think I remember getting really pissed off one time and challenging Negator Triple X to a celebrity boxing match. And so
I remember you talking about that. Yeah, and he's still in our chats.
Dude, he'd probably kick my ass to tell you the truth, but
I don't know, man. Well, he's
military.
He's military. He's an army, so he probably could. I don't know. He might. I don't know. You're a Texan, man. And who knows?
I don't think it's really about being a Texan. I think it's a mental thing. Some people just aren't mentally capable.
He's trained army, and he keeps fucking coming up with different. Yeah, I think he might be paramilitary. So you know what that means, right?
Yeah, I know what it means. He's a communication
analyst. He's an analyst. Yeah. Been trained in the army and shit. Yeah, I mean, so even though he thinks we don't know what we think he knows, and all, we know what's going on with you, Negator.
His name is Negator.
Yeah, we know what's going on with you, Negator.
He's there to negate.
He was in there. He was in the chat today. So Negator. Yeah. If you ever
to tell you the truth, I'd probably get my ass kicked. Because first of all, I'm not a boxer. I don't have really good hands. Like if I were to fight Witsit in a boxing match, he'd fuck me up way too fast. There's no way I could catch him. Witsit's got hands. Me, I don't got hands. I got retard strength. So that means I'm gonna grab you by the wrist or whatever I can catch. I'm gonna pull you in close. How can you
say that, bro?
Dude, Witsit is way faster than me. Dude, I know by looking at a man whether or not I can catch him. I can't catch Witsit. Right. The only way I would catch Witsit is if I got lucky and got my hand on one of his wrists. But if I didn't catch that wrist, or he knows how to pull through a thumb and not the fingers, dude, I would not be able to catch Witsit.
Really,
he's too fucking fast.
At the end of the day, it depends on how you can take a punch. You know, if you take a couple punches, good punches, and how you deliver. And especially in an MMA match, I mean, the tackle can make a difference as well. Because if you're in a boxing match, the slap, 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 boom, 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 pow, 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 that's hardcore. But as far as just like with the wrestling game, there's a lot more physical there too, and that's. I ain't gonna say I have no one. Anyway, go ahead.
Since we were talking about growing up, we played games like Doorknob. If you farted or burped, if you didn't say safety, everybody in the group could punch you anywhere they could get you, neck down, for however long it took for you to touch a doorknob. Right? We played open chess.
I'm talking about real fight.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I mean, if you actually had to do real fights and you're not trained or whatever, that's something else, right? So,
yeah, it probably sucked. Probably be like riding a motorcycle without training. Dangerous.
Yeah. Be like, I don't want to go against this guy that's already been trained in the army. Fuck that shit.
No, I'm saying I probably couldn't beat him in a boxing match.
Yeah.
Like if it was just a fight, I might have a chance. I mean, he's a trained killer, but like I'm saying, in a boxing match, Witsit would get me. I'm telling you, way too fast. I wouldn't be able to catch him like he could catch me. It's all about speed, because a man his size is going to be so lightning fast, especially if he grew up in like a rough part of Tennessee. Guarantee you he can throw them hands.
Let me ask you this.
I don't think the man is. I don't think he's bluffing when he says he throw them hands. I really do. Plus, he's got the same scar tissue on his face that I do.
He's a skinny dude. I've seen him.
What do you know anything
But-
about physics? That means he's
but
fucking
he's
fast.
Yeah, that means he's fast.
And
But
speed
what
and
I'm
accuracy
gonna
is
say,
way more deadly than force, I think.
but he's not. He's gentle. He's gentle. He's a kind guy. So that's
Yeah, until you put your hands in his face.
yeah.
I'm just saying, I think Witsit could box. I really do. I don't know if
Yeah.
he's had training.
I'm a kind guy until you put hands on me too, and I think that goes for you too.
He's got
You're
the
a big
same
guy,
like
and I'm a
lip.
big guy. Whatever.
He's got the same like swollen lip that I got, the perma swollen lip. I think. But I mean, I really think I think he's been in some fights, bro. I'm just saying.
I actually was good friends with a guy for a short period of time. I'd say year and a half, 2 years. Who was he looked like a Torby dude. He kind of had the same type of build like Witsit has. Like this, he seems discreet. Like that guy's not a threat.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Exactly you know the type. See,
Yeah,
I'm a typologist. That's why I make analogies. Right. So fuck Freud. I'm all about Jung. Right. So what I'm saying about Witsit, I know his type. He's the scrawny, scrappy. And what I mean by
yeah.
scrappy, he's scrappy motherfucking dude. He'll fuck you up. You won't see it coming. I know the type.
No, dude.
Like I said, I've been studying
This friend was training at the biggest gym in our area. And there was a guy very recently at the time had won like a huge like fight. Like it was kind of getting attention and shit. And this is some dude that I met at the bars, like talking with. I think I was trying to talk to his girlfriend, honestly, and I became friends with him. But yeah, he was trying to get me into it, and yeah, it's just I've been rocked too hard, like with my friend in the past that I was talking about. I was like, no, I know this isn't for me. Like, but I went and supported him for a while. I went to a few fights of his, and he was good, dude. He fucking, like I said, just surprising every fucking fight. He would just fucking the amount of power that this little dude had was incredible.
Is there a role like skinny with big knuckles? Anyway, just like I didn't know that they were so big.
Yeah, that's what we call scrawny brawny. Right. So me, when I was growing up, like I was big skeleton, very very low fat. And I could show you some pictures. You'd be like, damn, there's no way that's you. Like, yeah, that's me. Like 100 pounds ago. So when I was little, I mean, I was lanky, right? So I wasn't scrawny. Witsit's a little shorter, so he's not lanky, so he's scrawny. And the scrawny, bony type people, like, they're incredibly fast. They can generate a lot of momentum because of their speed. Like, okay, so let's say my arm, let's say that it weighs, not the shoulder, but the arm. Let's say it weighs 25, 30 pounds, okay? So I'm moving a 30-pound fist, right? And he's got, let's say, an 18, 19-pound fist. His fist is going to fly a lot faster and generate almost as much momentum as I can because he has a high velocity.
Oh, which punch do you think would be his best? I've
never sized him up. I would assume a jab. It would be so quick you wouldn't see it coming. If he jabs you a couple times, next thing you know, you're looking at the sky. When you look back down again, it's the right hand coming, and that one is a sleeper.
I think it may be the over too, because that could come fast too, like the overcut. Wow.
If I was Witsit, I'd double jab a couple times, and then as soon as those jabs started taking effect,
the left,
little window. Yeah, so what you do with your right foot, you push off with your big toe and you jab. You reset with your foot and your hand, and you do it again. Bam. So you push off twice with your feet and your hand at the same time. When you double the momentum, you double the pleasure, right? And so what you're doing is you're basically jab, jab. And when you do that a few times, people will do something. They'll smile at you. That's what UFC fighters used to do. They'll touch their nose and wipe it and check for blood, or they'll pause. When they pause, that little tiny window, that's where the right cross comes at. because normally the right
That's what I'm
cross is
saying. The right
guarding
cross. That's
the
what I'm
left side of
saying.
your face.
Wow. That's what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's very important. When you double jab, your right hand is covering the left side of your face. The only time you stop using your right arm as a defense, because your strong arm is your strong defense, is when you're using it to punch. And the only time you do that is after you've jabbed them or caught them a few times. And there's a little tiny window after you catch them where they're resetting. When you catch them as they're resetting with that right hand, it's a devastating blow. But if they move their head and you miss by a little bit, your whole right side is exposed.
Right,
And you might get knocked out.
especially I mean, especially if they're anticipating it, that they know that that's your
Right.
that's your scenario or whatever.
I think the best boxer in UFC history is Jackson Rampage, because the way that he waits for you to swing and he puts his hand on the back of his head, that way you're punching his arms. And he'll just go left, right as you're going left, right, and then he'll catch you. So if you look at him fighting Vanderlei Silva, the axe murderer, if you look at him fighting that guy is straight brawler. He's just like swinging for the fences. Everything he throws is a massive hook. And the way that he beat him finally is he was blocking those massive hooks and then throwing straights. And it's really amazing because when he knocked him out, he jumped on top of him and he punched him while he was out. Woo! Those are some devastating punches. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in like watching it, but I would say that I have a high level of like analyzing it. Not all the jujitsu stuff, but the striking.
I got you, man. Jose posted on Facebook this guy. It's Michael Venom. You ever seen this guy? It's not on UFC. It's on another court, another district.
Dude, I did that once, but I only let him hit me once. So I was boxing. I don't know what that was. I was boxing this black guy, and he was kind of timid, right? Because he didn't know me, I didn't know him. We had just met each other, and we agreed, we're going to put on gloves and we're going to have fun. So like he wouldn't hit me. Like he kept being like ultra defensive, uber evasive. And finally I just put my hands on my ribs and I leaned over and gave him my head. And then he hit me and it was like, that's when we started fighting. He got the first punch. So when I say fighting, we were boxing with gloves on. So after he hit me, and man, I had such a headache the rest of the day because I just let him have my head. I didn't move my head, try to get a glance or nothing. I just let him hit me. Like, let's go, bro. Let's go.
Here's a video I'm talking about. I won't play it on here, but you can watch it. Hold on. If you haven't seen this one, Hank, it's what the fuck? People posting shit. How about this one? It's a YouTube video, but Michael Venom Page is the most disrespectful fighter of all time. And if you watch this video, you'll agree with that title. He's pretty much a piece of shit.
British guy, right? Is he British?
Is he what?
Check it. Is he British guy? English guy?
I'm not sure if he's British or not, but he probably
Okay.
is because he's a piece of shit. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, man. No, we're all
I'm
cunts,
just
man.
messing with you. I don't know if he's British or not. I'm just messing with you.
Is it Anderson Silva you were thinking of earlier, or was it someone else? The one that was plays dead
No.
and
Well,
gets drunk?
Anderson Silva's not British. I mean,
No, no, no. No, the one that was police earlier, the one you said that plays drunk. You know, he pretends he's drunk and then he dodges and then.
right. Have you seen him fight before?
Anderson Silva, yeah. Oh, Page.
No, Anderson. Well, this isn't Anderson Silva. It's another guy.
Yeah, I'm not watching the thing, but yeah. Oh, yeah, I followed UFC for a number of years, man. I've seen Anderson Silva.
Yeah,
Snapped his leg.
I like Anderson Silva, and actually, I like this guy too. I mean, he
Yeah,
gets
he's good.
ass handed to him sometimes, but for the most part, I mean, he freaking really owns the shit. But he's just an asshole when he wins, you know.
Oh yeah, totally, total prick. He's English. He's not Welsh, so don't you know? He's not one of me.
He's not Welsh. Anyway, that's the video I was thinking of when I was talking to Hank, because I saw this the other day and I was like, wow, this dude's a fucking total prick. But I wouldn't want to fight him. I definitely wouldn't. He would kick my ass two ways from Wednesday.
Alright, so boom. Throughout professional fighting history,
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
friend of mine once told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. It's not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take? This huge, iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents, they're each a different size. Compare all the colors, each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none, no, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls, cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right, that's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball?
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, pitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to nominal. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Round up those lives from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the rover. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be faking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, Donga Kota, Hamdu Namsa Namja Noya Gunu Fonsa. Imunkwa, Hoku Tioda, Ponantusa Nimpusa Utila.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun Katza.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you found the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it say the sky was not the limit. is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
So what happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison,
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah.
Wake
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend, Wake up. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, Wake
up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just a lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lying it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible, products of our environment. No, I can't be silent, and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers, but up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness, and fluoridated water coming concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake. It's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move, but the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he said, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks, and if I seek him, that he won't hide from me. If I knock, that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees and trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Everyone is taught these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. And anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I won't trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my 2 eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I'd just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine. To fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Not from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream the earth is flat. I've opened my eyes, no going back. It's flat. Not a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this flat. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fact. It's flat. School NASA's lies, the earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your glow from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your glow from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your glow from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your glow from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your glow from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your glow from you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature.
the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble, piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble, got the body by the fumble. You'll get mad, cause I just fight about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Props at the president, Jaren got the evidence. Aeroslaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkum is evident. That the earth electric and it's residential residence. It's heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blockbusters taking over. Bye bye, moon man and rover. That's just so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is. Blockbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead, but your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On a spinning ball, it makes a stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On a spinning ball, it makes a stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. On a spinning ball, it makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along, so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion, because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
is real. We know that it's stronger than gravity, and there's no way to separate that from the equation when you're doing an experiment. So no, you can't do that.
Yeah, man, you need an independent variable that you can manipulate. That's all.
Thank
so
you.
here's how I see it. You have matter,
Maybe if
right?
I say it, you might listen to them.
Which would be pathetic, but, you know,
You have
we
all
do
of
what we
this
can.
imaginal matter.
Dielectricity.
Okay, so you have matter, and a function of matter is magnetism, right? So there's a magnetic field coming from, you know, matter, or from an object made of matter, right? So if you apply something that's a dielectric that kind of, you know, insulates magnetism, why couldn't you reduce the magnetic field, or maybe even block it?
If you marry dielectricity with magnetism, you get electricity. Because you have
Bingo.
What?
They have electricity.
Dielectricity is electricity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's just less.
The dielectric field, listen, the dielectric field and the magnetic field together is how you get electricity.
The dielectric field and the
These fields,
Brush.
put them together, what are you saying happens after that?
it's a spectrum. Dielectricity to electricity is just a spectrum.
Gravity?
It's the same spectrum as conductivity. A dielectric is an insulator.
The dielectric runs exactly like 90 degrees to the field.
I mean, so someone just cut out.
Sorry.
A dielectric is an insulator.
Well, I mean, the dielectric is there, even if it doesn't run, even if it doesn't intersect at a 90-degree angle, it's still there. What you get when it intersects at a 90-degree angle are electrons, right? So,
Well, maybe we should focus on getting the terminology correct first. So everything, like nothing is a perfect conductor, nothing is a perfect insulator. Everything is, you know, on the spectrum, right?
let's stick to the force. You're saying
So-
there's another force. So
What?
when you demonstrate this force, you're saying there's another force. So
What force am I saying? Well, I don't think you're quoting me properly at all. When did I say there was another force?
That's what Pazizzle was saying. If
Okay, am I Pazizzle?
remove or isolate these, that there's still another force there.
I said I had a separate question for Shines. I didn't say anything about there being another force. I said, could we dampen the magnetic field of an object?
Oh well, my bad. I guess when I stepped away and came back, I thought it's my bad.
No, you're good.
Follow the conversation closely enough. I thought it was still the same. I thought you were helping Pazizzle out with this.
No, I have a separate question. Like if the magnetic field comes from, if every object has a magnetic field, right? Then objects that are insulated, you would think their magnetic field is reduced or blocked or limited to whatever is insulating it to some amount. You know, you would think that this could be something you could measure basically.
Who's saying that everything has a magnetic field? Yeah,
Are you
who's saying
denying that everything of matter has a magnetic field? That's not
It
an
has-
inherent function of matter?
It's inherently electrostatic, but it doesn't necessarily have a magnetic field.
How can it be electrostatic without a magnetic field?
I think you just need to brush up on this subject a little bit more.
It's a
posted-
simple question. If you can't answer it, that's fine. But
Here's
how
the thing,
can-
man. It doesn't say anything about gravity.
Field and a dielectric field is required for electricity, right? It's not. Everything does not contain and possess a magnetic field. All matter.
I don't think that's accurate. I think everything does have a magnetic field. Everything of matter, at least. If we're talking about something, you know, metaphysical, sure.
Okay.
But everything physical.
Can you show us a scientific experiment where gravity is being demonstrated, manipulated?
Have I said the word gravity yet?
No, I'm asking the question.
Well, it's not relevant. We're talking about magnetism and magnetic field.
But it has to do with gravity. See, I'm trying to get it back on flat Earth because you're going off into the weeds.
This is about flat Earth. It's
Nah,
about
not
our
really.
world.
Nope.
If it's not what you want to talk about, you could just listen and.
Oh, I don't want to talk about anything. The point of the server
And yet
is to
you're
talk about
talking.
flat Earth stuff.
We're trying to isolate gravity. We're trying to figure out where
It's
gravity...
just gobbledygook. You know, you're going to go on and on for hours. No one's going to learn
You guys are
anything.
getting
I
triggered.
promise. So, yeah, keep it up. No, go ahead. Argue about shit that has nothing to do with flat Earth. Go ahead.
Bro, if you're saying electromagnetism has nothing to do with Earth, then you have an issue.
No, we're talking
While
about
I look for this,
right.
for you,
Go ahead, Julie.
because it's going to take me a minute to look for it and find it. But while I look for this, you want to go ahead and explain your point and try to explain what point you're trying to make with this magnetic field, electrostatic.
And try to take less than 35 minutes. Thanks.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I only talk
No, I wasn't
sarcastically
talking
to
to you. I was
Clovers.
talking to Truth Prevails. Are you referring to me about my point?
Of course. So anyway.
Okay, well, I was simply
Wrap it
posing the
up.
question of whether or not we can, control or measure or dampen the magnetic field of an object.
You can measure and you can manipulate magnetic fields. But what's that? I mean, what's your point about it?
Isolating gravity.
It stemmed from Shine saying that you can't affect electrostatics or whatever, that you always have electrostatics and stuff like that. And I was wondering if that's actually the case.
If you're talking about like charge, right? You can't remove charge from everything. It's even
It's not necessarily charge.
quantum level, like particle physics. It's like they categorize them like even according to their charge.
Yeah, everything has a charge.
And a charge potential.
Yeah, negative, positive.
So how are you
It's an electric system. Like the system is electric. So how are you going to isolate gravity?
You can remove all electrostatics if you remove all particles and everything that makes up matter. So you would be
You have
left
to
with
find
nothing.
ways so far that you're not in the Earth, the globe's magnetic field. You have to go there and do your experiment. Your Cavendish or whatever it is you're trying to isolate. Well, you have to get away from the system first, and then you can do your your experiment. And as long as you're in the system, how are you going to isolate gravity from electromagnetism?
You subtract the effect from the calculation. You subtract, say.
You can't because
You can't.
because you are in it. It's like, okay, we're in the water. Okay, how are we going to subtract the water if we are fish? You know what I mean? You can't remove. Yeah, you can't remove the actual thing that causing the system to be the system and for our brain to function and electricity to shoot through our bodies, the nervous system, all that happening inside the body. So a rock. You reckon a rock has a charge or not? But a leaf falling from just sitting on the ground, does it have a charge?
So let's say a leaf is falling to the ground, okay? And you understand that static electricity and magnetism only provide a certain amount of acceleration, right? So you calculate how much acceleration that leaf is getting on its way down. And when you subtract that, you're left with a certain amount of acceleration that this leaf has experienced that you don't know what force attributed to that. You could say it's gravity. I don't know what you guys would say.
Fields that are there, it's not static electricity. It's electrostatics and dielectric and magnetism.
Yeah.
If you take dielectric fields and magnetic fields, then you can get electricity. But these fields are there. Like we're what you're talking about. Like
They're there, yeah.
I don't even know. Like, yeah, we already went through the gravity stuff with you.
They're there.
Yeah, the sun is moving. Yeah, the sun is moving. When you wrap a wire around the nail and you put some electricity, some energy through it or whatever it causes. Well, there it is. The sun is moving around. It's going around and around, and it's charging the sky, right? that's causing all kinds of things to happen. I mean, it's causing the magnetic field of the Earth. So how are you going to isolate that? How are you going to isolate gravity from that? How are you going to isolate a force from that? If that's the thing that if the only real force we can work with and verify is electromagnetic force, and all these other three forces are blah, they're theories, right? Models.
Yep.
Then we can't. You can't isolate something that you don't know what is from something that you know what is and definitely works. You can't. You know what I mean? How
No, all you can say is that there's an acceleration left behind that you can't account for.
But you don't even know what it is. If I ask somebody what gravity is, they'll say, "Oh, it's the mass of the Earth pulling everything. It's the mass of the Earth bending and warping space-time." Right?
Sure. So without defining what it is, what you can say is that.
But then, why does it have to stop there? Why does it have to stop?
These other fields, and are you calling acceleration a field?
Why can't it be gnomes pulling things down? Why does it have to be the warping of some whatever why can't it be gnomes? Why can't it be unicorns pushing things down?
Well, it's obviously not gnomes because they're not invisible. I see them on lawns all the time.
Well, then how can you isolate it? How can you isolate the unicorns and the gnomes and gravity?
Yeah, we can hear you, Truth.
Sorry, Truth. We can't. Go ahead. I just wanted to finish my point. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm lighting up, and when I start talking, everybody else stops. So I'm assuming everybody can hear me, but no one's.
No. We were giving you the floor, I think.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Someone.
Truth, do you have me muted?
No, he said that as if, categorizing acceleration with these.
I think Truth has me muted.
Fields that you're left with, and you think he's going to mention a field, but he says acceleration. So I'm wondering if he thinks acceleration is a field.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
He went on deaf and so So
did you hear what you said?
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
don't hate me, man.
Truth, you might have Glat Flobe muted. If you can double check that.
Or not, whatever. It's all good.
Can you hear Glatflow, Truth?
Truth, I think you might be lagging.
She can't hear shit.
I guess not.
She muted Saul.
No.
He's stiffened, and I don't hear anyone else. If anyone else is talking, let me know on the text.
Yeah, Glad and Bong were talking.
She can't hear you either. She can't hear anybody.
Okay, my bad.
Crazy. So, gravity. What do we do about it?
Nothing.
They want to say, they want to use it all the time.
Much ado about nothing.
Gravity exists.
Well, what do you want me to do with it? Can I make a pie out of it?
You can't do anything with it. That's the point.
Can I bake a cake with it? What can I do with it? Like, what do you want us to do?
Earlier, you guys were talking about the vacuums, and we can't create an environment where gravity can be manipulated, or whatever down vector is happening can be manipulated, or what have you. So since we know we can't even test part of the hypothesis, we can't go further, how are we going to prove it either way that it's a thing called gravity, that it's a downward force, especially getting pulled to the center of a molten iron, i.e. non-magnetic core?
Spinning.
Gravity exists. Things fall. That's gravity. The downward acceleration. Things being heavier than the medium that they're in. Just like levity exists. Things rise. That's levity.
Okay.
Because things are less.
Fine. So this effect is happening,
lighter than the
correct?
medium there.
What's the
That's it.
cause?
The Globers they get crazy with the cause. They just say bullshit. But the fact is, gravity exists, and we shouldn't they hijack the term of the effect for the cause, and we can't let them get away with that. You know, levity and gravity and density, and they're words that they represent the truth of our world.
So we're
and they try, we can't let them just hijack the terminology.
I don't.
Don't be afraid of the word gravity. Is what I'm saying.
It has a specific definition.
It was never my word, so how could it have been hijacked? So it's like, who
If the word force is in the definition for gravity, it's incorrect.
Bonks out, man. If you read up on Ibn Sina and Al-Biruni, and back in the day, they used this term, the classical writers and intellectuals of the past, density and levity and gravity, they were well used, and without necessarily requiring the heliocentric model.
Well, that's great, but I'm
bringing levity back.
Future, and we think differently. Yeah. Too bad for them. They're dead. We're not. We still get to use our brains and think about stuff and look at stuff and experience stuff and learn stuff that people can't. They're just.
I mean, if you think you're smarter than Al-Biruni and Ibn Sina and Plato and them, that's on you, bro.
I'm smart enough.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm smart enough to know that when I look at the Earth, right at the ocean, I'm smart enough to know that it can't be a ball. I hope that's smart enough.
I don't know.
You're appealing to an unfalsifiable past at that point.
What?
You are appealing.
How am I appealing to an unfalsifiable past?
Unfalsifiable past, because you have no idea what happened back then, or if Al-Biruni was even a fucking guy.
Of course he was. They have the actual writings of him. They have correspondence from him. They have expositions from him to other people.
It was because you were talking about went on to a different one, right? And he was saying that there must be a force to cause the sand to go back in place. And this was his logic for gravity, because we were talking about the logic of the lack of evidence for gravity and believing that it exists still yet. Right, and
I mean, that was 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going, guys.
Right now, I'm saying it's very arrogant to say that you're more intelligent than the intellectuals of the. Go ahead.
She can't hear people, I don't think.
Yeah, if you haven't actually read the works and stuff like that, and you can't just say they didn't use the words, and then you say, okay, they used the words, but I'm smarter, when you haven't read about these people at all, or their works. That I mean,
I can read all day. Did you reproduce this experiment?
I've read
what experiment?
What
experiment are we talking about?
Exactly.
Right now? Exactly. We're not talking about an experiment. Please talk about what we're talking about.
I read about Jesus.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What does this have to do with Earth measuring flat?
You always have to take it there. You can't talk about anything else.
I mean, if it's a ball, it has curve. I don't know what else needs to be talked about. Can anybody change my mind on that?
Right now, I'm talking about how gravity is not a scary term.
Yes.
It's a term that
we've been talking about it for quite some time now, and we've presented to you,
don't have to interrupt
everything that you need to know about gravity and more, and then some. And there's other parts of the server that you can go to and learn about it. Maybe we should change the subject back to flat Earth.
Maybe you shouldn't interrupt someone when they're talking just because you don't like what they have to say.
Maybe you shouldn't say, maybe you shouldn't, after I already gave you the suggestion that you're going to follow now. Let's change the subject.
Maybe imitation is the best form of flattery.
Thanks, bro. So, let's do it. Earth measures flat. I've measured it. Have you? Don't call me a Debbie Downer, man. It's curvature. It's either there or it's not.
Yeah. I mean, even the term flat Earth is starting to annoy me now, because people don't care about it. They don't care about anything. They just care about the term and all the stupid shit, propaganda that comes with it. They don't care about. So I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why are you guys here? Why are these people here? They're here to mock the term flat Earth. You know, they're not here for knowledge. Sorry, just ranting a little bit.
Percentage guy, do you think gravity proves something one way or the other about the Earth measuring flat? That's what I'm saying. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's cool too.
Every time we bring up the curve, man, like what?
Yep. Scatter like cockroaches, dude.
Must have been something you said, bro.
Didn't mean to turn the light on.
See, you said the C word, bro. Like shit. Told you wait. Okay, wait until they're comfortable, like, you know, like, then bring it up. Like, if you bring it up too early, you'll be like, oh, I'm not, no, too much math for me, you know, curvature.
It shouldn't be even math. It shouldn't even be math. It should be right out our window. We should be able to see it at some point, right?
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say earlier today to that guy that was here. What's his name? You know, the icy guy, the Iceland guy. I was trying to tell him that. I was like, so how do you know you're a man? He's like, oh, are you questioning my man? You want me to send you a picture? Oh my God, why would you say that? I was like, bro, how do you know? It's like, why know?
They take it all different kinds of directions. Aside from giving us empirical evidence.
It's like, so you don't believe that. So you know because you look, you experience it, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, what the gentleman before was saying is that articles on the internet are empirical evidence, at least to him.
I
just don't think that's right. You know what I mean?
I can put an article on the internet.
Right. These articles up here. I mean, they're not uninteresting by any stretch.
AI generated articles.
But they're not applicable when the Earth measures flat.
Yeah. No, exactly. When people say, well, you think you're smarter than Einstein? I was like, dude, I'm way smarter than Einstein. Why? The guy's
Here's
blind.
the best part. You don't have to be one instance of intelligent to notice that we're not moving.
Exactly.
It's flat everywhere. Get up in a plane. Look at that. You're looking over thousands of miles when you're in a plane. Okay? Thousands.
Yeah.
It's done. You're done.
Well, you have to just be smart enough to know when you see flatness that it's not flat. That's how smart you have to be. You have to be smart enough to see a flat table and know it's not a flat table. Got it. So what is it? It's a ball table. I have to be smart enough to know it's a ball table. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, at what point does visual distortion stop explaining their fantasy?
Right. Exactly.
How far does that go, right? How far does the distortion go? Well, I guess it's infinite because it's just going to distort more and more as you go, right?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I like the so it looks flat? Yes, it looks flat. But it's a ball? Yes, but it's a ball. Okay, I win.
It's almost like they just want to talk about it with us. Like they know they're wrong. They're just coming in like, I want to chill with the flat earthers for a little bit.
All right. That was a great ladies' night. Fantastic. Yeah. One of my favorite flat earthers, Glad Flo. Good to see you in here, my man.
Welcome back.
How's your snizzle and la pizzle, whatever.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It was a good ladies' night. I like that it lasts so long too. I was about to say 4 more hours in the chat, but I know that they're probably most of them are asleep now.
I would have seconded that. It's like 4 more hours. 4 more hours.
It's cool though. It's a nice build up during the week, and then it's an actual show when it happens. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. New people, right? New ladies. Yay.
Yeah, it seems like every ladies' night now, there's new ladies popping on, joining.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's so cool when they're moms. It's like, oh shit. Another generation.
Well, it's cool that they're they're flat Earth moms. I don't think there's ever been a generation of flat Earth moms. I think this might be the first in history of something like that, right? That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. What kind of men are those going to be like?
Devastatingly useful men. That's what we're going to be. Right? Gotta be.
Actual balls. Like, yes. Got your curvature right here, bitch. Bow. Oh, man. Hurry up and grow up so we can go to war.
Now.
Training must begin as soon as possible. Can he walk? Yes. Then he can train. Give him a sword.
Well, the point is not to have to train.
Exactly. Let's go fishing. Yeah. We go fishing for our training, bro.
I'm such a bad fisherman, dude. If stuff goes haywire, I better find a place to live that I don't need to fish to live at.
It's all about patience and patience. And
right.
patience.
So
nimble hands.
Yeah, I'm all set. I don't need any more patience.
Very careful. Yes, the fish.
And if I want to work on my patience, I just come here and ask for curvature measurements.
I just go watch my wheat plants grow.
I don't have that capability. Lucky dog.
I start eating the leaves like, gonna make tea.
Yeah, yep. I knew a guy who had to wear gloves because he touched it so often that, he'd get sick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Constantly handling it, and it just got him started to make him sick. Took too much, man.
Yeah.
I think that also means he didn't wash his hands much, because, anyway.
Who knows where his, everything in moderation, right? As I bask in my garden of weed, everything in moderation.
Well, it's not like you're, touching all of it and smoking all of it right now.
Yeah, it's not like I'm running through it naked, like, gosh.
Like last week.
I got that last week. I was drunk, so that did the. I used to read about how they make hash back in the Middle East, back in the old days, when assassins were. It's like they have these naked girls run through the fields to collect the resin and the. It's like, oh, okay, that's different.
Bees going to pollinate.
Collecting the resin and then they'll scrape it off their skin and make the hash off of it. The sweat and everything. Right. What is this?
What?
Is this
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well,
and I keep thinking of that story. It was like, that a dream? I better go look that up again. No, it's real.
Man. Hold on a sec. Let's scan for Globers. Olive, was Olive just talking too much? Oh.
He fell asleep.
Oh, she did. That's funny.
Yeah.
Good for her. Get some rest.
Good for her, yes.
She's going to wake up and know exactly what happened.
The harvest is ready. Let's run. What? I got this.
Pizizzle, are you still there? I never got a chance to talk to you.
I'm back, and no.
Pizizzle.
And no? You're not here, but you're back.
I'm back.
We'll go with that one. Have you learned anything this evening?
No.
Sweet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. What was the initial reason for popping on by tonight?
Not to get questioned. Just to listen.
And you haven't learned a thing?
No. I've learned a lot about other people and how they misunderstand things.
Oh my God! You didn't.
Yes, Globers are wildly entertaining in that way.
So you didn't learn anything. Were you even listening?
When?
What were
When
you
I
listening?
was earlier?
I didn't do either of those things.
No, I was deafened and muted for 20 minutes just now.
Oh,
Do you think
cool.
we are a disc? Do you think that we are a disk in space flying up at 9.8 meters per second square?
No. I mean, a lot of you guys say it's stationary.
Okay. Do you think it's a disk? Do you think we think it is a disk?
No, I heard her reaction when I called it a disc. I heard.
So that's not in your mind anymore, right? Like a disk is not in your mind. Like what do you have in your mind right now?
Well, do you have a model?
Well, I'm asking you if you have a ball in your mind or a disk in space in your mind. That's what I'm asking.
Do you have a model?
Yeah.
The globe?
Yeah, globe. Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
So if I have a model Lamborghini, but I've never seen a real Lamborghini, have I seen what the model represents to be able to compare it?
You've seen what the model represents, yeah?
No, because I've never seen a Lamborghini. I just have the model of it, right? So how do I know it's a real Lamborghini unless I take the model over to the car and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, look at this is pretty accurate. How do I really know? Look up the word empirical and come back to us.
Pretend it's a girl, yeah? The girl sends you a photo of her, but you've never seen the girl, okay? And you're looking at a photo, okay? And then you go meet the girl. She sets it up, like, okay, let's meet. And then you go meet her. And then you look at the photo. It's a hot blonde, right? You look at the girl. It's not a hot blonde, right? You see? Like, if I give you this picture of this girl that I've never seen, and I say to you, this is that girl, does the picture matter? Does the model matter if it's not even the girl?
He left.
Oh yeah, well,
Man,
for all the
I'm just kicking him out, aren't I? I'm almost sad. Sorry, guys.
it's for all the other internet daters out there.
Am I doing something wrong, or are these guys just not able to answer questions and so they're leaving?
He said he was deaf and muted for 20 minutes.
They got tired. That's what happened. They're like, I'm bored. I'm going.
It wasn't red. It looked like he had his self deafened and muted. And I looked in the voice log and no one, I didn't see where anyone muted and deafened or unmuted and undeafened him. So it looked like it was a local deafen and mute.
Like his?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went AFK. That's what he was saying.
Right, and we caught that, but whatever. Next.
There's no reasoning with the illogical. That's one point I would like to bring up.
Yes, spot on.
How long did we spend on him? Like 2 hours or something?
It was a long time. That's why I came in with an attitude. You heard me coming in hot, man? I was like, okay, guys, well, but, you know.
Well, I mean, no reason to have an attitude with him. Look, I pushed him into the conversation. He didn't want to have it. He was just there to listen. I wanted to get into his mind. And it's like, how else was I going to make the conversation go as long as I could? You know, Indio said earlier, try to go past midnight or as long as it can go. And it was like he was at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I get that totally. Absolutely.
Truth, you did such a great. Truth, you did such a great job. Oh my gosh, you did a great job.
Correct.
Wow, thanks. I was expecting to
couldn't handle
get
all
some
these women.
like criticisms or remarks, or you should have.
No,
Like, who-
not at all. Not at all. You blasted him with all the right information right at the right time, and he had nowhere to go. And you could tell he was just backed into a corner, and he was like, like you could tell how they act. But anyway, bravo, and your demeanor was like calm the whole time. It was a great conversation to listen to. It was just fantastic.
A classic flat smack, indeed.
You guys
I got a little honorary and smart ass there a few times, but like it could have been way worse. Hey guys, I have a question because you guys said that I was lagging it out as if when I was trying to talk there at the end a little while ago, it was also while you guys were talking that I must not have heard you. So look, I left and I came back in, so apparently everything's fine now. But I have a question, and you're the only ones that can tell me. When you were talking to him, and I heard him say, "Well, if you," and I think it was percentage that was saying it. I heard it. Tell me if I heard him right. Did he say, if you remove or isolate? He said, "Yeah, this is what I heard him say. Tell me if I'm right. If you remove the electrical and the magnetic, or I think he was calling it electrostatic and magnetic fields, then you're left with," and I'm expecting him to say a field, right? Some field that you're left with because you're removing fields, right? But anyway, he says if you remove the electric and the magnetic fields, that you're left with acceleration.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Acceleration.
They still don't have a cause. That's the problem. They still don't have a cause. They have no proof of a cause.
But that's creating a paradigm where it is in making the inference, like you have the logical inference to make with that paradigm that he created, with that statement that he made, is that acceleration is a field.
Hey, why was Olive 22 muted? She was server muted. I unmuted her, but did something happen I'm not aware of?
No,
she just fell asleep.
I think.
Oh, she fell asleep. Okay, got
Rumor is she crashed out.
Crashed out. Too much flat smacking. Crashed out.
I sent her a message to let her
It's a healthy response to a quality flat smacking for the evening. Passing right out, right there on the mic.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He was talking about the leaf, but we're not talking about while things are falling. We're talking about also when things are resting, because apparently the reason why things are resting is because of gravity. So we're not talking about things falling. We're talking about things resting. You know what I mean? When things are at rest, they're saying that it's acceleration is left, but no, that's wrong, because that's not how you look at things at a rest. You know, whatever force you want to say is applied to it is a fictitious force. And nothing's pushing up and down. Thing is resting. It's just resting where. But
awesome. Some people take a hot bath after flat smacking.
Yeah, but when you lift the rock up, right? When you lift the rock up, and then now it's not resting. I mean, it's resting in your hands. You know what I mean? Like when you let it go, okay, now a force is active. Now it's not at rest. You know, now it's floating down. I like to say that now. It's floating down. It's flying down. Yeah. Yeah. And when you fill a helium balloon and let it go, it's falling up. Right? Like so, and then it rests when it gets to the top. You know, it's not falling up anymore. You know what I mean? Like there's no force. Like there's no nothing is pulling it. No, like nothing is causing it to go up and then stay there. You know, or causing it to come down and stay on the ground. Like why doesn't it go through the soil, the rock? You know what I mean? Like yeah. Matter, charge, all those are connected. You know, you increase one thing and you decrease another. You know, you increase mass, you decrease certain kind. I mean, the displacement of the ether of the medium. You know, it's all yeah. So Nothing is falling. It's like what are you talking about? What acceleration? Nothing is accelerating.
Why are they so obsessed stuff falls? Like it's like caveman stuff. Okay, what about there's no curvature? What about that part?
Yeah.
Why yeah.
Autism. No.
Why are they hung on this thing? Oh, shit falls. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, we were looking at that when we were little kids. I saw all kinds of stuff fall. Yeah, okay, great. Anyway, we're talking about geometry. That's a little more interesting. You know, you got circles, radiuses, spheres, like, oh, those kind of things. Isn't that more interesting than stuff just falling? Come on, Johnny. Look over here at the actual shapes of things. Let's measure some of that. Instead of watching stuff falling all the time and asking, why does not fall? Only God can answer that, Johnny.
Sonny, it sounds like your mic is like all the way down your throat.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Okay, let me turn it down. Sorry.
It sounded like that for a while.
Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I don't want it to be all. How's that? Better? It's green.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
Okay, good. It's showing green now. Okay, good. Awesome. Yeah, you're lucky I don't plug my guitar in. We could check my interface and see if it's. That'd be fun, actually.
I don't mind loud guitars.
Me either. I don't trust people that. Anyway, never mind. I don't trust people that don't do ganja, Mom. That's all I'm saying, Mom. Ja, man. Don't trust them, yo.
I should take up that rule. It's a good one.
You don't smoke a ganja. Something wrong with it.
Did you know the endocannabinoid system is part of your immune system, and it's why you get sick.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to go smoke a bunch of weed. Just smoke weed. Say.
Didn't say how much. Just
smoke it, or eat it, whatever, ingest it. Put it inside your body.
You have to cook it first if you ingest it. But yeah, so
get it to
be just made for us. Seems to be made for us. Like that's interesting, huh? A plant grown on Earth that's made for human beings that are from Earth
with its receptor.
How strange. Why would
this plant has it? So all these other plants have stuff for all these other receptors, but this plant has the stuff for this receptor? Well, duh.
Everything.
Where is it supposed to come from? What, the sun? Well, that'd be cool, but because it comes from plants, man. Like you gotta eat it. Yeah, how it works. Wow.
Is your friend flat earther yet, Sonny? Or does she think you're crazy? Bit of both.
The second.
I'm glad I'm learning which joke not to use certain times. Anyway, I don't want to get in trouble by the entire female.
Do it.
I don't know. I wouldn't profess that. I don't know yet. I'll wait till she's ready to make her own decision. And she'll tell us.
The body of science is in the way. I got you.
No, it isn't. She's not. She's very receptive to everything I've exposed her to, which in 4 days has been a tremendous amount. If you could understand what living with me is like. I have Flat Earth Discord on almost all the time.
So what's up, people? This is Robert Mazzano. I'm coming to you guys today. I got a follow-up email from the special agent in charge and resident investigator for NASA's Office of Inspector General Investigations Division. These are the guys that investigate fraud, waste, and abuse with NASA. Any type of contracting programs, you name it. They take complaints. So I got a follow-up email from and it was pretty quick. It took them literally less than 24 hours to get back to me. And what I want to bring to you guys today is that the recommendation that was provided to me was that I contact the Goddard Space Center's Hubble Space Telescope team, HST. So we're going to do that today together. And we're going to see if we can get a hold of one of these team members. We're going to go down the list. I'm not going to go through the complete list, but we're going to dial their number together. And we're going to see how we can actually talk to one of these people to see if we can get some clear-cut answers on why on NASA's website there's no real-time video at all of the Hubble. There's only computer graphic generated images and video of what Hubble's supposedly supposed to be doing. Okay? Ain't nothing fucking top secret about space, people. If Hubble's looking out there, we should be able to see everything they see. Not something that's fucking redacted or watered down or computer generated to, you know, basically siphon out the whatever the fuck is else out there looking at. Or even make a determination if the fucking thing even exists. I don't think it exists, but the question I'm going to ask one of these people who might answer the phone is, you guys got every other STS mission that serviced Hubble, but why isn't Hubble in the Federation Aeronautic International database? Okay? NASA is actually a member of this organization. It's older than NASA, so I want to know why they didn't file the application to put it in the record books as the greatest mass lifted to the greatest altitude. Okay? So let's see what they say. Let's dial the number. The number I was provided was 301-286-2000. So let's see what we can see. Okay?
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3. For
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For Z, press 9. For help, press 0.
So they're asking me to spell the last name. Let's spell Krause's last name. So we got C-R-O-U-S-E.
For
Patrick Krause.
at extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Okay. Immediately disconnected as soon as we pressed his extension. So let's try one more time. Pat Krause, as soon as we click the number,
Thank you for calling
they hung up
NASA
on us.
Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. Please select one of the following. For public affairs, press 1. For visitor center, press 2. For the Office of Human Capital Management, 3. For security office, press 4. For procurement, press 5. For excess sales, press 6. For library, press...
Let's try that one more time, people.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, for
Patrick Krause.
at extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Mr. Krause, not available. Let's try the next gentleman, Mr. Jim Jellick. Gelatic.
Thank you for calling NASA.
Okay.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q,
A-E-L-E-T-I-C.
There are two matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Peter Bertoni.
at extension 60674, press 1. For
Telekinetic.
at extension 40980, press 2. No.
Okay. Deputy Project Manager, not there. Let's go to Mission Operations Manager, Dave Haskins. Let's see if we can reach Mr. Haskins.
Thank you.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q. There are 4 matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Darlene Harkins.
at extension 65075, press 1. For
Dave Haskins.
at extension 62114, press 2.
Dave Haskins. Number immediately fucking hangs up. This is fucking incredible, people. None of these fucking people are available.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Look.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For for
Mike.
at extension 61437, press pound. To cancel, press star.
This is Mike.
Mike, Miss Linsky?
Yes.
Mr. Miss Linsky, sorry about that. This is Robert Bassano. How are you? I'm a graduate student. I wanted to know if there was just a couple of questions you could help me out with some answers. I'm on you guys' website right now, and it's regarding Hubble.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are you with?
I'm a graduate student at a university.
Okay. What?
I'm working on a MATLAB image processing toolbox application that processes a variety of images to determine the relation with other images that might have been manipulated or amended, or maybe it was to determine the original source. So for a project that I'm involved in, I'm actually using some of the images from Hubble and Sophia to conduct comparative analysis. That's it. So I have some questions regarding HST that would help me out with kind of understanding a little bit more about some of the photos that are and images that are available on you guys' website that I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Well, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute for talking about the science images.
Well, no, I don't need to talk about the science images per se. Okay, I'm wanting to know if there are any available video images or any other assets in GeoSync that actually conduct sort of an inspection, a video or photographic inspection of HST as it goes around in geosync. Because I'm looking at all the videos you guys have online on NASA's website, and all the videos that I've seen, they're all CGI and computer generated, illustrations and other type of computer generated images that are not original source, coming straight from Hubble or any other asset vehicle that may be within range of Hubble to take photographs of it.
Okay, but again, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute.
Well, you're the deputy missions operations manager, right?
Yes, I am, but I'm not at liberty to talk to you about specific Hubble items.
Well, I'm not asking for specific Hubble items. I mean, well, let me ask this general question: are you able to view Hubble in real time?
To view Hubble in real time? No,
yeah. Are you able to obtain and view a real-time image of Hubble as it is right now, wherever it is?
No, we can't do that.
Or is there any other vehicle that can view Hubble in operation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I ask you how long you've been working on the team with the HST team?
I've been with HST over 25 years.
Now, have there been any real-time video, high-definition video images of Hubble at 330 miles or so?
Not that I'm aware of.
There are none?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow. Yeah, so S&T wouldn't be able to tell me anything. I mean, you're the DMO, you're the DMOM, and you're saying in 25 years you've never seen Hubble actually in real time.
Well, we certainly had servicing missions.
Well, yeah, you've had servicing missions, but you're not able to see what's going on with Hubble from the ground in real time.
We do not have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground. That's true.
Okay, so you don't have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground?
No, we don't.
Wow. So if let's just say if I use my Celestron, there's no way for me to actually get a visual, real-time visual of Hubble as it say was passing over Virginia.
You might be able to, track the sunlight glints off of it.
Well, wait. I'll be able to track what?
Sunlight reflecting off of it. But operationally, we did not look at the vehicle, from the ground. We use radio signals that transmit engineering data from the vehicle to us, but we do not look at it physically.
Okay, when STS missions or any other mission goes up to service Hubble, well, I mean, the last time Hubble was serviced was the last shuttle mission, right?
Well, not the last shuttle mission, but we were last serviced in 2008.
Oh, so the last servicing mission was in 2008, and from the research I did, I think they put up the WFPC-3 camera, right? That was the last camera installed.
Right.
Okay. So when they service, what altitude is Hubble at when STS goes up to service it? I mean, does it drop down to an altitude where STS, can get within range of it? Or does STS go up to that altitude?
The space shuttle goes up to that altitude.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because ISS is somewhere around 230, 240. Hubble's supposed to be almost 100 miles above ISS. But I've never seen any video from servicing where any STS mission has gone that far out above ISS. I mean, I know we have geosync out there, way above that, but I've never seen that. That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to find video in NASA's archive where they actually show the mission with them approaching and doing the orbits to, gain altitude to get to Hubble. Or is there there's no other video available of that? I mean, I can understand if there is video and it's classified, that's completely understandable. No one's ever going to see that. That's classified data. But are there any open source videos that would show this?
They would actually show it from outside of the space shuttle. You talking about something watching the space shuttle?
Yeah, just showing STS actually getting ready to approach Hubble to capture it so it can be serviced.
No, I know no video showing that.
So, as Deputy Mission Operations Manager, and this is more of a mathematical question, maybe you can or cannot answer it. I had watched a video of Don Pettit talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation. So, based on the way to Hubble, I'm still trying to figure out the math on how much fuel. Was there more than 93 or 95% fuel required to get 25,000-pound telescope up in geosync?
Are you talking about the fuel on the space shuttle?
Yeah, I mean when HST launched, when HST launched, that's 25,000 pounds.
They actually took us to the highest altitude possible that they could achieve.
And what was that?
With the space shuttle. Pardon?
What was that? What was that altitude?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. I don't know that number offhand.
Because I looked at about a dozen videos with telemetry data, and I always see STS separate from the main fuel tank at around 340, 350,000 feet, and then it continues on, accelerating and gaining velocity so it could get at terminal velocity of around 17,000. But then from there, I've never seen any other footage where STS is gone higher than ISS.
It's certainly, like you said, we're about 100 miles above ISS.
Yeah, it's about 100. Now, let me. The one critical question I want to ask is this: are you familiar with the Federation Aeronautique Internationale database, the FAI.org?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Well, I am, and NASA is actually a member of FAI. Every single, I wouldn't say every single STS mission, but I'd say about 2/3 of the STS missions, specifically the servicing missions for HST, are in this database. It's FAI.org. Federation Aeronautique Internationale. And when I put in the data for STS-31 on April 24th, 1990, nothing comes up. So I decided to use some other search query factors. I put in the crew members' names. Nothing comes up. I put in the STS mission number. Nothing comes up. So then I decided, okay, this falls under another category, and they have a list of category that describe, one or more astronauts traveling to a celestial body, one or more astronauts, the amount of time they spent in space, so on and so forth, durations. So I decided to click on the selection that says greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude. Okay, so I automatically and logically assumed that STS was one of the greatest mass, if not the greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude of 330 miles. and there's nothing in the database. So over a period of 4 months, I kept checking the database, and FAI actually they shut down the website and then updated their database. And I'm not sure if this was direct, but I had sent them an email saying, you know, I'm looking for this particular mission on this particular date. Here goes the data. Is there a possibility that you have a problem updating your database? Could you please let me know or correct this? So a few days later, the website went down and it came back up. So I went searching for the data again. Now, I'm making a weekly habit of doing this. Checking, because maybe it's just some sort of database entry error that's common in just about every single local, national, international database with that type of error where maybe I'm not using the right search criteria. So I sent FAI.org an email asking them, could you please let me know if I'm not looking at this the right way? Could you locate this information in your database? They sent me back an email telling me, no, this was not registered in our database. No one filed an application for this to be put into the record book. So the conclusion I'm coming to is this. Is there a reason why NASA didn't put HST in the record books, but they put every servicing mission in the record books? Because every servicing mission is listed. But STS-31 on April 24, 1990 is not listed.
I can't speak to that, but you know, obviously that's not a NASA database.
No, I do. I understand that, but again, I know it's not a database that NASA maintains in the database at all. So I please forgive me for saying this. Just please forgive me, and I don't want it to sound like some sort of crackpot idea or weird conspiracy, because that's not where I'm going with this. I have to say that I'm questioning that Hubble is even where they say it is. Because why wouldn't a $1.5 billion telescope, which is being used by every university around the world and every scientist who's involved in any kind of astrophysics, astrodynamics, just space exploration period, if we're getting these images from Hubble and Sophia, which is a 747 special purpose, with the same exact technical specifications when it comes to the telescope, Sophia's taking the same exact pictures of Hubble. And that's where the disparity in image analysis comes in, because I have a half a dozen photos I took off from NASA's website for Hubble and Sophia, and when I ran them through MATLAB's image processing toolbox for comparative analysis, those images came from the same source. And it wasn't at 330 miles above the surface of the Earth. So that's
interesting.
That's where I'm trying to understand. You know, I'm mostly into IT, sir. That's what I do. I'm into information technology, security engineering, and database management. And I know NASA has a massive database. You guys got over a dozen supercomputers all around the country, all around the world, that need to be managed just about by any and everybody. And their tasks are solely to keep the systems up to date and make sure they're operating efficiently and effectively, so that you can be able to go to your computer terminal and type up a query, and that information comes up literally in a nanosecond. That's how readily available it is. So my problem right now is that it makes no sense to me and why STS-31 is not in the database. And you confirm that you've worked for them for 25 years, and nobody sitting at Goddard who's on the Hubble team has ever seen Hubble in real time conducting any operations on the ground that could have been shot from another satellite asset with a high definition camera and imaging to take a picture of Hubble. The only videos Go ahead.
Why would you expect anybody to do that?
Well, I'm going to explain to you why. Because I used to be in the military, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You don't send out a drone or an ROV and not have cameras on it so that you can track where it's going and where it's at and what might come in contact with it to interfere with its operations. And just to be honest with you, if, paying my taxes, $1.5 billion, I'd want to keep an eye on that asset. Not just from signal and telemetry data, but I also, in the year, in the 21st century, I need to have eyes on when I need to have eyes on, just in case something went wrong.
Well, if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be something external necessarily.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that that's so, because I know of at least a few events where Hubble had to be retasked because it had to avoid collision with something else that was up there.
Well, you're misinformed then.
Well, I can't be misinformed if the data actually came from NASA.
Could you point me to where it says that Hubble was actually retasked because of some external, I'll call it a threat, or external, object?
No, I mean, it had to be flipped around. It had to be maneuvered to go to either go to a higher altitude or change its trajectory because there was something up there that might have collided with another satellite from another country.
Well, you are sadly misinformed then.
Okay.
Because Hubble doesn't even have a propulsion system, so it can't possibly change its orbit by itself.
So how does it move position? How do you change the position of it?
I suggest that you button up a little bit more on.
No, I mean, I have the data right up in front of me. I mean, it's right on your website. It's right here, spacecraft and instruments. I'm looking, it's right on the left-hand side. It's an entire PDF. It says what the Hubble's capabilities are, how it maneuvers, how it changes direction.
That's just rotating the vehicle. That is not changing altitude. That is not changing trajectory. That is not changing orbit.
Okay.
That is just changing its orientation.
So you're saying that Hubble actually stays at the same altitude through every orbit, and it doesn't decay in altitude. It doesn't lose altitude.
It loses altitude because of atmospheric drag.
Okay, so when it loses out, so over 20 years at 330 miles, if we do the mathematics, ISS loses somewhere between 1.5 to 2 miles every 3 to 5 minutes. So what is keeping over 20 years? Hubble should actually almost be within 10 miles of ISS.
Well,
sir, I've done the math. I don't know about you, sir, but I've done the math. At 340 miles, that's what's on your website, 15 orbits a day, Hubble should actually be nearly within 10 miles of ISS if ISS is actually at somewhere around 220, 245 miles. That's the stated standard data. I've actually seen data on NASA's website. It's clear as day. I can send you the information where actually ISS has gone from 245 miles to 190 miles above the surface of the Earth. And then it jumped. And then they fired whatever thrusters or whatever to put it back up into its normal geosync orbit at low Earth altitude elliptical orbit. So if you're saying, I'm not disagreeing. Yes, Hubble is losing altitude. But if that's the case and there's nothing to propel it back up to its original operating altitude of 340 miles, over a 20-year period, Hubble should be, this year, within 10 to 20 miles of the ISS.
Well,
visual line of sight, no optical assessment or adjustment. I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with orbital mechanics?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you familiar with atmospheric drag?
Yes, sir, I am. I know that Hubble, I know the ISS. I'm sorry, sir?
Are you familiar with the solar cycle
Yes, sir, I am.
and its effect on the atmosphere?
Yes, sir, I am. I've been doing nothing but studying that for 3 years.
Okay, so obviously you know during solar minimums, the atmosphere contracts and there's very, very little drag at Hubble's altitude. So your 2 miles per year is a very gross oversimplification.
No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. ISS is 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, give or take. Okay, it's 3 to 5 times the size of Hubble. Okay, so you have a larger mass, traveling at somewhat maybe a comparable speed. It's at lower altitude, so yes, you're going to have more drag. Hubble's at 100 supposed to be 100 miles above that, so yes, you're going to have less atmosphere, but a little bit more. You're still going to have the atmospheric drag because neither vehicle is in free space, a vacuum.
Right.
Neither vehicle.
And also, the Hubble orbit was raised during the servicing on 2 of the servicing missions.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. I agree with you on that because I looked at the servicing missions, and it seems as though each servicing mission, Hubble dropped down based on its 15 orbits a day. If it's behaving the same way the ISS is, losing about a mile and a half to 2 miles every 5 minutes in an elliptical fashion, if Hubble's doing the same thing, that means that the STS servicing missions were able to get within a specific distance of it at a specific time to capture it, and then once they service it, they basically jettison it back up to where it should have been, which is around 330, 340 miles. But then after 2008, the last servicing mission, we're looking at 8 years. So again, you factor in from 2008 to now, within this year, Hubble's going to be within 10 to 20 miles of ISS. That's mathematics, sir. That's the mathematics that you and I've learned. Give or take. I don't have a supercomputer, so I can't do the exact numbers, but the rough calculations tell me that Hubble could be within visual eyesight view without a telescope, without binoculars. You'd be able to have literally line of sight from ISS to take maybe a Canon 100mm, 300mm camera, flip around backwards and take a photo of it when it passes over the ISS.
Well, I do not know what the ISS current altitude is.
Well, I think the current altitude of ISS should be somewhere, because ESA actually listed. And again, I mean, I had asked this question of why isn't, HST in this international database. I know someone at NASA is submitting the application for all other STS missions. Why didn't someone decide to submit the most important piece of technology ever to exist to mankind, put it in the international database? No other country is ever going to launch something that big, especially a telescope. Right now, the ISS is at, according to this data, it says the ISS is at 251.77 miles, 76. It's dropping right now. And its velocity is 17,166 miles. Longitude 153.883, actually 154. Latitude is 39.517. That's where ISS is right now. Of course, they don't have there's no similar database online to do the same thing for Hubble. And that's understandable. But
but there is.
Is there a website for same as ISS?
Well, I don't know what you're using for ISS. But
Well, I'm
certainly,
using ISS Tracker. ISStracker.com.
Okay.
And ESA
I
actually
mean,
listed as well. European Space Agency. Yeah, I'm using ISStracker.com. This is real-time data. Supposedly real-time data.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of satellite tracking apps that have a large database.
I have about 20 of them in my repertoire that I can check. Can't check them simultaneously, but I go after the ones that are reliable because I've found a few sites where they actually try to manipulate the data, but these are third parties who have no affiliation to the space agency. So ISS Tracker actually uses the data right off of the European Space Agency.
Okay. Well, there's certainly similar ones for Hubble. I mean, you can get Hubble's real-time position. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to waste a lot of your time, Mike. It concerned me. I'm going to be honest with you. It really concerned me that HST was not in an international database, but the servicing missions are. So why would you put all the servicing missions, but you wouldn't put the primary mission to even put the vehicle where it is? I got another theory to it on atmospheric drag that I'm actually playing around with. I'm starting to look deeper into superfluid helium-4, and it's just one of those type of things that I've seen it do some really strange things in a laboratory setting, and some other colleagues of mine at the university were actually entertaining the idea, the possibility, theoretically, that the upper atmospheres beyond HST could be superfluid helium. It's zero viscosity, but what we're trying to ascertain is, could it be actually a combination of what CERN and NASA are considering to be dark matter or dark fluid, which is absorbing 99.96% of all visible light. And that's why when you're looking at these videos of HST being serviced, you see absolutely no other light. Absolutely none. And it has nothing to do with the resolution of the camera and what mode the camera may be in to capture that type of light. If you've got billions of stars out into free space, then, or even within atmosphere, even a cluster should be generating some sort of light. And you see absolutely nothing. And the only way that that's possible is if actually what you're looking at when you're up in altitude in space, which is beyond 328,000 feet, is you're looking at dark fluid and superfluid helium, because the only way a vehicle the size of a school bus or the size of a football field could be in geosync orbit performing those operations would be in a helium environment, a liquid fluid helium environment where the temperature is almost absolute zero. You can do it in a laboratory. That may be what's up above us.
And what kind of densities are you talking about?
Well, the densities are already stated with helium-4. Helium-4 is I'm still trying, everyone's trying to wrap their head around how could it actually still stay a liquid at absolute zero. See, no one can answer that. And I've looked at every university paper I could possibly collect, and it can't be simulated. You can't get anything to absolute zero on Earth. We don't have the technical capability to do it. And you can't do it on the ISS because the ISS can't, you're in a microgravity environment. There's atmosphere. You can't create it in a vacuum either, because there is no such thing as a complete vacuum. And the reason why I say you can't do it in a vacuum is because the the Glenn Research Center has the largest vacuum chamber in the world, but it's a contained environment, meaning that you have walls, you have limits. You have to, you can't create a vacuum chamber large enough to duplicate the potential experiment to get close enough, because if you did, you'd probably suck half of NASA into that vacuum chamber if there was some sort of malfunction. I mean, it would be a massive implosion. And you can't contain superfluid helium even at close to absolute zero, for the simple fact that you have to create some sort of carbon nanotube type of container just to keep it in the container, because it wants to find its way out of what it's being contained in. And when you look at what Siri Nanosystems did in UK by creating Vanta Black, and you combine that with superfluid helium, and then you hear scientists are saying that dark matter, aka dark fluid, and you put the two together, you've got your space environment. That's the only way something the size of a football field and the size of a school bus could move around at potentially 5 times the speed of sound in a quasi-microgravity environment for as long as it is. Because what they're saying about superfluid helium is that there's these quantum vortices created, whirlpools, that are spinning at incredible speeds. And what happens is that when they release droplets of superfluid helium in this vacuum, what they witnessed and observed in a controlled experiment environment was that the droplets didn't break apart like normal water molecules would break apart. They remained together, and they formed a flattening ellipsoid egg-shaped type of form. And it started to make sense to me. Wait a minute. That's the only way these vehicles could be up there traveling at those speeds. Because if not, they'd come crashing down within years, not decades. Just some theoretical talk. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a physicist. I'm working on my master's in applied physics, but trying to get an understanding. And Hubble is continuing to baffle me. Right now, they're showing the Hubble at the latitude is 20. What's the elevation? The altitude is 542 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, sounds about right.
So, but it's a software database, and I can tell you here right now, as a CUDA and GPU programmer and developer, I could create the same thing in a week to mirror this, and it wouldn't need to be real. It'd literally show a picture of me in a little Superman cape, saying, "Hey, this is where I am. I got my hands on. I've got a little tether on the Hubble, and I'm following it. And look at me, And people would. But here's the thing: if I showed you that and put it together in a week, you'd be like, "Oh, that's not real," But I want you to understand, as an up and coming research scientist, the average person, they look at this and they're like, "Oh, well, there goes the Hubble at 542 kilometers."
Mm-hmm.
But you show them something they don't know. They don't have even a basic or foundation understanding of how software development, programming, and computer graphic generated images, and how you can actually program something to be in the sky that's really not there.
All right. Yeah.
So
Hollywood does it all the time.
No, I know. I mean, I've actually taken advantage of you guys' software vault, where I can go online and download a lot of the software applications that's available for the technology transfer program. So, it's just one of those things to where I would like to know if it's possible, if anyone I could speak to who's responsible for submitting the information to FAI, to see if maybe there was just an oversight or if it's a mistake, or, and I hate to say this, that maybe you've been sitting there for 25 years and there's what you think is up there is really not there, and it's actually the photos are being taken by Sophia, which is at 45,000 feet on a 747.
Sophia hasn't been flying nearly as long.
Well, the program, the Stratospheric Observatory program, has been in existence longer than Hubble.
But they haven't had anything flying for that long. I forget when Sophia's first.
No. Yeah, Sophia is not that old. It's been in existence, I think, since what, 2002 or something, or 2000. What was it? 2004. I think 2002 or 2004. But there were airborne telescope observatories being flown longer than Hubble. You got your own website shows the actual history of the Stratospheric Observatory program, and it actually began with balloons, because there's a satellite identical to Hubble, about 2/3 the size, that was launched from Antarctica on a balloon. That on the U.S. Antarctic website. They launch it from McMurdo.
Well, fine, but the Hubble was taking data at wavelengths that neither Sophia nor the balloons can.
No. Sophia can take photos in wavelength. Sophia can do the same thing as Hubble. Yeah. Sophia can do matter of fact, the telescope on Sophia is identical to Hubble. Everything that Hubble can do, Sophia can do.
Well,
I mean, of course, the plane's got to land, but when it's in the air, it can literally conduct the same technical imagery capture and analysis data that Hubble can do. And of course, Hubble's 24/7. Sophia's not. But when it's in the air, when Sophia's been in the air, it literally has captured the same photos as Hubble, and that's how I was able to do the comparison. As a matter of fact, some of the pictures that Sophia captured were actually at a higher resolution and more clear than Hubble, which also, surprised me a little bit. How could something inside the stratosphere take a photo and do imagery through 3 or 4 different more layers of atmosphere when Hubble is literally supposed to be out in the exosphere where there's very little to no atmosphere, and it's capturing more light than Sophia is. I really hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about Hubble, because I wouldn't want to be sitting next to you one day and you'd be really, really, really angry to find out that Hubble may not be there.
Well, it'd be quite a.
I know it would be shocking, but it would be shocking, but it just. I've already contacted FAI and I spoke to them, and they said it's not in their database, and they checked. It took them about a week to get back to me, and they looked through the entire database. It said they even looked to see if maybe it would have been erased or deleted by mistake, because they were able to check their log records. And there was never even anything submitted. There was nothing. I mean, why put the servicing missions in the record? I mean, you can go to FAI.org when we hang up. Just check the servicing missions for yourself. You'll see them there. But when you check for Hubble, STS-31, you enter in Charlie Bolden's name, all the crew members, nothing. Nothing. And FAI has been in existence longer than NASA. I mean, Theodore von Karman was the one who helped create the database and established where space actually began. Of course, NASA puts it at 262,000 feet, and FAI puts it at 328,000, but that's neither here nor there. That's another question. How is it that DOD puts space at 262,000 and change in feet, but the rest of the world has it almost 90 to 100,000 feet higher? So where does space actually begin? Is it DoD standard or is it international standard?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that we've been studying the atmosphere since we could be able to do what we can do, and we're still trying to figure it out. What is actually up there and how it all works. And I think I'm not gonna say that I'd be applying for any kind of Nobel Science Prize, but I think I might have a more viable theory of how it may all be working.
Interesting. I'm watching for it.
Because dark fluid.
I gotta go.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I really
Sorry
appreciate
to
it,
help
Mike.
you more.
I really appreciate it very much. I didn't think I'd be able to talk to anyone at all because I tried to call the project manager. When you click on pound to go to his number and I click to the deputy project manager, Mr. Haskins, and the deputy project manager, Pat Krause, when I go to click on for their extensions, it just hangs up. Are they even working there anymore?
Yeah, they're still here. So what website are you looking at to get the numbers?
Mr. Askins has no answers.
I was given the number by the Goddard Center, and they told me to dial 2000, and it asks you to put in the prompts, press 3 for the directory. So I don't have your direct number. It says your extension. It says press this button to speak to this person. So
okay.
When you press the button, it doesn't go to them at all.
Interesting. Yeah, I can explain that. Yeah.
Okie dokie. So
okay.
I really appreciate it, sir. I really do appreciate it. You have a good Memorial Day weekend, and stay safe.
You too.
Take care, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good Memorial Day, everyone.
Well, there you have it, people. You heard the conversation. You heard it. You heard it clear as day. This guy could not answer why the Hubble is not in the FAI.org database.
Preach it, brother.
They all said the same thing. NASA's Office of Inspector General, their special agent investigator says that's not a NASA website. We don't manage it. We don't operate it. We're not responsible for it. But they put all their other fucking missions in this database, but they didn't put Hubble. They put the servicing missions in the database, but they didn't put Hubble. This guy can't explain it at all. He said he's never fucking seen the Hubble. Never seen it. He's not even sure it's there. But I guarantee you, I got him fucking thinking. I got him seriously fucking thinking right now that there's a possibility he's been sitting at that desk for 25 fucking years. 25 years. 25 years. And now he's thinking, man, I just talked to this guy. Is it fucking possible? Could he be fucking right? That Hubble is not where it is? He couldn't even explain how the shuttle can actually get to this fucking thing. He says it has no jets, propulsion, no nothing. It loses altitude, people. It's been losing altitude since 2008. It may not even fucking be there, man. I knew more about their fucking program than they do. That's NASA for you people. That's fucking NASA. I gotta put together this video. I'm gonna post it on my site. And it's gonna be private. I have to put it private because I don't want any fucking problems right now. So let me see how I'm gonna do this, people. But you know my motto. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. And that, people, was the fucking phone call of the year. Peace out, people. Take care.
Credible. Those are the experts and they don't know what's going on. That's pretty scary.
Hey NASA, can you show me where Hubble is? We don't know.
Oh, I just do what I'm told and get my paycheck. Ah, man, so cringy, you guys.
That's some good work that guy did.
Oh yeah, Robert Bassano. Yeah, I don't know about if he's done anything new. I don't know. I haven't checked his channel in a while. It would be nice if, like, next week, bam, he brings out some killer video. That'd be awesome.
It'd be nice if he joins the Discord and talk to us about any updates.
Oh, he don't like being here. We tried that. It might have been just before you joined, Jumsy. He's been here. In fact, he did his own Discord, and that's why I lost an account from joining his server, because he made sure that everyone used the Google Authenticator, and my dumbass lost my numbers, and so I couldn't get back into my Discord account. So I had to make a new one. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's like, he don't take no chances. He's like Prince in our world. You know, he likes to stay out of the limelight. That's not what he's about. You know, I mean, you never heard of Prince in the press, in the tabloids. I never did growing up. So I find that pretty interesting, shall we say. But yeah, he just, yeah. I don't know if anybody, is Helio around?
He's sleeping, Helio.
Well, he was in, I don't know, he was in here a second ago.
He's dreaming about balls. Space balls. You know, Helio is very into sci-fi. He loves.
Oh my gosh.
Dude,
Okay, so
yeah, Jemsy knows
obviously-
everything about me. So go ahead and tell me about myself, Jemsy.
Yeah. Okay, so the best recommendation I have ever got from Dennis Cash was Raised by Wolves. Oh my God. I don't even want to give away any spoilers, but it'd be a good litmus test to see, you know, how awake someone is by what they think about the show. Because I know me and Helio could talk for a good hour easy on just one episode. It is some good shit. I'll just tell you that there are some undertones of religious beliefs, one mainly being Gnostic. I'll just tell you that. That's the only spoiler I'm going to give. And then the end, whoop, man, that blew my head off. I'll tell you what. I'm like, what? And you know what I'm referring to, right, Helio? The second point I made about one of the main female characters. Oh, shit. I'm telling you what. I'm probably going to end up watching the first season again.
Yeah, I went and watched the first season again. When I saw the first episode of the second season, I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot everything." And so I watched the first season again. Yeah, I watched the whole first season.
Yeah,
again
I watched the last episode of the first season. Then I went on to season 2. But
maybe that's what I did.
What'd you say?
It's like maybe I just watched the last episode. I wanted to catch up because they also have like recaps, you know, season recaps on YouTube. Sometimes I'll watch a recap of the previous season before I watch another show.
I always go with the flow of the story. I don't try, you know. So it was like darn near till the end where I figured out, you know, what they were really trying to say. And so I'm guessing there's a whole bunch of stuff from season 1 that went over my head.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of know what, because when I started watching that first episode, I was like, I don't remember.
I mean, this is better in Westworld, dude. This is way better in Westworld, in my opinion. I mean,
really
good stuff. Hey, any rumors about Altered Carbon coming back?
I haven't heard anything.
That's so disappointing. Man, that was what, only 2 seasons?
Yep.
Sons of bitches. Damn. Get us cooked, and then they're like, oh, we're not going to do it anymore. Sucks. Who knows? They could do so. They could pick it up. Who knows? But the next one I'm really chomping at the bit for is It's a dystopian drama, The Handmaid's Tale, based off the books of Margaret Atwood. That's some good shit. I don't know if you watched that at all.
Yeah, I've watched. Yeah, I've seen all those.
Yeah, I could probably watch those over again. They're good.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. Is there another season coming out soon?
I don't know. There's supposed
I
to
don't
be,
know
I
either.
thought.
I don't know either. It was just 3 seasons, right? Or 4?
Well, with I
No,
thought
3, I think.
yeah, so I think with what the goings on in the world delayed it was my I thought understanding, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Handmaid's Tale's a crazy ass show.
Oh,
my
yeah.
gosh, man, it's freaking trippy.
Yeah, it is. Like, okay, so I think I've always loved watching scary movies growing up and everything. But, it for some reason it never like really truly scared me. And I'd have to say, like, one of the first scariest movies I ever watched, me personally, and that was by Dee Snider from Twisted Sister back in the day. And it was called Strangeland. And it was about this character named Captain Howdy on the internet and taking girls. It's like, oh my God, I could just about have my heart race just thinking about it. Or like, what about that movie Hostel? That shit could be real, dude. That scared the bejesus out of me. Whew. Like, make me not want to go to Europe kind of thing. But yeah, so spiritual stuff, sure, it could, like about demons and all that could be scary, but not as stuff like what we experience in actual reality. I've never seen a ghost, but I know people have and whatever, but
Helio doesn't watch scary movies. He's a scary cat.
Well, I mean, I it has to be, see, like, horror for horror's sake is just boring to me.
yeah.
There you go.
That's why I don't watch it's like horror film. Oh, well, no, it's just boring.
I know, but the Hostel movies were.
Yeah, Hostel was. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't mind thrillers and
Right.
like horror as long as there's a good plot line and good story with it. But just as far as like horror for horror and gore and all that shit, just for the sake of it, I make a lot of shitty movies just for the gore.
Some people like that, B movies.
If you want to see horror, just look at yourself in the mirror.
Oh shit! I have to do that every day. Don't make me. Don't remind me.
Is that way you wake yourself up in the morning? Oh shit!
It's like, damn! I can't believe
it. That's why horror movies doesn't scare you, because of your training.
No, babe. Or I've been watching horror movies when I was a teenager. I used to love the horror movies, man, when I was like,
Texas
12,
Chainsaw
13 years old. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, all the Jason, fucking Freddy Krueger, all that shit. I used to love that shit, man. But,
I remember having a sleepover with girlfriends when we watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Oh, so scary.
They have a new one out. It just came out
another one
like
again?
A month ago.
Oh, man. I don't know.
A month ago. I think it's on
It depends
Netflix.
on who plays in it, I guess.
Yeah, they just had a
Who's directing it?
I haven't watched it. No, I just haven't watched it.
Did it. He did one already, didn't he?
Yeah, but it wasn't that.
Stuff is too violent for me.
It's too violent.
Yeah.
So violent.
I might be willing to watch like a highlights video or something, but
yeah, it just came out.
I'd rather have like sci-fi stuff, dystopian things, and okay. So on my list, I forgot who mentioned it, but Nicolas Cage, the movie Knowing, that's next. Maybe I don't know.
You haven't seen that one?
I may have. I think it's been out for like a decade or like 2 decades ago, right?
Yeah, it's about 10 years old, I think.
Yeah, they're gonna stress the globe for you over there.
God dang it, just.
But yeah, I really like watching stuff almost that like has space travel in it, like Lost in Space. I watched that. That was actually pretty good.
Lost in Space is like kind of like a fun movie, kind of like a family, no?
Well, it was
Oh,
originally, but now
yeah, you're
they
talking about the
have
new one or the
other-
old one? Well, they're both similar, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot more.
Well,
CGI.
I like to be weird and read between the lines and what are they putting out to people's subconscious. Mm-hmm.
Thought the new one.
That's what I like. That's the kind of movies I like to watch. I'm over it on the gory stuff, really. Yeah, no, thank you.
You watched any of the Power?
Anyways, Helio, we have a guest.
Oh, we do.
Johannes, Midgard. Welcome, Johannes. You've been unmuted, and Helio would like to speak to you.
No, Jemsy wants to talk to you because I have to. I just got out of the shower. I'm just like getting.
Don't say that.
I don't want to sit here and talk. I only came in to say hi.
Cracking me the fuck up.
I'm sitting here like
Hi,
negative.
hi.
I'm sitting here negative, just like
Hi, Johannes.
Tell me.
You do you, Helio. You do you, man. Wow.
Just ignore all elderly people in the server. Just don't mind them. How are you, Johannes?
Welcome.
Johannes!
I've known, just for the record, for the new person, I've known Helio for like 5 years for real. So we get out of control sometimes for that. I do apologize. Please feel
they
free to take the
Yeah, I
floor.
can second that. They do get out of control very often, Johannes, but you know.
It's all good, hopefully. What's up with you, though? You're in a voice chat. What's up?
Joe, Haynes. Ignoring me. It's probably my Mexican accent.
Man, that ain't cool. What's up? Takeaway is VC verified. Have him do it over again. He's probably AFK. We're just giving you a hard time just for fun.
No rolls, just unmute it.
Oh, well. Well, that's unfortunate. In a voice chat and not able. Well, he can't speak because he doesn't have a role, so I guess he needs to go to VC check-in, right? Or is somebody going to hover over the mute button and verify him? Do you want to, Jemsy? I don't know. I don't do it, but I'm not saying you can't. But I'm not saying it's allowed either, right? But
I just unmuted the person to see if they speak. As long as they can have a mic and speak, and it's okay.
Well,
follow the rules. That's it.
I have like 12 minutes and I got to hit the road. Just FYI. I can't be babysitting anybody. So who is our new person again? What's the name?
Johannes, Midgard.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like I made a name, but it's okay. Sounds cool.
Okay, that person, I mean, I don't know. I don't see that person in there anymore.
It's gone. It's gone.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay, Helio.
Well,
Helio
I
scared her.
I was playing at Robert Bassano. I was, because nobody was talking. I played that, and I took a
That was
shower.
good, dude.
And
I'm always liking to hear that. I mean, for sure, because
it's good stuff.
Yeah. Did Robert ever put anything to verify the person that he spoke with, like a web page or something? Email address?
I don't think so, but it sounds legit though.
I know, and it's something.
What you got there, Jamesy? Is that at your place? I'm coming over.
I'll take one plate of whatever that is.
Yeah, I'll take one of everything.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
is that
I'm
corn?
about to get one for you guys. I'll get some. I'll eat it and I'll let you know how it is.
That's great. Sounds good. Good. Man, oh man, looking good.
What is that at a food truck or at a restaurant? Look at that. What's that? Looks like
Hey, did your brother? Is he going to do his food
ribs.
truck thing again?
No,
Oh
he
no!
still has it, but it just didn't get enough business to keep
Well,
it.
maybe he could bring it back up again this summer. Because it seems to be lightening up in our area. People go for it here. I'm pretty sure. So,
Well,
best wishes on that though, because that's rough.
He's waiting tables at Olive Garden for lunches and stuff now. So, but he's kind of like, I mean, his wife is a full-time social worker. She works over 40 hours a week.
I bet you he makes good tips doing that job.
Well, he said they're overstaffed, and so he doesn't really even make that much when he goes. So.
Oh, that's horrendous.
Yeah,
man.
it's
He'd
like
be
that. He
better
said they'll have like 12
off.
waiters, waitresses, and he'll only get like 4 tables.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
3 or 4 hours, and the motherfucker only get like 5
I'm not even
tables.
joking. That sounds like a nightmare I've had before.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that does not sound like a good situation. That's horrible.
No, yeah, that's what he said. He said it's overstaffed, so it's
Dude, you should see maybe he's been thinking about the food truck. You guys should do it, like a brother thing. That'd be, I don't know.
I don't want to do that.
You don't want to? You don't like doing that? Oh man. Could wear your flat earth shirt and shit. See, the thing is, if you did something like that, though, you'd have to go to, an area that's not local to you. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, well.
The flat earth food truck.
Yeah, well,
In a perfect world, that might work, but I know.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, in Fayetteville's a kind of tough area for food trucks. I mean, a lot of there are some really successful ones and others. I don't know.
Okay, so like, what if you found like a big plant, factory or whatever, and you went there on their lunch hour?
So that's the thing with his bus that he had. It was drivable, but not. If you drove it around a lot, it just.
Well, is he going to sell it? I'll buy it. I'm kind of giggling and joking around, but I'm almost kind of not. I mean, what's he going to do with it?
I don't know. It's been sitting in his driveway for quite a while now.
Oh, geez.
I don't know how much how much he'd sell it for, but yeah, it's I redid the interior.
I know, it was fucking kick ass, dude.
But and I guess he still has all the everything.
You guys, there's a bunch of party poops. What's up? Can make some money. And I don't know what can't you I don't know the business side of it, if that's more of a hassle in this day and age or what the fuck, but
I don't know any of that shit either. Right? He does.
Yeah.
Well, that's maybe that was the bigger part of the hassle too. You can't just sell food. Whatever.
There's licensing and health food, health department shit. You gotta. Oh yeah, probably. You can't just go around selling food and walk away and gotta have to give the man his money. Right? I mean,
you can sit on the corner in front of Walmart and sell $1 bottles of water.
Can you really? That's mighty interesting.
Well, man,
yeah.
Hey, but really, I mean, you go into Walmart, spend $6 on 50 bottles, and then sell it for $1 right out front.
I don't know.
But you have to look all pathetic.
Be a sight to see.
You have to look all pathetic and like you're homeless and be like, anything helps.
Dude.
And then you have a stack of bottled water that you bought at Walmart. And like anything helps, but I'll give you a bottle of water for $1.
So he's asking for donations and then giving a bottle of water.
I don't know. I've never been a panhandler.
Hey, I guess donate for play or hate the game. That'd be a sight to see somebody
I've
doing
seen
that.
that. No, I've seen people doing that. They'll have like a cooler, and instead of having a sign that says "anything helps" or "God bless you" or something, where you want to give, they'll have like bottle of water, $1, and they'll have it in a cooler.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
well,
actually.
dude,
I
there's
don't.
all kinds of people sitting on the corners by the freeway around here.
Well, I mean, if somebody wants to panhandle, I mean, that's how they want to navigate through their life. I mean, I think people should leave them alone. I
That's what
mean,
I
we do the same thing on YouTube. People give money to content creators on different platforms. What's the difference? So people be hating all over the place all the time, and it just like, ugh, it makes me. That's the kind of stuff makes me don't want to be around people. That right there.
I ain't hating on them, but if I just
No,
drive
no, not
by and
you. I
don't,
mean in general. I would never say you're hating on people. That's what I was meaning. Sorry if I did made it seem like it, but. But yeah, I guess that's for some.
I'm sure Jimsy has quite an experience there in Boston with all the
I mean, that's a homeless man's hustle, is what that is. Nobody wants to be like that.
Jimsy. I don't know what's going on with your mic.
It's all fucked up. But anyways, you guys, my time is done. I gotta go. TTFN. Bye, guys. Bye,
Bye,
Dennis.
Jenny.
Bye, Jenny. Bye, Jenny.
Bye.
I gotta find something else to play, or else we're gonna have to listen to Jimsy talk.
Does it sounds better now?
It does sound better. What the fuck?
Can you hear my Mexican accent?
You're what? You're Bostonian?
Sure.
Sure. Did you get some of that food?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you get some ribs?
I got rice, beans, that meat, a stew, and plantains, plátanos.
Antanos.
How
Awesome.
much for an order of ribs? $2.50.
The ribs had a barbecue sauce, and I don't want too much sweet at the moment.
Hey, cool. That looks pretty good. Well, hey, I'm gonna jump off.
No.
No, I have to. But do you have any suggestions for something to listen to? Anything
Yeah, we
new?
want to listen to Jen.
Jen just jumped off. She had to go to work or something.
All right, so just play something similar to what you were playing earlier.
Let me see what else I can play here.
Anyone wants to speak on top of the bot? We can ban the bot.
I'm good listening to Helio's greatest hits.
Are you talking about music?
Top 10 of Helio.
No, please, no music, no Helios music. No, thank you.
I can play some. I can play one of me and Ron's old podcasts.
Oh no.
I don't like those either.
I remember talking, debating, flat smacking.
Let's see. Let me find out. Let me find a good flat earth debate to listen to.
Is your podcast on any podcast apps, Helio? Is it like there's a few of them up or anything?
What's that?
Your podcast you used to do, is it on like Apple Podcasts or anything like that?
No, it's on my YouTube channel, and I also uploaded it to archive.org. But yeah, you can get my YouTube channel, Helio Skeptic. Go to that YouTube channel, and all of my old podcasts with Ron are on there.
Cool. I'll listen, man.
Cool. I could play something from Modern Day Debates, one of the Flat Earth debates on there, but God, he's had such dipshits on there. I mean, except for, What's It and Kai was on there one time, but I think we've already played that several times. So What's It and Kai?
He also has had Nathan Thompson there multiple times.
Yeah, Nathan's been on there. But he had that F.E. Aussie guy. He's horrible. Let's see. And T-Jump, I don't like T-Jump. Well, T-Jump's not a flat earther. He's on the other side. And Wotan. Okay, let's see. We have What's It and Kai versus Carissa and McToon. Do you want to listen to that one?
Yes. I haven't listened to that one yet, so go right ahead, Helio, and mute yourself.
No, I'm gonna comment over the whole thing. I'm just gonna play it and then talk over it the whole time.
You got it memorized. You got it memorized. You can recite everyone's speech the whole way through.
All right, let's see if this works. All right, this is What's It and Kai versus McToon and who's the other person? Carissa.
I think that guy McToon, he likes McDonald's and cartoons.
And he likes Tab. I think I saw him drinking some Tab, but I don't know.
McToons.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Toon's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Toon. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical, and it uses absolutely no assumptions, and that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations to do it. On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees in any triangle. There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, then you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mctoon.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. This shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites, very, very precise, better than 1 arc second of precision in this. In order to site them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction does not affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are in Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these 3 angles from these 3 mountaintops, nothing more. It sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mc2.net/SE. You can see here, 50 degrees, 50, these are arc, and it's over. So that is right there what I would ask anybody to explain. If the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin. Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many, it was very accepted even over 2,000 years ago. And there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars, in the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere, and you see the other stars rotating around Polaris from our vantage point. Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross. And also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also see the same face of the moon wherever we are, right? And that would not be possible if we were on a flat plane. So for example, if we were on a flat plane, if the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different face of the moon than someone beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to know a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so many things that prove that the Earth is spherical. But that's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Witsit and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
And I am Witsit Gets It. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see. Can you see it?
Yep.
Exciting. All right, we put this together really fast, but the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. We didn't lie about it. So anyway. So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. Is it when we're at 100 feet? Or 10,000 feet, or 33,000 feet, or 7,000 feet, or 128,000 feet, or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? Which one isn't the real curve? The crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it. But the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. If you are 2 millimeters, it's a beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting. Of course, the globe earthers literally throw this guy under the bus. They act like he's a complete moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. It can't make up its mind. So very interesting. And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, tell you right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature, according to this astrophysicist here, from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then, of course, you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up too. Doesn't matter. We'll just throw this guy up. So here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. On my part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change.
Yep.
You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say that the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, they'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth's curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here. This explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. As the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything, it's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which of course they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The globe Earth belief system loves to handwave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
So you can see here gas inside a vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. Here you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum. And they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with a pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about determining the brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way you can even design an aircraft is to assume the earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, where people would literally die. They don't assume that the earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it, and this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess, but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe earth has asthma. So it's breathing, it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe earth math, bro. Like the earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I'll go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you could just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles. Mm-hmm. So you can see here in the chart, obviously the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably, hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong. Right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet. So it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the Modus-Tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal, right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right, we have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have 2 black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word, they're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat Earth's not for you, bro. You know. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's your boy.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Time.
The problem
time,
is we don't.
time?
That is
so
just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Witsit and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times feet in height? Why didn't you look that? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that, and you didn't answer me. Don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want people to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from Andrew Young,
the subject matter expert. Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Is this being shared? Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's where Quantum Eraser got it from. Okay, that is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young, Quantum Eraser Loves the Sky.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert, excellent. So the problem is that Quantum Eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial point of your black swan image there, is that there's no refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet, Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from Quantum Eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that Quantum Eraser likes to look at. Now, Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
over and over again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from...
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department.
Yes, he did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Dude, we heard it, bro. You took
that's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
My man is tripping. All right. It actually comes from geometry. It's the radius value of 3,959 miles. That's where the number comes from. No, of course.
Yeah, but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Are you done?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Whitsitt.
All right.
Okay, so 1.22 square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around act as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable. Anyway, but when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating, you know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, Mattoon? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And never the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
No. Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro.
Are you?
No, include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so, bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
if you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say it better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how
I'm sorry. You yourself demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights, right? So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical, actual location based on... I didn't claim.
No, this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
You can claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience? Because some people are new to this conversation. Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering Melvin.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6R just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And that you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary.
So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing, and then you have to invoke light rays which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually
but
the R value.
Here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that
but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis here. Go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that if there's a medium, there's a medium?
Live on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on your in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that both
can't see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so
both
stop strawmanning me.
Are you
can never
interrupting
see
a
it.
female,
No, because you're strawmanning me. I'm not gonna sit here and let you strawman.
You're making contradictory statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the Earth. That's what
you never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it.
So if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into that. You don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the atmosphere?
Yeah, you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry. You don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it. You quantify it. You figure out how it is affecting your observations, and then you include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see.
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature, but since we know that there's refraction,
you only see modified things, Austin. We stop strawmanning me. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to, it's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man me,
Identity politics. Your identity politics. What is it with his info? Aren't you like what the heck?
Wow, that was...
He's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What?
No,
you have to measure with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying, and you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said with
you
our...
literally said you
Talking
don't think
down
that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is gonna see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting.
Let me know
a
what you're...
woman. I'm sorry. That's too funny.
Can she talk yet? Can you talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk? Thank you.
Okay.
Info is just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value.
Of
and
course.
If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false, because we can measure refraction and we can control for so
if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there?
So we can see the curvature, but it is as you were saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and have an actual accurate memeasurement.
But terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to there's a separation between Earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between Earth and sky?
Watch your PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing? Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location. Like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
If it's physical.
Horizon is purely, we can see the Earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting off the Earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the sun is disappearing behind a physical location.
And it's interesting.
But now you're
from
saying
the bottom up.
You're saying so there's the ball is a specific size and it doesn't change, right?
Correct.
It doesn't change. Okay, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It doesn't change. But what you're saying is that we're seeing the horizon change in distance. And that can't work if the horizon is a physical location.
It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you see a horizon, you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting a woman? When you see a horizon,
that was pretty funny.
When you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So it's going to be there's going to be some variables within that curve, right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception. We don't have telescopic vision. And similarly, there are some elements, there's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we can measure those things. We can measure effects that it has on our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is, even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
it means you can control. You can control for that variable. That's what
you control. No, you can't control the atmosphere.
That's not what she's saying. Don't straw man.
One sec. All right, just to have order. Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to hear your ideas, and so we just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting. So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond, Witsit, maybe a minute or 2, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or 2 as well.
Thank you, man. So, like, what her analogy was, you don't see the tree, but you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there, hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird, okay? We're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there. We're trying to find out if it's actually there. And then you shine a flashlight on the tree. So you control for the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction is outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the GIF.
But you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand, must be happening.
Right.
So I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is
you need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth's a ball. You are. So what the flat Earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, McToon. So
I'm not claiming that it changes.
Sorry, man.
So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Or you want to throw him under the bus?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
The light is the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7 over 6 R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. So don't strawman me by saying it's a reification.
Well, let me
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth. Right. I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time, okay? So like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value.
Don't strawman me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni.
Which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you strawmanning me again?
How am I strawmanning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about him or not, it's irrelevant. We're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth, Motun. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took a fluctuation of the horizon, made different measurements, and came up with an average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Motun. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Motun and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates at its apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead. Either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up, I think your black swan analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because you again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere. But we actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but we don't have these positive claims. We just falsify the positive claims of the globe.
Okay, so
we can never know. We can never.
You think it might be a square, or do you think it's actually flat?
No, we know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat. So you literally are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas pressure without a container.
So when you're in an airplane,
Earlier, when you cracked open your little soda can, you just demonstrated the second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like. All we know is that 1, it measures flat. 2, it's stationary. And 3, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. The vacuum of space cannot exist.
Do you understand that a vacuum?
We don't have a model.
Okay. Do you understand that a vacuum doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum
It's
is
ultimate
just
low
nothing.
pressure.
Well, there's no
Right.
such thing as a
So,
perfect vacuum.
but you have, so space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective, has no like particles in it, right? So, but the gravity, our Earth has, do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
Yes.
let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has,
There's
for this
multiple types.
discussion is a force. It has a direction and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
For science, first of all, just for science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis.
Okay.
Antithesis of science. But what you're
Does
talking about,
gravity exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force. I'm saying it's acting as a force. Correct?
Gravity is not a force.
I understand that, but it's acting as a force. It's acting as a force.
It's not
correct.
It's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. Do you believe that there is a vector?
That there's a downward acceleration?
That has to do with some type of force-like component.
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue, is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time. Which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use the scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
But we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything that you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes. Yep.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air around us, which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Right now, so right now
density.
you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying it's
no,
downward
I don't.
acceleration.
I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we have lighter particles, those lighter particles are going to rise until they are no longer lighter than the air surrounding it.
So density disequilibrium, you agree with us?
What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you agree with us.
And when the air goes up, there's fewer particles. Therefore, it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh, okay. So you agree with us.
Yeah.
So downward acceleration.
No, don't straw man again.
No,
Don't straw man again. You're just
Do you
throwing.
understand? Okay,
that's all you have. So you
what
have
do
straw
you
man's.
believe is air? What is air in your opinion? Do you think it's
What
just
is
void?
air?
Yes.
Error.
Do you
Yeah,
think
we
it's
need
just
to make it
void?
simple for you guys.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have downward acceleration on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average.
Oh
of
my
9.8.
gosh.
Yeah, he can't just
He can't just answer the question. It's ridiculous.
no he can't. He just has
What
to
is air? That's your
shotgun
Do you
word
see it?
salad. Yeah.
Is
There's a
oxygen
combination of
particles?
different gas pressures that couldn't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. Feel free to stop interrupting me.
Again,
though.
yeah. Go ahead.
Now make sure you keep interrupting me. It'll make the Earth a ball. It'll make the Earth a ball, dude. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared of an observed phenomena called downward acceleration on the Earth. Now this is just an agreed upon average for intents and purposes.
It's not agreed upon. It's measured.
Is
It's
it
measured.
always exactly 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, but it's
Okay,
measured.
it's an agreed
It's not
upon
agreed
average.
upon. It's not an agreed upon average. It's a measured average.
Okay.
You don't know what a measurement is? You don't know how to measure the downward acceleration? It's measured, not agreed upon. It's empirical.
All right, calm down, bro. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration on the Earth. That is the effects, okay, of things falling. Not everything falls, as she just enlightened you. Helium goes up, and as your teammate has said, it's because of density alone. That's her explanation.
What is air?
Another straw man.
What is air? Tell me
They think
the
that we
chemical
look dumb on
composition. The particles. Tell me the particles. What is air composed of?
Hey, calm down, Chris. Can I finish my point, please?
Can you answer my
It was her
very
point.
simple question? It's
Air is
maybe
a combination of
elementary,
different
maybe middle
gases.
school. No,
I'm sorry
particles.
that
I'm
you-
talking about particles. I'm talking about
You're-
the
you're out of
elements.
your league,
The table of
Marissa.
elements. The table of elements. Just tell me. Okay, if I'm out of my league, then please just answer my simple question.
What a dick.
Okay, calm down.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The Earth's not a globe, but don't make it weird for a sec. Okay. So look, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters.
A measured average.
Okay, McToon, calm down. So that's just an effect. Okay, it's just an effect. Downward acceleration. Gravity claims to be the causal agent of that. So when you invoke downward acceleration, cool story, bro. No flat earther says that some things don't fall to the ground. But actually, what you guys run around acting like is as if everything falls to the ground, even though things go antithetical to the singular vector down to the relative mass of the center of the Earth, right?
Yes, they do because they're lighter than the particles.
Welcome to Flat
surrounding
Earth,
them.
Carissa.
No, it's welcome to 8th grade science class that we need to teach you again that you didn't pay attention to the first time.
No, see, we know that density disequilibrium results in different directionality.
Here's what you don't know. You don't know that multiple forces can act on the balloon at the same time.
No one said they
That's
couldn't.
what you
in
don't
theory.
know.
We're
No, you
asking
don't know
to
that.
prove-
You,
we're asking
you
to
think
prove the
that only
hypothetical.
you think that only one thing can act on the balloon at one time, and that
Straw man.
if it goes up, then gravity stopped acting on it. In fact,
Straw
both
man.
density, both buoyancy and gravity affect it at the same time. Just that the buoyancy is larger than the gravity, then it goes up.
Larger. It's larger. Okay, so stop interrupting, my man. Okay, so we know that relative density disequilibrium result in directionality. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than the surrounding air, so they go up. That's antithetical to the singular vector of down relative to the center of mass that gravity invokes. When you have downward acceleration, as Carissa was enlightening us stupid flat earthers about, that's just an agreed upon average of an effect, right? You're claiming the causal agents, right? Now you're claiming an additional force is present that hasn't been isolated. You haven't manipulated the variable of space and time bending and warping and dilating. You presuppose it, right? You presuppose the causal agent, seeing the effect and say, look, the effect proves my cause. I don't have to prove the cause, but you do. That's what's in contention, okay? So whenever the only thing you can empirically verify is the density relationship affects directionality, and that's what we say. I can actually get much more specific, and McToon, I can guarantee you, I'm trying to give you a heads up here. You're not ready, bro, okay? So she already handled Carissa very sufficiently. Would you like to acknowledge that you don't have an empirical evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model?
Not at all. Eddington, 1915.
1915 proved space and time bend and warp. Please enlighten us.
Eddington, 1915 was the first empirical confirmation of space-time bending.
When did they isolate space-time? How do you do that?
It was an I'm sorry, I'm not playing your you don't understand science game. Okay, it's a peer-reviewed, published experiment that Eddington did in 1915.
What did he do?
Confirming the bending of space-time.
How do you do that?
What do you do?
That was the eclipse of 1915.
Wow.
So he looked at the sky and proved that space and time bend and warp?
Okay, well, you
Was
go
he
ahead.
smart?
You go ahead and I'll just let you read it and
Isn't there a difference
probably
between
go over your head.
correlation and causation? Don't you learn that?
Almost as if most people see the Earth, most intellectuals see the Earth as being a sphere. And
appeal to
they
majority.
generally speak- No, I'm not making that as an argument. I'm saying it's been empirically proven in 99.9995 of any academic sources are going to tell you that.
I've not seen any academic sources saying otherwise at all.
Because they're censored and people will be fired. But anyway, her turn.
So hold on. I want to get back to my point. So I'm going to explain to you and to the audience what air is. So air is a collection of elements: nitrogen, oxygen, many others. And if you look at the periodic table, you see helium, and that is one of the lightest of the elements. Therefore, there is buoyancy and there's density. When something is lighter than other things, it will rise. But when it gets to a point in time where it is so high and there's not many other particles around it, then it will not rise any longer. Because it is heavier than the void, correct? Therefore, it stops rising because of gravity. Therefore, that is why all the particles on all the gases do not go all the way into space. It is really not that hard to understand. It just is how density and buoyancy and gravity interacts. And this is literally middle school stuff. So I don't understand why you have this smugness. It's like, oh my God, I can't even tell you what air is because I'm just so buff you. When you literally can't even answer a simple question. It's so sad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
No one is disagreeing. Flat earthers do not disagree with relative density. A great example.
Then you wouldn't have given your definition in the first place with the gas going up.
Okay,
Carissa.
no one is disagreeing with relative density. And also, we are not disagreeing with the downward acceleration. What we are disagreeing with is the cause of the downward acceleration. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
Carissa.
does. Yes, it does. Okay. So,
No, it doesn't.
yes, because you weren't even
That's not how-
educated
that's-
on the
that's not how law
cause.
works.
You weren't even. Can I, guys? I haven't talked very much. It's my turn to shine. Okay. So this is the thing. You want to say that the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. The cause absolutely matters, Carissa. You weren't even educated on your own model. It's not massive.
What are you talking about? I said it acted as a
You
force.
don't
I
even
never
know.
said it actually was
What
a
are you
force.
talking
That
about?
is straw man.
Let me finish. So, okay. The cause, establishing the cause and effect, which is the whole purpose of the scientific method, okay? And what we want to know is how they actually establish that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, McToon brought up an eclipse, and I have a question for McToon. McToon, what is the difference between correlation and causation? What is the difference?
Yeah, a correlation is not causation.
Okay, thank you. So how do we actually know then if we're observing, just observing, right? Observing, because there's no manipulation going into the eclipse, right? We're just observing. How do we actually know then? Because that's the key part of the scientific method, is manipulating the independent variable to establish causation. Just for the audience, a good example of correlation, the difference between correlation and causation is every time I see the sun rise, I hear a rooster crow. So therefore, the rooster crow is causing the sunrise, right? We're observing two things happening at the same time, but that which is correlation. But to actually know that the rooster is causing the sunrise, we would have to manipulate the rooster, right? We'd have to take the rooster out of the equation. Oh, the sun still rises. Okay, it's not causation. So when you're just observing, how is an observation establishing causation?
It wasn't just observing. They positioned themselves and waited to the appropriate time for the sun to position itself relative to the star.
Then they observed it.
Did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated
Okay, so they
their
just
local.
observed. So
Hold on,
they're-
I didn't finish
Sorry,
what
go
I was
ahead.
telling
Go
you
ahead.
that what they were manipulating. They were manipulating their position relative to the sun and the star so that they could see if it was bending around it or not.
I understand, but did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated their position.
So they just manipulated where they were looking and observing.
Where yes, absolutely.
But the independent variable, which would be
space
and time, they did not manipulate. They just observed, correct?
The independent variable is not space and time.
Yes, it is.
Space. Sorry. First of all, there's no and between there. It's space time.
Sorry, space time.
Okay.
Space time.
Well, actually, it's made up of space and time, so I'll say the and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, they here's the deal. You always go on about, because this you get from Quantum Eraser parroting him, that somehow this independent variable, dependent variable is absolutely required in an experiment. It is not, actually. Your only source for that is Quantum Eraser, and his source for that is a 7th grade How to Do Your Science Fair project website. So that is not the only way to do an experiment.
I understand, and shout out to QA, love the guy. But I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the bending and warping.
Okay, here's the deal. If you don't like it,
I didn't realize that you were still talking.
Let's just to be sure. I promise we'll come right back to MC Toon, but just to let the just to let Kai finish.
A lady.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't realize. I think McToon just takes really slow breaths, and I'm just not really paying attention. But I understand what you're saying. I read your website. I looked at your sources regarding the scientific method. But that's why I wanted to bring up correlation versus causation, because right now we are talking about the bending and warping of space-time causing downward acceleration. Correct? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about causation. So what I want to know is how you differentiated between correlation and causation, because the only way to do that is through manipulating the independent variable. Observation alone cannot differentiate between correlation and causation. And if you don't manipulate the variable, then at best you just have correlation.
Thoughts, Chris or MC2?
Well, but do you want to take it? Because I think you were saying something. I don't want to.
No, you go ahead.
Your thunder.
You go ahead.
My response to that would be, regardless, I think we obviously don't know everything about gravity, and I think that's fair to say. There are things that we do not fully understand. I don't know if you would totally agree with. That's my understanding of it. It gets into like general relativity and just a ton of stuff that you don't even get to until like PhD level plus, right? But generally speaking, you don't need to get into that level to see that gravity is consistent in the way that it proves a spherical Earth, improves the globe.
All right, real fast though, just because James was right, McToon and I do have some history, but I want to talk to McToon about this, right? Since we're talking about gravity, and I usually keep this in the chamber. Most people aren't ready for it. I know you're not, McToon, but you keep talking about gravity, invoking it. It proves the ball Earth, as she's saying. No, you look at the lights in the sky. You presuppose a distance, a certain mass, relative nature. Then you presuppose a causal agent called space-time bending and warping and dilating, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, whenever we presuppose a theory of relativity, apply it to the universe, it's off by 95%. It's called dark matter, dark energy. Not only do you not know how to fully explain gravity, or have you ever proven it, it's not even mathematically viable yet. It's off by 95%. You should look into it. But McToon, here's my question for you. If everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, how is it that you isolated gravity and proved it to be the causal agent of something?
Well, if you think that electrostatics is somehow doing it, then I would love to see how it gets that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, Coulomb's law was actually hijacked and changed into the little g, but I asked you a very specific question.
Coulomb came after Newton, actually.
Let me rephrase it for you because you don't seem to understand it, okay?
Wait, so you just claimed that
Coulomb...
You
will never answer it. I want the audience to know McToon 100% will not
Austin,
answer.
this is important. You just claimed that Newton stole from Coulomb, even though Coulomb's law came after Newton's
I didn't
law.
say Newton stole anything, buddy. Okay. What I said is that electrostatics explains the phenomena as well, right? But here's the
It
question.
doesn't explain it at all, because in a because here lead is diamagnetic. It has a light lightly repels from electromagnetism. Lead would float if it were electrostatics.
Hey, is electrostatic?
I don't know. You brought up Coulomb's law, but tell you what, you show me.
Yo,
you show
you're
me
so
how
out of
it
your
works.
league, dude. McToon,
In a Faraday cage, things don't just float.
Are the things in the Faraday cage electrostatic? Yes or no?
Well, you were claiming everything is electrostatic, and electrostatics
Yeah.
are caused for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So please present how that happens.
Okay, you had to straw man me. I want the audience to take note. 100%, I'll bet anything on it. McToon cannot answer this question. Okay, so if electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic nature, which I could cite Purdue University saying that it's just objective. Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power, that's 39 zeros, stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot isolate gravity by controlling the variable of electrostatics, how can you verify that the gravity is there, McToon?
Oh, it's easy to isolate electrostatics. You just have a common ground.
So when you ground something, is the thing that you grounded electrostatic, yes or no?
Both, if you have a common ground, both things are at the same electrical potential.
No, not electrical, electrostatic. Like I said, you're out of your league, McToon.
Or
McToon,
electrostatic, whatever. So explain to me then. I'm waiting for you. You just keep asking the question. I studied electrical engineering. You studied nothing.
Which is why this is so sad.
So go right ahead and explain it. All you're doing is saying there's these forces, but you don't understand that they're all at zero potential differential.
Okay. Yes,
How are they different?
You can never actually exclude the electrostatic potential of anything. Hence me just now citing Purdue University verbatim.
What's the link?
I'll get in a second.
Yeah.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That's fine, but if they're at the same potential, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if we use a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics, it will change the directionality of things. They will go up and down. Lightning, electrostatic phenomena, bumblebees actually use an electrostatic resonance. Spiders and beetles do as well. So we have naturally occurring phenomena where electrostatics affects directionality. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic. Glass, lead, you name it, anything. If you ground something, it's still electrostatic. It's intrinsically electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and way stronger than gravity claims to be. The official heliocentric explanation for this is that out on the bigger cosmological scale, when you get out to much bigger masses, it overrides it due to the scalar nature of gravity. So you should learn your own idea before you act like I'm dumb. And so that's just a side note, right? So you cannot, she already demolished you, bro. You didn't manipulate space and time, bend and warp it, and verify it's the causal agent. And electrostatics are still
Now
present.
you
Game
asked
over.
something,
Welcome
and
to
you
fire.
want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
I'm still you. All you need to do is understand that there's no differential. The electrostatic force happens if there is a electrostatic differential, but if there is no electrostatic differential, there's no force applied.
How do you control the differential of the Earth?
You were wondering about electrostatics, and I was explaining it to you, right? And then you changed it to something that wasn't about an electrostatic differential.
Does the Earth have an
never mind
electrostatic
that.
resonance?
A resonance?
A resonance field, yeah. Yes or no?
I don't even know what you
I know
mean
you
by an
don't know. I know you
electrostatic
don't know.
resonance field.
Okay, I'm sorry that you're
just making up crap.
Okay, so let me just all I'm saying is we can move on from this. This is a more technical aspect. It's actually not necessary, but all I'm saying is everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power strong, and gravity even claims to be. Okay, she explained to you that in 1915 it was superseded. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. It's now considered an effect of the bending and warping of space and time. This has never been verified, scientifically manipulated. In fact, it's off by 95% when applied to the cosmological scale. It's called dark matter and dark energy. And then you can verify that causal agent. You certainly don't have some intellectual high ground where you can make fun of us with fifth grade science jokes. It's laughable. I read the theory. You don't need PhD to do it either, Carissa. So here's the deal. You can't verify your causal agent claim, which is actually what your entire model is dependent upon, as well as the R value, which we've demonstrated that is falsifiable and in fact been falsified. So that's the crux of the whole issue. We'll never get answered. We'll just get ad homs. We'll just get little like shots about how you're so smart in 5th grade science. We'll do what, blah, 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 appeal to majority. But there you go. So until you can actually substantiate the cause of the downward acceleration, the fact we see the downward acceleration doesn't matter. We know that.
But it was empirically confirmed in 1950, and you just hand waved it away.
Carissa destroyed you on that, bro. Were you not here?
Carissa didn't destroy me on that.
Yeah, yeah, she did.
High five, Carissa.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Kai did. Carissa destroyed you earlier by disagreeing with you about the horizon. Sorry, I get mixed up.
Because obviously he thinks that there's a static horizon, right? Don't you?
He
Right?
thinks there's a necessary static horizon.
I love
If
it.
the Earth is a sphere.
the globe or
No,
circle?
no, wait. Though, guys, wait. What's the definition of air? Let's pause it.
Yeah, please tell me. Well, I already gave you the answer, so it would be quite fair.
Hey, Carissa, do gases have an inherent shape?
Atomically,
They haven't. Well, what's their shape?
it depends on their chemical makeup.
Do gases
Their
have an
molecular,
inherent shape?
their molecular makeup. It depends on their molecular.
Hey, Richard Feynman would disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that each atom in the gas is going to have a molecular makeup, and that would generally, there might be some variation in the shape depending on how they interact with each other, but it honestly is, yeah. So it's not, of course, gas itself isn't going to be like, it's amorphous, right? But like on an atomic level, of course, there's going to be a shape to the atom.
Okay, so gases don't have an inherent shape. Okay, cool. I guess I got it. I was gonna say, so can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without a container?
Gas structure? Is that
Pressure.
Pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes, you can.
Can you demonstrate it? Well, before we ask for your demonstration, we have a demonstration for you. Okay, so
You hear that sound?
did you hear it?
Yes.
Oh, look
Yes,
at that.
look at that.
Okay, so the pressure actually spontaneously sought equilibrium to the lower pressure around it once you remove the containment. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So do you understand that the gas going into the air is floating up and it's being buoyant because it's lighter than the air around it? Of course, when you have a vacuum,
Maybe you
it's
should
not
ask her.
going to go up. It's not
She'll
going
ask
to go
you.
up.
Yeah, maybe.
Can you stop interrupting women, please? It's going to go up. It's not going to go up.
The
obviously.
joke reached its expiration.
Oh, I'm glad that you're able to determine that.
Someone
So if you're able to go into like a vacuum, there are no other molecules or any other substances to help it float and disseminate into the air because there is no air. Therefore, obviously, it's not going to rise.
So to clarify, you just didn't answer the question when I said, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes,
demonstrate
we have gas, an element of gas pressure here. I think it's probably determined by some effective gravity.
So the reason that we're asking this is because they tell us that the separation between our gas here on Earth and the vacuum of space, which, as you brought up, is not like a vacuum cleaner. Everybody knows that.
It's not sucking.
Of course, yep, yes. They're saying that it's uncontained. It's uncontained.
Yes.
Now,
because the molecules still have.
so they're
have
saying
mass.
it's uncontained, but
There's still a mass.
the reason that we are puzzled, okay, because you want to talk about science. So we're curious because this is a good source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure of a gas. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So what's happening is the gas molecules, for example, like in your tire, we just filled up air in my tire today. That was a great example of gas pressure. It's the air inside, the molecules are colliding with one another and they're bouncing off the walls of the container, which is creating pressure. And the container is the antecedent to gas pressure, okay? So, but here's the problem, is they're just saying that the container that's keeping the air in from the vacuum is just air, okay? So that's the relevance of us asking, okay, the heliocentric model is claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container. So we would need to see this demonstrated on some small scale here on Earth, because again, we can show you the Perrier can, my tire, a balloon. These are all gas pressure inside a container. So just show us one example, not using the thing in question though, which is the Earth's atmosphere. One small demonstration that confirms that you can have gas pressure without a container.
So number one, you're going to have to have such a huge gravitational force, right? Because right now what's happening is that the gases are being gravitationally pulled on a molecular level toward the Earth's core, right? So you can't reproduce the same situation unless you have such a broad scale gravitational pull, which is not something that we're going to ever be able to replicate. Unless I guess we want to go to like another planet and have like this huge experience. It's just not going to be practical, right? So generally speaking, the reason that it's still, I'm assuming that definition is assuming that it's within our atmosphere, right? And that there's going to be air around it.
If I can,
go ahead,
Carissa. There's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. So there's a distinction that you're missing there. So the definition you read doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
The
atmosphere it applies to gas within a physical container. It's not speaking about the atmospheric gas.
To clarify, atmospheric pressure isn't gas pressure, right?
They are distinct, yes.
So the atmosphere isn't made up of gas pressure.
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are different things.
But is there gas pressure in the atmosphere?
There is pressure, but it's not due. Your definition doesn't apply to atmospheric pressure.
Okay,
it applies to specifically that definition that you read is specifically talking about within a physical container.
Minutes, then we have to go to Q&A as we do have a number of questions and we are excited about them. So thank you very much. Folks, want to remind you a couple things before we do that as well. We'll give each of you, Carissa, MC Toon, and Witsit and Kai, a chance to draw together some of the threads from this debate in just a moment. But I want to let you know, folks, Carissa and MC Toon and Witsit and Kai are all linked in the description, so you can check out their links if you'd like to hear more. Highly encourage you. What are you waiting for? I mean, the links are already there. So with that, Carissa, MC Toon, Witsit, and Kai, any final concluding statements on tonight's debate?
Then go first.
Go ahead. You can start off.
Okay. Well, Austin, I sent that to you more than a year ago. I don't think you've looked at it, but we didn't get to it. Maybe next time. mctoon.net/SE. Go ahead.
So I guess my closing would be that it's interesting. I think both Witsit and his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I don't specifically remember your name because it's not.
It's just two letters.
Hi, gotcha. I think that they're getting really entrapped by the semantics of things when many of the Earth can be obviously proven to be spherical without being like, oh, we need to understand gravity to a precise and dark matter and all this stuff. There are many ways to condense these perspectives and realize that the Earth is spherical. There are observational ways to realize that the Earth is spherical. There are many different ways to do so. And I think it's very interesting that they aren't even able to give a map or any indication of what they actually believe the world looks like. They seem very focused on like, oh, this is, common sense and stuff, but they aren't actually able to provide a map or anything, any model of their Earth. They say that it's not a positive claim, yet their shirts literally say the Earth is flat. They won't even say that they believe that. They're like, oh, well, we don't have to do that, right? Because they're worried they're spineless. So with that, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate talking to the both of you. Carissa, I would love for you to join us. We have a Discord server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord where we educate, new Globers on, part of it is that you don't know your model. And when you learn the model, you find out that there's so many holes in it. So I invite you to come. We have Ladies Night at 5 p.m. Again, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. McToon, I appreciate speaking with you as well. I would just ask that you, take a time to just think about the difference between correlation and causation. But overall, just to wrap it up with a nice bow, it's really good to question things. And I think everyone can agree with that it's very important to question things. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So with the spherical excess, by the way, McToon, I don't know why you keep bringing up our DMs, man. I guess I'll have to tell the audience now. You DM me 1,000 times, dude. So believe it or not, no, I don't read all your DMs, bro. I think it's super weird. So there you go. There's your answer to that.
I did it in a debate on this
platform.
I did it in a debate. I sent it to you during the debate last time you were
Not
here.
my boyfriend's DMs.
Yeah, McToon, I think you actually interrupted my closing. It's cool, but I get it. You get triggered, but I haven't checked my DMs during the debate, and you've sent me hundreds of messages. It's all good. Spherical excess, you actually look over a vast distance. You say that there's no refraction, but then right after that, you can rewind for the audience. He literally said, well, there is some. You got to account for it. And whoop-de-whoop. Yeah, of course, there's refractions of fluctuation. You take an apparent location, presuppose a radius value, presuppose the Earth's a sphere, and then you take the fluctuation of the differential in the apparent location, and then you say, look, here, it's more than 180 degrees, and we don't need refraction. It's not really here, but it's kind of here. Wow, dude, that was really difficult. Please send me some more through the DMs. So, and then she said, oh, if the moon's a sphere, we don't presuppose the moon's a sphere. We've seen the same side of it forever. So no, that doesn't prove the Earth's. Well, I can go through your entire info right now. It's not true. It's all dumb. It's all presuppositions. What we'll always get, and oftentimes, is how many times will Austin say specificity or presuppositions? I'm sorry that Globers make me say presuppositions to every one of their postulations, but that's what it is. So here's a quick recap of the situation. We pointed out that the horizon that we see is nothing more than an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. That's what we've all observed. Anyway, so then we looked at long hallways and railroads. They always converge optically, right? That's what we know. That's what we can replicate. That's what we can demonstrate. That's what we observe. You say, well, that's what we observed, but there's something else going on that we just don't ever see because NASA went to the moon in 1969, right? Like that's what you're saying. And that there's an apparent location you can't tell. You can presuppose that it's there, presuppose a radius value, fluctuate it with the category error, then come up with some mathematical equation that doesn't even work, and then that makes the Earth the ball. Cool story, bro. We see mountains 273 miles away, 255 miles away. We falsify the radius value. It is impossible that we live on the radius value that they say that we do. It's impossible that we live on the radius value that we say that we do. We falsify the fact you don't have the causal relation for gravity. So there you go. We talked about the basics. Just look into it. I do this for the third-party viewer, as does she. Just open your mind. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was crazy. Don't be a zealot and try to defend the government via Stockholm Syndrome. It's okay. Don't make this weird, bro. They lied. I just encourage you to look into it, and then you will find out that, in fact, all the empirical evidence is on one side. Thank you.
Move into the Q&A. So do want to say thank you to all of our guests. As I had mentioned, our guests are linked in the description. Also have to let you know a very special link is pinned to the top of the live chat. Folks, we know a lot of people enjoy debating these topics, and maybe you have a new YouTube channel, a podcast, whatever it is that you want to get exposure. Well, that's how Modern Day Debate works, is it's all built on exposure. So for example, all of our guests that are here right now are linked in the description. We encourage you to check out their links. And if you want to come on and debate either flat Earth versus globe Earth or creation versus evolution, I have pinned a Google Doc or spreadsheet at the top of the chat. So if you'd like to come on and debate one of these topics, or maybe you don't even have a channel that you're trying to get exposure, you just enjoy debating because you're sick like us, well, go ahead and enter your info into that spreadsheet that is pinned at the top of the chat right now. And with that, thanks so much for your patience. We're jumping into the questions. Alex Stein, old friend, says, Austin and Kai makes my heart swoon. Love Flat Earth for the win.
Yeah, shout out Alex Stein. What a legend. And go sub to Conspiracy Castle, or you could be super lame. Much love.
Let's see. Melvin, MC Toon, you might enjoy a debate with Alex. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have a good chemistry. But made by Ben Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the physical properties of space-time?
The physical properties of space-time is 4 dimensions. That's what it is.
You got it. And Chris Gaiman, thanks for your question, says, Flats, how much does air weigh? Do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Wait, sorry.
Is that for us or for, sorry?
Flats. It
for
was,
the flats. The flatties. Ready?
What's the question?
They say, how much does air weigh? And do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Okay, matter is no longer has an intrinsic property of gravity. We've already explained that gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. But anyway, like what is air? Air is certain types of gases. What is the weight? What is weight? It's acceleration relative to its location and to its density disequilibrium or relationship. Very simple. Gas always fills the available space. A gradient is a non sequitur. So there you go. Like, yeah, there's a gradient, but there's still a pressure. That's delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent requirement for X, which is that there is a container. So that's called a non sequitur.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from C. Mitch Play. Says, Flat Earthers, can you determine where a heavenly body will be based on a time and location on Earth? Because Globe can without using historical data.
Hilarious enough, actually, NASA still utilizes the Sero cycle, and yeah, it's in a repetitive cycle. Hence why you know why it's there. You're just explaining to explain the cause. It's called post-diction, not prediction. So you looked at it.
You should look up ELP 2000. You don't understand it.
Oh, okay. First of all,
welcome.
Juicy, this one coming in from Sofa King Sleepy says, KY, they are going to stick with that. Obviously, when stuck, they will need some more teaching from an astroglitticist.
Great. I just tell if they would like to talk to me personally, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're smarter than me, let's see what you got.
You got it, and thanks very much for this question coming in from GPS. Says, both sides, how does GPS work?
You go first.
The satellites send their location and the time from the specific location that they're at. The receivers get the time and the location from multiple satellites and trilaterate the distance from the different satellites that they're at. And having that, they can get their exact position. It's an open standard. Anybody can create their own antenna and capture that data themselves and see if it works and see if that location is where it appears to be from.
Interesting. Yeah. So just for some Globers that don't know, right? Some people say that GPS is global positioning satellites. I think most people know that, and that's global positioning system. The RAN system long predates it being called something to do with the globe. 99% of all transmission are using towers and underground sea cables and wires, right? So we don't actually even utilize the idea of space, certainly not free falling in a vacuum of space. Even if there was something in the sky, which I can actually give you plenty of scientific evidence as to how that was possible on a flat Earth. It doesn't verify the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. So almost all the transmissions are using that. The RAN system came long before you called it GPS, and that's the exact use case of GPS. So it's certainly not exclusive to a globe.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from Sarcastic Barman. Says, Flat Earthers, what's the distance around Antarctica? Please bear in mind before you answer, there is a race around it.
Yeah, so the supposed sailboat race that goes around Antarctica actually goes down and pops back up. They publish publicly their actual route. It goes down and pops back up. So that just shows how little people research. We couldn't actually verify the distance around Antarctica because it's illegal to do that. Treaty signed in 1959. Longest lasting peace treaty, not even up to a review till 2042.
What page has that you can't go there? Can you cite that?
Yeah. It tells you that it all adheres to beyond the 60th south latitude, and you cannot privately or freely explore it without.
Can you show the exact, which article of it says you can't go there?
Article 6.
You just make that up.
We done?
John Rapp says.
So we can.
John Rapp says, GPS, evil NASA rubs their GPS satelloons vigorously, makes them stick to the dome, flurfs, hashtag rub your satelloon.
Straw man fallacy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Sunflower says, MC Toon, when we set up a vacuum chamber and observe things in it, there is no medium modifying or obscuring it, correct?
That's right.
You got it. Andrew Rouse says, statement, you two are the perfect couple. I think that they're talking with you. Gotcha. Next up, Roger Pollock says, MC Toon says MC Toon, please make a soundboard for greatest hits PTS.
PTS.
I think they mean make a soundboard of Austin.
Oh, I already did.
I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's getting weird. Get out my DMs and record my voice, bro.
Kang024, thanks for your message. As a reminder, Want to remind you all, folks, in the live chat, attack the arguments instead of the person. Super important, folks. We really do want to encourage you to rise to that standard. 99% of you do a great job. And for those of you who are not yet there, believe me, you're going to get there. And Joshua Alex says, for both, take 2 cesium clocks, one at street level, one at the top level of a building. The tower clock will soon be behind. How do you explain this?
Right, yeah. So what they do is they say that space and time was proven by the oscillation rate of a cesium atom and its degradation. Of course, they don't account for the vibrational pattern or where they are within the vortexual, movement of the electromagnetic field. We'll say for intended purposes, not to make people spiral. So yeah, there's numerous different variables they don't control for, and then they just look at the degradation rate of a cesium atom, the oscillation rate, and then they presuppose the causal agent being space and time, which is called a reification fallacy.
You got it. And Peace Pie says, can Fletcher explain the moon's shadow in all phases? Who is Fletcher?
Flat earther?
Maybe they mean, I don't know. If Fletcher, yeah, it must be you, Austin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make unfounded claims. Actually, you can actually create, people spiral over this. I just don't care what people think. So you can actually replicate a naturally occurring hologram with the polarization of the electromagnetic field that replicates the color changes, the appearance of shadows, and the phases of the moon. We've only seen one face of the moon for all recorded history. You claim it's entirely locked. It's a coincidence. So cool story. Falsification is independent of replacement. We have the Stellar eclipse, the eclipse where it actually the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
We're never going to get done if he just waffles like this.
Where the Earth is blocking the sun, supposedly casting a shadow onto the moon and going the wrong way. So we falsified your claim, and falsification is independent of replacement.
Gotcha. And then Andrew House says, Austin, in 15 years, when you look back at all of these debates, how are you going to deal with all the cringe? I don't know if they mean cringe from you or from the opponents. I'm baffled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard to rewatch Mattoon implode like this. But I'll try and make it through it.
This is next up. The Science of Science says, MC Toon, a convex surface does not mean the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
Next up, RT96 says, our view of a pencil in a glass of water is affected by refraction. Witsit says, quote, there is no pencil, bro. That's my best impression. Sorry.
That's a good one.
Okay, at least you do the bro in there. It's not too bad. Nah, dude, no one said there was no pencil. That's not analogous. That's a much more dense medium called water. So cool story. And in fact, you require the isolation of a physical location called the geometric horizon. So cool story, bro.
Kango244 says, Witsit, Earth's curve can be seen. Its location is just refracted. Just like looking at a pencil in the glass of water, is the pencil not physical?
Earth's curvature can be seen. You just don't actually see it because it's completely refracted, and we see something else. That's what he said.
Mattoon already elaborated on that.
We can physically manipulate the pencil, not the curvature of the Earth. Next
up, Science of Science says, Carissa also thinks a convex surface means a globe. That's a pretty big leap in logic to think convex equals globe.
I don't think I ever said that.
You got it?
No, because I don't necessarily believe that. So.
Deal. Don Kedick says, I love modern day debate. Gets me through my workday. Thanks for your encouragement, Don. It means a lot. And Fat Man says, KY, you can't compare, I think they mean Kai, says you can't compare a laser sliding on a table to the sun setting. The sun is not suiting on Earth sliding away from us.
That's literally what
they meant sliding.
That's literally what it's doing.
I think they meant
and you
sitting.
can even see this with the videos of the shrinking sun. That only a shrinking sun can only happen if because of angular resolution. That's it.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Digital Demonic Dabro says the damn Santa silly man argument is a red herring by Witsit. This man is not even addressing the argument in this argument. He strawmanned the whole conversation.
No, it wasn't a red herring. And by the way, I said Superman, not Santa, because she said there's an actual tree that we know is there. We don't know the curvature's there. That's why her thing is laughably rudimentary and inadmissible when it comes to empirical evidence. And then she said we control the variables by using a light, which you don't control the atmospheric refraction. So I was being very specific as to say, well, I've never seen Superman. That's why I still know that he is there. That's what she's saying. We've never seen a curvature, but we know it's there. So try again.
No, I just was specifically addressing your claim that just because we have to account for something doesn't mean that we don't actually see it.
Specifically, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's
no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this.
Cut you out of the debate saying it 3 times. So
no, I'm talking about it specifically. that you can't, just because you don't see something directly doesn't mean that it's not visible by controlling elements around you. That's my only point. It's not a one-to-one comparison on all values. But go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No worries. The Batman says, Austin triggered MC Tune good and hard, LOL Globies. Very good. All right. Next up, John, he told me how to pronounce it. Sudlick says, I love Witsit, but Kai is better looking. Sorry, dude.
No offense taken, bro.
This one coming in from Displaced Gamer says, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space spherical?
Wait, sorry.
What?
What happened?
I think this is, yeah, so that's for you. So they say, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space? Why do they all tend toward being spherical in shape?
Wave.
Yeah, see, actually, you can't even substantiate sphericity or terra firma. I actually document them all the time. They're pulsating, quote-unquote, orbs of light for intensive purposes. And even if I look up at a cylinder and say, there's a light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. That's not very adequate information now, is it? Plus, you presuppose the mechanism that causes it all to happen. Presuppose the medium being a vacuum, which is literally antithetical to the natural law called the second law of thermodynamics. It looks like a more fluid-like medium, but that's for people that are open-minded.
This one coming in from Rai says, make sure you wear your NASA shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. I think that's for you, Carissa. Are you going to wear your NASA shirt?
Yo.
I am being deafened right now.
That's hilarious, bro.
Was that for me? Of course I'm going to get booster shots.
Oh, no, I was just in
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm for science.
Next
Yeah,
up,
hopefully we get 33 of them.
Raza 43 FC Tune. You're not gonna get a booster shot? Jeez, man. Okay. Raza 43 says, if anyone lets go of a helium balloon atop Mount Everest, it will fall. Why is that flat earthers? How do grown-ups not know this?
What happens when you pop the helium balloon?
Deflect.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh my gosh. Players are so dumb.
Let's see. The iMessenger says, I never have seen McToon so triggered. Ha ha, he lost. It's just so trollish. They say it's so blatantly. They say, ha ha, he lost today. He needs more anti-truth media training. Hashtag Black Swan photo. MC Toon, any thoughts?
I've definitely been more animated in some. I think people might be able to identify when even. But this was fun.
This one coming in.
And it wasn't you, Austin.
I wouldn't laugh too much, Austin. We got a juicy one. Xanos Carthage says, hey, have you seen the footage of Witsit getting beat up by an MMA fighter? I think he tapped out 6 times. Is this true, Witsit?
No,
that was
I got hands, bro. Leave it to the left.
Was it against MC Toon?
No. I got hands, bro. I'll leave it to the left, James.
Next up.
Wait, hold on. Was that you or are you talking about, did somebody mistake you for right the hand?
I didn't get tapped out by anyone. That's all I can say about it.
All right.
Witsit doesn't get tapped out by anybody, folks. And then Snake was right. Says if density creates direction. Thank you. Snake was right. Thank you for your question. Says if density creates direction, why do things not fall up toward the less dense air? Clearly, the direction of most mass is what determines direction.
That just made me lose brain cells, but it's the object's density relative to the atmosphere or the surrounding medium. So if something above it is less dense, that's non sequitur. It's more dense than the surrounding air where it's currently residing within that medium.
Like an ice cube, you drop it in room air, it falls to the ground. You drop it in your cocktail, it rises to the top.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, Robert Summers says, Flat Earth wants to claim science is on their side. Can you tell me one model in the Flat Earth that makes testable and accurate predictions?
Well, models aren't science, so that's convenient, and we're actually not allowed to privately travel past the 60s.
Models absolutely are a necessity in science.
Look, man, all the super chats are for us, okay? Just in case you weren't paying attention, but so you're not allowed to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So to make claims outside
but
of
you
that
didn't. But you didn't substantiate that claim yet, Austin.
No, you're even triggered in Q&A, McToon. You need a jail, bro.
But you didn't substantiate that claim. You're just lying.
Okay.
Maybe if you just stop lying. We wouldn't have to fact check you.
Asar
Are you done?
You always
Yeah, all I know is the super chats are for us. No, so you can't go past the 60th south latitude.
That's a lie. Why are you lying again, Austin?
Next up, Asar
Why are you a
Kim
fake Christian, Austin?
Asar
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin? Lying.
Asar M. Ka says, if gravity doesn't exist, have them explain the cause.
Oh, yeah. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. To be more specific and technical, incoherent dielectric acceleration. You can use a Van de Graaff generator, affects directionality. You can slow me down to 0.5 since it's just word salad, even though it's all coherent, very hyper-specific. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and since it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity and claims to be, you certainly can't claim gravity, so everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density disequilibrium is the relative characteristic that is most prominent. Write it down.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Scotty Osborne says, MC Toon, do you abuse human growth hormones to get those unusually large muscles, which is actually cannibalism? Are you on the roids, MC Toon?
Not. It's just it happens naturally.
Pseudonym, thanks to your super sticker, and made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment?
Scientific experiments are not dogma. So the necessary constituents that you're talking about are, again, from QE, where he tries to make science into a dogma. So no, it is not the IVDV dogma that he talks about.
Independent, dependent, and control variables, the answer.
Yeah, but control variables, which you never do, but those are just dogma. That is not actually the necessary constituents of a scientific experiment. That's too rigid.
You got it. This one coming in from made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, how can you justify the bending of space-time if it has no properties and requires time and space to be constant to measure its bend?
It has been empirically confirmed. So I'll stick with empirical measurements.
This one coming in from Nephilim Free says, the flat earthers are interrupting too much.
Wow, literally we got interrupted the entire time.
Yeah.
Maybe rewind it.
Nephilim Free might be up for a debate with you, Austin, on Flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying. Dr. Bass Ackwards says, Carissa, draw a circle on the ground, then draw a circle around that, then another circle around those circles. If you continue like this, will the circles keep getting bigger? Can the circles ever shrink?
It would literally just be your latitude lines, right? So yeah, it would keep on getting bigger and then they would start getting smaller again.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much. Andrew Rouse says, could everyone please just say what higher education degrees everyone has, starting with you, Kai, and Austin?
I got a PhD from Critical Thought University, and she got from Free Independent Thinking, not Brainwashed. Actually, you can actually answer.
I have a bachelor's in science, so suck it.
What science?
Irrelevant. Bachelor's in science. You can look it up.
Okay.
That's the name of a degree.
Okay, yeah, but typically you can get a BS.
What about you, Carissa? Why don't you answer the question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. In December, I'm getting a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Right.
Okay, so you're almost where she is. Why are you knocking her down?
I know I'm not. I'm just asking for further clarification. I think it's cool, and I'm curious what specific degree she got. Why are you
I got a
being
PhD.
so
You're
bad
not
faith?
impressed? I have a PhD in critical thought.
All right, go ahead, Melvin.
Go ahead, Melvin.
I study electrical engineering and computer science.
And you still don't know what electrostatics is, James. We got another question because we're trying to go to the strip.
Next up, Andrew Rouse. Richard Ashton says, shamefully embarrassing show from the flat side. Unbelievable.
That seems like a coping mechanism for the self-projection of how they got intellectually eviscerated. I'm just being honest. The earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. Check out the merch store. I got you.
This one from Sit that gap from your rotting. This is weird. They say, let's see. Is it big enough to whistle? Gosh, what is this about?
It's a dig. You probably should skip that.
No, just read
Next one. The Science of Science says, I have to give it to MC Toon. He makes me laugh so much. He is my favorite globe myth enthusiast. Oh, that's nice.
Thanks.
Next up, Snake was right, says, higher elevation, lower pressure, no container.
Yeah, that's called a non sequitur. Delta X changing next. We're talking about the antecedent. Let me slow down. The requirement for the pressure, which is X, the change in pressure is an additional piece of information. So we're trying to figure out how we have the pressure. Once you invoke the differential or change in pressure, that's a non sequitur.
This one from Nephilim 3.
Without pressure, gas pressure.
Neff says, if the Earth were flat, there would be only one time zone for the world since the sun would rise in the same... Hold on.
No, bro,
rise in the same hour for the entire Earth. In all caps,
that's
derp.
wrong, actually.
Wow, that is incredibly dumb. But yeah, the sun's more local. It has a radius of light for intended purposes. It's called attenuation, absorption of the medium. Light does not travel forever. It's much more local. You can replicate it certainly using a dome.
Experiments in prebiotic chemistry says, why is the air on the top of Mount Everest thinner than the air at sea level?
There are numerous different aspects. For one, we don't actually know the characteristics of the containment itself, the medium differential all the way at the top, and gases are being constantly introduced and produced at the surface level. Now that I've addressed your non sequitur, can you address the first one that you skipped past, which is how do you have pressure in the first place?
Robert Summers says, Witsit, if I drop a bowling ball from a building, do you agree or disagree it will fall at 9.82 meters per second?
I disagree because it's completely fluctuates. It's never consistently 9.8 meters per second squared, and it's dependent upon an incredible amount of variables, including the location on the Earth.
Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, so gas pressure equals container, but atmospheric pressure equals pressure without container, but it's still gas? And...
Without... Okay,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's a good time to go.
Without a physical container, absolutely, because there's just a pressure differential from the ground level to any particular elevation you want to pick. You can see that, you can measure that in flat earthers balloon launches with barometers on them. You can see that there's a pressure differential. That's our claim. There's a pressure differential. That's it.
This one, made by Jim Bob, also says Moderna or Pfizer.
Neither.
I'm organic, homie.
Pfizer.
Oh yeah, the one that's
MC Toon, you have no MC Toon. Have you not gotten it?
I'm ambivalent.
Next
I
up,
hope you guys can see my merch.
You and Austin are strange bedfellows on this. Don Keddick says, if stars emit light from nuclear fusion, then why doesn't their gas just dissipate into space? Where is their container?
Because they're more dense than space, and gravity, they have mass. Therefore, gravity attracts them to the Earth.
You got it. And Elijah Freeman says, Andrew, TY used a plane for his atmospheric refraction computations. In another section, he superimposes this onto a curving surface with a radius of 3959 meters. The black swan is 1,000% off from 1.2.
That's for the Globers, in case you didn't follow it. It was a smarter
That's
guy.
because it didn't include refraction analysis.
We just talked about that in the question.
Yeah, that you demand. Yeah.
Next up, Ryan says, getting a degree immediately raises your IQ by 20. Thanks for that, Ryan. From Duckery says, Austin, how is the Tropic of Capricorn measured smaller in circumference than the equator? Ships, flights, and land masses prove this fact. Flat Earth debunked.
Oh, wow, it's crazy that 9% of all people that inhabit the Earth are actually in the northern quote-unquote hemisphere, which is stupid because there is no sphere, and that's completely a lie. That's not true at all. How do you physically measure it? Because it seems like we've been trying to physically measure the convexity of terra firma for years, and we can't find it, including the Globers. So, cool story, bro.
Thy messenger says, MC Toon on a, quote, micro scale, show us a spinning ball containing water on its surface while it spins. If it's a globe, it can be replicated. Earth is flat.
The fallacy is if it's a globe, it can be replicated because there is the gravitational force that we can't get out of. So here's the deal. On a micro scale, flat earthers can't demonstrate their flat Earth in some sort of a terrarium either in any orientation, because if gravity doesn't exist, then can't they hold it sideways or upside down?
Hey, look, the water fountain is level. I just demonstrated it.
Take the lid off. Take the lid off. Hold it upside down.
Why would I do that? That's non sequitur.
Oh, because gravity affects these experiments. You can't do it without the effect of gravity.
So if we
changing the experiment.
If we presuppose gravity, you can't prove.
You cannot control that particular variable.
If I pour water in a pool, what happens?
Turn that pool sideways.
Why? That's not what the Earth is.
Ball. Why doesn't the ball?
Are we
Why
serious?
This
Because
isn't.
gravity
This
has
is,
to do with
this
mass.
is absolutely mental handicap. You guys are making fools of yourselves publicly.
Stop self-projecting.
We
This
are
one coming in.
right.
Scotty Osborne says, Witsit, congratulations. Make sure that Kai is not an Order of the Eastern Star or daughter of the American Revolution. What does that mean?
I don't know, man, but I'm not going to take relationship advice from anonymity on the internet. But thank you, though.
Gotcha. And Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon says, or they say MC Toon, so the physical properties of space-time is, quote unquote, 4 dimensions. What are the physical properties of, quote, 4 dimensions, unquote?
It's over.
I think he could maybe get educated. I'm not gonna.
This is epic.
No. Why aren't you
I
just
do wanna hear
doing a whole
Or she acts like she's smart.
in 2 seconds? Why can't you just do a whole class in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, explain relativity in a response to a super chat.
Next up, C.
But
Mitch
to
Play
people
says,
that don't understand 5th grade science.
C. Mitch Play says,
Gravity.
all right, we're going on to the next one. C. Mitch Play says, I built a GPS receiver from scratch, software and hardware. Witsit, you're wrong.
Does it use Cartesian coordinate systems? Oh, yeah, of course it does. Next.
You got it in.
What?
Robert Summers says, does.
She doesn't get it, and she's
What?
laughing. Anyway,
It's not Cartesian coordinate system.
they don't use Cartesian coordinate points?
No,
Really? What do they
It's-
use, McToon?
it's spherical coordinate system. Flat, it's a polar coordinate system.
Oh, but they use
It's not Cartesian.
I'm sorry. They use Cartesian coordinate systems, and the Lorentz system, which is identical to GPS, predates the GPS, right, McToon? Yeah. Okay.
Do you understand?
We're trying to go,
map-
McToon. Next.
You can map between coordinate systems. Do you not know that?
Yeah. Did you know
Oh,
that
okay,
Lorentz
good.
system
Excellent.
predates the GPS?
Excellent.
Never
This one
gonna
coming in
match.
from
Crickets.
Robert Summers says, does DirecTV know the Earth is flat?
Yeah, well, if you actually look up DirecTV, which is typically contracted to American Tower in the United States, they admit that all their it's all used with towers. So this is awkward.
No, they don't.
Oh, so American Towers aren't their main contractor?
They don't admit it's all from towers.
What are they? So how much? What
Stop
percentage
lying.
of it? What percentage
Why-
of a satellite?
why
What
do you
percentage of
have
a
to lie?
satellite?
If you point a satellite dish at the sky, it's from a satellite.
Can you maybe have something at a higher elevation?
You'd see it, Austin. You'd see it.
Can you? What? You can't
Mike-
see forever, McToon. Next.
Are they building a tower?
I'm
They're building
sorry.
a tower that you can see.
You think we landed on the moon?
Deflect when you lose.
I'm
Got
just
it.
saying. It's like I just wanted.
Of course we
crowd
landed
to
on the moon.
understand how lost you are.
Oh, wow.
Of course we landed on the moon.
Of course we did. That's patriotism. Next.
This one coming in from,
What a
appreciate your
douche.
question, Mike Menzies
Absolute
says,
douche.
You thought I was funny.
the stars are angels, the sky is a dome, flat earth for the win. Austin, you the man.
Yeah, I can't even
Stunning
disagree, yo.
ridiculous.
But I know that it does appear that if you look at star in a jar sonoluminescence, and you integrate cymatics, yeah, you can actually integrate different frequencies within a fluid-like medium. It creates the exact same phenomena that we call stars. So I don't know who needs science when you can believe the government.
This one coming in from Truth Nerd says, on the AE map, the Vendée Globe record holder would have had to average 30 knots in a one-man sailboat. No wonder Witsit refuses to commit to a map.
Oh, wow. So if we presuppose the Earth's a sphere and then the route that they say is true, and then we don't acknowledge the fact they actually went down and popped back up from the very northern part of Antarctica, Austin's stupid. And then we can presuppose a flat Earth strawman model, and that makes that a certain miles per hour they would have to go, and therefore Earth's a bomb.
King at V says, ask Witsit what a radar horizon is. And it don't care about refraction. The distance to horizon never changes throughout the day or days if the high don't change.
I'm so glad that you guys brought this up, Marconi, first one to send radar, right? So 2,200 miles, his tractor said that it wouldn't work because it would hit the curvature of the earth at 200 miles. Guess what he did? He hit his target at 2,200 miles, first time utilizing this line of sight. We now actually send radio waves over 10,000 miles, never ever accounting the convexity of physical obstruction of the earth curvature. No, it just goes up and it bends back down perfectly because the earth's a magic ball. And just
only for certain frequencies because it bounces off the ionosphere. Use different frequencies and it doesn't bounce. You can't go that far.
Oh, really? So can we go 10,000 miles with radio waves?
It depends on the frequency.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. From Duckery says, James, please yell loudly, I love midgets. And Seamish Play says, MC Toon, can you please explain to Kai why the sun doesn't shrink as we see it?
Why this? All right. So the sun does not shrink. The size of the sun is always consistent. When you show videos of the sun apparently changing size, you're just seeing the size of the glare change. When you put a solar filter on there, the size of the sun is always the same.
Did you know your model
why?
actually claims?
Hold on, I'm not done. Why is that? The reason why is because it is extremely far away. Now it does change a very, very small amount. It's exceedingly small, and it's difficult to measure. Certainly nothing that you can without high precision instruments.
Oh, so it does change.
So it
Okay,
does change?
thank you for saying she was right.
Yeah, but it doesn't change nearly enough as if the Earth were flat.
So it's
Strong man.
Coming in from, I'm going to give MC Toon the last word on that one, as this is one of the few questions for him.
Yep. Oh, on that one? No, I'm done. I have a video on my channel.
Explain this to the other person. You don't just get to
No,
say
you're not MC Toon. Okay.
All right, well,
I have a
they've done
video.
that 12 times, but anyway.
I have a video on my channel that's a montage of different people that have done solar filters, including one from a flat earther, Felipe. Poor guy. I told him he should get a solar filter and do it, and he did it. And it was the same size, and then he blocked me.
You got it, and this one coming in from Bryantology69 says, Witsit, do you not presuppose the laws of logic?
Presuppose the laws of logic? Okay, maybe you should look up the hyperlogical route of deduction, right? Okay, and so whenever it excludes any presuppositions, and you tell me what you're left with when we never determine axial rotation with any naturally occurring observable phenomenon or experiment ever, and then all empirical measurements of the Earth is flat, and then we see the sky reset for all recorded history. You presuppose adding to the hyperlogical route of deduction, which is called Occam's razor.
This one coming in from Isaiah 40:22 says, Carissa, given the Bible is 100% a motionless flat Earth book, are you willing to bet your soul that the Earth is round?
Yes.
Next up, Made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, are models valid substitutes for experiment?
No, a model is a necessary part of an experiment because you can't create your hypothesis without a model.
Next up, Fat Man says, Witsit doesn't realize that the loser usually gets the most questions at the end of the debate.
What I don't realize is how it is that people come claiming that flat earthers are stupid and constantly watch me talk and watch us debate it. It's so ridiculous. And the reason we get all the questions is because they think that if they team up and spam Austin with questions, eventually the earth will become a ball. And they don't want to ask the Globers a question because all they have to do is regurgitate what Google says.
Next up, Robert Summers says, what did you manipulate when you confirmed the whole world is inherently electrostatic? Or did you just accept that as a facet because it fits for you?
All experimental data in the history of mankind shows that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I did. If the Earth is molecular, how is it that it's not electrostatic if everything is?
What variable did you manipulate?
What variable do you manipulate? You can't manipulate the electrostatic.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
It's intrinsic in the matter. That's what my question is. How can you manipulate and control the variable for electrostatics if that's required to isolate a much weaker quote unquote force gravity? You should rewatch the debate and take notes.
Next up, Brainy Beaver says, quoting Witsit, saying, Witsit says, my friend supered, I win.
Oh, wow. Adhom, Earth's a ball. The government would never lie. Take your booster.
Next up, Thank the Most High God says, does MC Toon have video of globe spinning in space?
I do. There's a Turkish flat earther that challenged, put a $250,000 challenge out there. So I got, I think, 3 different videos of the Earth spinning in space.
Next up, Chad Martin says, have we gone over the parallax effect and the differences in the observance of stellar constellations from each pole?
Is that a question for us?
We didn't cover that. I think that's for us. Carissa, maybe you yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a fact that if you're in the northern hemisphere, you see Polaris all throughout the seasons, which is something like they can also not account for the season changes along with daylight, and so that alongside the stars, and you see the rotation of the night sky, but the Polaris typically always stays the same because that's where the axis is through like the North Pole. So that's just like one of the many things that you can just view with your naked eye.
You got it. This one coming in from, what have you got, Kai?
I was just going to ask Carissa a quick question. Carissa, when the northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, what season is it?
When the northern, it's summer.
Incorrect. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Go learn your model. Thank you.
No, it's tilting toward. Yeah, no,
when the
seriously.
northern hemisphere is closest to the sun, it is winter.
No,
Nope. Just Google it.
Just look it up, Carissa.
Next.
It's not true.
Next up, Aaron Reese says, can the flat earthers actually make an argument instead of spewing techno babble? Trolling and laughing to deflect from their ignorance is a con man's tactic.
Yeah, if you run your hand over a pregnant woman or a pregnant woman's stomach, you can't see it once it gets to the bottom because it physically obstructed. Earth would have to do that with the sphere, but it doesn't. We've measured it all over the place.
Next up, Fum Duckery says, Austin, so I told you how it was measured, and you wave it away. Answer the question and stop dodging.
Believe it or not, I don't remember random gamma males on the internet super chatting me and what it was you asked me before, but you've never physically measured the Earth being a ball. I must presuppose the radius value, then look at a fluctuation of an apparent location and actually somehow tell me that it's an actual location, even though it's not an actual location, but we can minimize it not being an actual location. I promise it's real because the government told me to.
This one coming in from Thank the Most High God says, MC Toon, what are people on the other side of the globe seeing if I can observe the sun and moon during the daytime?
Directly opposite side of the Earth, they would not see the sun and moon.
You got it. Lael says, we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the USA. Austin, what is the limitation of the distance of light ability to illuminate?
What's the distance, or what's the like the confinement of distance illumination? Like,
yeah, how far can you see the sun?
What's the confinement of the illumination distance, Mattoon? Yeah, I just said that. So why would it be that I need to presuppose the characteristics and the distance and the radius of light to somehow scoop past the fact we falsified your assumption it's 93 million miles away? That seems kind of awkward. This is getting weird. Like, there's a radius of light. You said that there would be light over the entire Earth at the same time if the Earth was flat. And that is like third grade level dumb. So
Lael says we know that the sun's light illuminates all 3,000 miles of the U.S. Oh, I just read that. Sorry. David Velar says you cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
You can't see what?
You cannot go east and see the sunset in the flat Earth position on sunset.
Why would you go east to see the sunset when it sets in the west?
Peter Cranston says, how can anyone debate or falsify a model if you don't have one yourself? I take it as dishonest and misunderstanding of science and physics.
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. Any intellectual form would laugh you out of the room if you think I need to replace it prior to my falsification being valid. You made the positive claim void of empirical evidence. We have falsified it. We don't have access to all the empirical evidence to formulate a model, so it would be intellectually dishonest to do so. I would be doing what you're doing, which got us in this mess. So again, if is real, I then find my parents are giving me the gifts under the Christmas tree. I don't have to come up with a new Santa, a new character from the North Pole before Santa's not real. We falsified your model, bro. Don't make this weird. The Earth is flat.
You never did.
The only model that Flat Earth has is me, so.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Nephilim Free says, learn from pro photographer trained by NYI, the New York Institute of, I think it was lighting, or they say light refracts at an angle equal to its incidence. This is photography and physics science.
Really? Are light rays real, or are they just unrealistic ideals that we utilize, assuming that the terra firma is actually breathing in and out effectively with the category air? How is this even somewhat relevant to assuming that the horizon's moving but not moving and the Earth's a ball and there's no horizontal boundary, which is the requirement of the phenomena of refraction? So cool, use cameras, bro. Earth must be a ball.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question coming in from John Rapp says, observations, Witsit is king of clowns.
Whoa, bro. The Earth really is a ball, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Luke Filewalker says, I live in a valley where there's no reception from an Earth-based radio/TV tower. Where does my satellite TV come from?
Well, NASA admits on their website that they put all kinds of satelloons up and buy 90% of the world's helium. They're number one purchaser of helium in the world. So you tell me.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Tim Pryor. Good to see you. Tim says this. I missed this one. Was there any actual flat Earth evidence, or was it all talking about the globe?
No, we
talking about the globe.
Talking about the globe.
the globe
flat
gets
Earth evidence.
interrupted.
I gave them chance. They
There's
turned
no
it
double
down.
standard here going on.
They
But
said
anyway.
that they wouldn't say that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they come
They
on.
said
Why
it's
you
not
interrupt me,
positive.
Carissa?
No, this question was for us.
Yeah.
They asked specifically, you were the object of the question. This question was open-ended, right? So
They asked
why
us
are you
why we didn't
interrupting a
provide any
woman?
evidence, and then you guys just went on your little.
Why are you interrupting a woman, sir? Go ahead.
You look dumb. So they asked.
You're the one who started it with the info. I'm sorry you can handle what you dish out.
This one coming in from Brian League says, it is easy to demonstrate a pressure gradient inside containment. Can globers demonstrate pressure without containment?
Yes. Dwayne Kellum has a very nice video where he has a barometer on the balloon. Our claim is that there is a pressure differential. You can see that pressure differential, and there is no physical barrier between the bottom of that flight and the top of that flight.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Davey Duarte.
Check. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why it started replaying the same video. That was weird. I started hearing the same shit I heard at the beginning of the other debate that we were just playing. But so we're not gonna make everyone go through the same bullshit. Let me find something else to listen to. Unless someone wants to talk, you know. I don't want to talk. You guys talk.
I'd like to say that as an independent third-party listener, the Globe representatives were defeated. They were intellectually eviscerated due to the facts that they're.
Your mic's really hot. No, you sound good. I mean, it's just really hot. It's really hot.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, don't shut up. I'm just saying it's really hot. You're just really like blasting.
The Globe representatives were intellectually
sounds a little muffled.
eviscerated.
Yeah. No, Dave. Dude, no, shut up. What do you keep saying that shit? We don't want you to shut up. We want you to talk more. We just want your microphone to sound good. That's all I'm saying.
If it's not working, I ain't going to talk. It's a waste of time.
No, it sounds good now. I mean, either you have to back off of it or adjust your settings. No, dude. Talk if you want. Don't talk if you want. We love. Everybody loves Dave Hinkle, don't we? Woo!
No, there's some people that hate me, man.
Really? I don't know anybody that hates Dave Hinkle.
I get messages saying I should drink bleach and stuff, man.
I bet you do. I get those kind of messages too.
Well, man that hasn't created enemies hasn't done jack shit.
Yeah, they haven't done shit.
The Globe representatives in that debate were intellectually eviscerated. Does anyone disagree?
Oh, that
I
conversation we just listened to.
So I don't know.
No, but you don't have. You only have to listen to a single, certain portion of it. And
well, if I'm going to make a judgment about an entire
I clicked on the video. It's like, what, 2 hours long?
Yeah, you can
Gonna
go
have
back
to
and
watch
listen
more of
to
the
it.
clip.
Yeah, sure. I mean, take your time.
I don't find these interesting, to be honest. For the most part, it's usually just a bunch of gotchas on both sides, or people trying to get off on some esoteric, irrelevant topic that doesn't really matter, or just argue over factoids.
Sure,
If
and
he
I go ahead, Dave. Sorry, brother.
if he actually listens to that debate, you'll hear Austin and Kai making statements of facts and honest questions, and you'll hear the Globers just dancing around it. Go ahead, Elio.
I mean, it's just like, if once you come across this information and you want take a look at it and you want to explore it and say, hey, there might be something there, but obviously the flat earthers are dumb as fuck and they're just believing some weird thing that nobody should believe. And then once you take a look at it and you get into the science of it, then you might, if you really get like looking at it, because bro, I promise to God, when somebody said flat Earth, when I was following, different radio shows and different authors and stuff, and I was, doing this shit back in the mid 2000s. When I heard the word flat Earth, I was like, "That's the dumbest shit. I would never take a look at that. The flat Earthers are dumb as fuck. That's stupid." And now here I am. I host a freaking 24-hour live stream channel. So it's like I thought flat Earth was the dumbest shit I ever heard of when I first came across it. So there really is something there. Now, however you come across it and however you choose to explore it, that's on you. You can look at the information, be objective, and look at it and come to your own conclusion. Nobody here is trying to force you to be a flat earther or to convert you to flat earth or anything like that.
Is they have a parody of the community in their mind. And I mean, to be fair, it's usually because a lot of us and how we behave, we sometimes get defensive.
No, I agree with that.
I mean,
it's more about attitude. It's more about attitude than it is about information.
Yeah, that's why I don't necessarily like these debates, because it kind of, brings out the worst in people. I think just having a conversation about it.
Well, that's kind of the nature of this social media shit, but yeah. But once you really actually take a step back and look at the information, then you can come to your own conclusion. You don't have to worry about what people think about you in the media and all that kind of shit. It doesn't necessarily matter in that way, because you'll find out for yourself. Whether the flat earth. I don't even like I like the term flat earth because it's triggering, because it actually triggers people to actually break from some sort of paradigm that they, even if the earth is a globe, which I don't think it is, flat
it's
earth,
the same reason Globers don't like
flat earth, flat earther, most flat earthers are conspiracy theorists, right? So it's like a conspiracy theory, and then you have a lot of people on one side of the conspiracy theory thing. It's just like, well, this ain't a theory. There's governments have been doing this fucking shit, and religions, higher orders, all this shit's been going on for a long time. So it's just like, you can take the purple pill and be a conspiracy theorist, or you can take the red pill and be a total off the wall flat earther, and we're ready. I'm just playing. You can be a red pillar and a conspiracy theorist and still think the Earth is a globe. I don't know how, but I can't see it anymore. But anyway, that's kind of the. But
people only know what they know.
Yeah, that's true. True. Well, and it's for you, it's not a belief. And especially like with some of these arguments, they get very frustrating, right? It's like, hey, I mean, I nobody has ever shown anybody curved water anywhere. So where's this globe that everybody keeps talking about? So, and that's why people get in these debates. But their globe is by looking at Mars and Polaris, and they're like, hey,
No, I think
you
it's not
wouldn't be able
necessarily
to find the Earth.
why
We
they
sh-
believe it.
Yeah, it's
Because a
more
lot of
about
them
why. Yeah.
a lot of them now, of course, some of them is just like, hey, you know what, I was taught this thing. I mean, there's flat earthers that just believe it just because they were told it. Just people that are Christian because they were told that, or people that are Democrats because they whatever. You get the point. But I think it's not going to convince people if you're like, oh, you believe that just because you were told that, when they genuinely think that they have some sort of evidence supporting their position. I think it's even if they don't really have solid evidence, I think you should give them the benefit of the doubt.
They, in their mind, it's proof, and that's what I've experienced over the past several years, talking to a lot of these guys, and just that was demonstrated in that debate we just listened to. There was with on both sides, which
I
what
only
the
caught the
different
tail
what
end.
the di-
I think the Q&A
what
is
the
all I caught.
difference is, though, is that every single one of us, before we came across this flat earth information and started taking a look at the world around us, we used to believe that the same way that they're debating for the globe. We
Yeah, it's
all
good to have a
used to
little
think that the earth was a globe the same way. And I wasn't ignorant about the globe. I was totally I thought it was a globe. And I already knew the numbers before I came across the flat earth. The 9.8 meters per second squared, the freaking 3,959 miles and 238,000 mile moon, and 8 million miles away, or 8 million miles away sun, or whatever. I knew that shit.
93 million.
Yeah, 93 million. Whatever. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Yeah, well, I've been up all night, so whatever. Yeah, 93 million mile away sun, and so I knew those numbers. So we're 8 light minutes from the sun. That's where I get them. 8 light minutes from the sun, and all that kind of shit. I knew
Good
those
morning.
numbers, and as soon as I heard, it was David Wise. Shout out to David Wise. When I heard him start talking about flat earther, I was like, oh, fuck. No. Flat earth, that's the dumbest shit I'm a conspirator, but I ain't that conspiratarded. But I ended up, here where I am. And it was, but, shout out to Dave Wise, man. He's the first person that I heard talk about it. But I'll be honest. I mean, when he started talking about it, I stopped listening to him. But
first, I don't remember who the first person was that I heard talking about it, but I think it was like a debunker, actually. I like to get both sides of an argument and a position. I think as all people should be.
Well, I mean, if you look up flat Earth on Google or on YouTube, you're gonna
it's
find
generally what
debunking.
you find. Yeah.
But if you type in on YouTube flat Earth Discord, guess what's going to be on the first page? This room.
This, I presume.
Yep. So
yeah, I've been listening to this live stream on and off for a while. That's why I decided to join. I don't know if it's necessarily what people want to be like introduced to when they're just.
No, it's a hard room, man. Really, I mean, you kind of have to know your shit when you come here, but you can also have a lot of fun. But if you expect to come in here and just say, "Hey, I'm gonna freaking just roast these flat earthers," that's not gonna happen that way. If that's what you think you're gonna do.
Well, just because they behave like that doesn't mean we do. I mean,
No,
I
we
see a
still
lot
have
of the time.
we still have good talks with them too. I mean, sometimes we'll have like 5 to 10 people join from another server sometimes, and they'll come in here, and some will be but they always have a leader, right? And the leader is the last one, and they'll stick around.
Unless you're Jamesy, you can roast anybody you want.
That's true. Jamsy's a good roaster.
Good morning, Helio.
He can toast some hella tortillas as well.
Yeah. Helio, good morning, Helio.
Good morning. I thought we were just talking like an hour ago. Still same.
Yeah, good morning.
Did I miss the debate this morning?
Wait, no, this afternoon. Wait, it's afternoon. Hey, it's 2:18 for you over there in the West Coast.
No, it's time is time is relative.
It might as well be.
They're 3 hours behind 2:18.
Jim's on the East Coast.
What you up to, Jamsey? Did you eat that food?
Oh yeah.
Oh hell
it's done.
It was only the recording ago that we were talking, wasn't it?
Cool. Dave, what I heard you piped up a little bit. Are you working right now?
Just correcting you. You said West Coast. Jimsy's on the East Coast. It's 2:18 p.m. Just a point of correction.
I thought I said East Coast. Did I say West?
You did say
I
West
understood.
Coast.
I understood East Coast. So
either way,
no, you said West Coast, but it's fine.
It might be the satellite connection.
No, it's the satellite connection in my brain. That's what fucked me up. So, Dave, are you working? Are you at work right now, Dave? Or are you just like huddling? You're huddling, waiting for a call.
No, I'm walking to a grocery store purchasing items. I just bought a bottle of Nutella. Does anybody know what that is?
Nutella? What's
I don't
that?
like hazelnut.
That's a disgusting nut butter, whatever.
Yeah, it's hazelnut butter, basically. It's like
Hazelnut
peanut butter,
butter
but
spread.
hazelnut butter. Yeah, I don't like it.
It's too sweet.
Is that like
somebody
space food?
Something like that. Another human being ordered
there
that.
ain't no
So
space
I'm going to purchase it for them and deliver it to them.
Are they
Y'all
going to grow
continue.
Are they going to grow hazelnuts on Mars? I don't know.
So
I
back
know
to
what
the
Nutella
topic.
is. My daughter has that on her bread. She's 8.
Oh, cool. Back to the topic, filament of life. You sound like you've been around. You understand you're on a level plane of existence. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like to think I understand it, but there's still a lot that, I'm learning. We're all learning, I think.
How long have you been looking at the subject?
Oh, it's probably been well, I first was introduced to it around 2014, but I don't think I really dove into it until around 2019, 2020. Hey, I got a call coming in. Just give me a second.
When y'all continue.
Dave's shopping, and I was about to go smoke a cigarette. I was hoping Dave and Jimsy would freaking fill it up. And now the dude got a phone call. Shit.
Jimsy don't want to talk to me. Do you, Jim?
Say Jimsy don't want to talk to you.
We live on a level plane of existence, but all I know.
Hey man, it do what it do, don't it?
Show do.
It show
Do
do.
what it do.
It do what it do. Every time.
It's definitely not what we were taught, which is a spinning object zipping around through nothing. That makes no sense.
Which
Zero.
I think Dave,
Right,
like what like I was saying earlier to someone, and we were all taught the same thing. It's not like we're just like, hey, I want to be an author. This shit hit me. I didn't want it. And I also don't want to be a Glober either. I love the Flat Earth. I love being a Flat Earth because I can see the world for what it really is. If you think the Earth is a globe, you're just wrong.
At this point, Helio, I just want to be an Earther, a real Earther. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm with you on that too. That's what I'm saying. Earth is Earth. It presents itself the way it is. Earth is Earth. Always has been. Always will be. That's one of my phrases. And there's nothing you can do to change Earth. Now, people, their mind, their spirit, those that's something that can be affected. But Earth, as it presents itself, is for me and for everyone else a stationary plane. You can believe it's a globe if you want to, but that's on you.
I think you're underselling the effort that it takes people to figure this out. The Earth doesn't just present it's we do have to observe it. You have to have eyes and ears. It's not something that we might take it for granted, but I don't think it's necessarily something we should. And I get what you're saying about like calling ourselves flat earthers or whatever like that. And they don't necessarily call themselves, globers, for example. But until it does become something that people kind of just recognize as fact, I think it's an important identifier.
Yep. Flat's just a description of the surface. As far as we can tell, the water's laying flat. We got topography. What's outside of us, we don't know. You agree with that?
What was that? I'm gonna have to turn you up, I think.
Got level water. We've got topography, mountains and valleys, and what's outside of us, we can't verify.
Well, we haven't yet. I don't know if we can or can't.
Well, it's an assumption that we can't, but what I mean. At this time, we're unable to go verify it. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't. I don't think we can't, though.
Hope somebody proves something out there. We have to get out there and see what it is first, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at one point, we didn't know what was at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, but we know now for the most part, at least.
You
I
said
wouldn't
we.
say.
You say you don't know
What
that
was
we
it?
can't. We can't what?
Can't what? No, I'm
You
saying
said
we
you don't know
can.
that we can't.
And independently explore the outer regions is what we're talking about. Godric, go ahead.
Godric, I'm not saying we can't. I'm saying that we theoretically could. We just haven't yet.
Haven't what?
Haven't explored what we haven't explored.
Explore the outer
That's what I'm
regions
saying.
of our living Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else not here? Get in the convo here. Go.
You know what the biggest difference is between the bottom of the Mariana Trench and the vacuum of space is? The Mariana
Well,
Trench.
we've been in one of the places.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that the Mariana Trench isn't a second law of thermodynamics violation.
I don't think that's really what we were talking about. Maybe I misunderstood you, Dave. Is that what you were talking about?
Talking about basically lateral to terra firma, the outer regions out laterally. Correct?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about too.
We weren't talking about space at this time.
It's kind of a funny thing though when I stopped believing in this, this NASA, Nova Science Now, special bullshit. I started watching a lot more documentaries about the bottom of the ocean and the very few people that explore it, because it seems like an alien environment in a certain way, but the difference between that and Nova Science Now is, it's talking about a place that's real.
Certainly, y'all have something to talk about.
You know, on here, somebody check the list. Besides
What was
film
that?
of life, you want to give us a short version of how you got here to this understanding filament of life?
Oh
Yeah.
shit, man! I've been having issues with my USB. Maybe I was just sorry if I was rambling and.
We didn't hear a word you said.
Holy
if you
fuck.
said anything.
Okay, I was rambling to myself. Well, thank God you can hear what I said.
Okay. Well, I guess it all works out in the end.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I was trying to think of what's Captain Kirk's name, the actor that played Captain Kirk.
Shatner.
Yeah, William Shatner. Yeah, I was talking about how he was like, somebody asked him, what's the difference between science and science fiction? He said, well, there is no difference. He said it like right off the bat. I mean, he didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, no, I do find the irony in that, and I do find that humorous, but that's one of the things that gives us a bad reputation. I mean, that's obviously not what he meant. Now, you may not agree with what he meant or not.
Yeah, sure. But
I think
a
it's
lot
really
of
important we
people
don't misrepresent people when they
outer
say stuff like that.
Hang on, what did he mean? What did he mean? Tell us.
Well, no.
Well, I think that he was trying to say that the difference between science fiction, which is the realm of creation and literature, and science isn't so different. He was trying to say that we can achieve those things.
He's an actor.
That's what he was trying to say, is that we can achieve those things in science fiction.
Did he tell you that, or did you surmise that yourself?
I surmised it just as much as you surmised the opposite.
I agree with you on that one, to be honest, because William Shatner, I mean, he's a great actor, but that's what he is. He's an actor. He's part of Hollywood.
What was that, Godric?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Helio. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I said, I think he knows about the lie, and he's telling us a little bit of truth.
Well, I wouldn't put that much on him, to be honest. I think that I've watched a lot of I watched a lot of comedy and stuff, and William Shatner has put himself in a roasting position. When you're willing to get roasted and you can freaking own that shit, just like I have, many times. But it's like when someone asks him a question like that. So, what's the difference between science and science fiction? He's just like, there is no difference. So, and I think that that filament is that filament? Is that am I
yeah?
Right? I think you're right. I mean, he was just saying that as. I mean, he may know nothing about flat Earth or whatever. It's like, yeah, we can do anything, and they have done that in Hollywood.
You see, this is why we need to go to a Star Trek convention and tell people that the Earth is flat.
Oh shit! Yeah, that would be fun, dude. Fucking rate a star. I mean, even 6 people with flat Earth T-shirts go to American Comic-Con or fucking Star Trek. That would be just 6 people would friggin' that would break the whole.
Imagine if you brought a camera, like all the funny reactions you get of really angry Globers while they're dressed up as costumes,
Oh man!
I don't think
can somebody help me out?
You get people confused and amused.
I got a question.
Like Jules Verne, Isaac
I don't think
Asimov,
we've convinced
Hubbard,
people
all
like
these
that.
guys.
Someone had a question.
Yeah, anybody in here that can like that's like first
there's two requirements. You have to be like pretty knowledgeable about like what the Bible says, and then you also have to be a believer in what the Bible says too. And I know that's like a word that you guys don't like around here, belief.
Hey,
in this
Conrad,
channel,
Conrad.
whatever. But like,
Hey,
can somebody go
listen,
into a different channel with me
listen.
and talk to me about that?
Okay, yes, somebody else can go and talk to you about if you want to talk about the Bible. There's
Yeah, that's
another
what I'm
room for
asking.
that.
I'm just seeing if anybody wants to answer or could answer me some questions or just talk to me about some stuff that's been going on in my life. You know, that's why I say you also have to believe in what the Bible says and believe in, you know, God or Yah or however you want to put it. However you want to put it.
People,
I'll do any of that.
biblical if
hey,
you want.
anybody willing to talk to Conrad in another room?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
go
I'll
down
meet
to
you.
biblical.
I'll meet
Go
you
down
in
to biblical.
biblical.
Somebody
Conrad.
meet you.
Which
Somebody
which room? What's it called?
Biblical.
Biblical. Yeah, I'll be in there in a sec.
I'm curious before you run off, if you want to share with the group, what are you interested in talking about?
Well, God has been talking to me, and I know it sounds crazy to some people, you know, but you know, I really feel with what I believe that God is talking to me. I also feel that Satan is trying to talk to me too, or the devil, or like Lucifer, or however you want to put that. I feel like he's trying to get to me too, and they're in like a
what
spiritual
way?
war over me right now.
All right, cool. Yeah, talk. We have a lot of people, you know, that are.
Yeah, so we'll
Like-
be in biblical talking about that if anybody's interested.
All right, cool.
I see. All right. There with them.
Well, I
Back
hope
to
somebody
reality
does.
here.
I mean, somebody said they were gonna join him. Is somebody
I guess
gonna
somebody
join
will join them here. They might have already joined them.
Along a similar topic, I was down at Saturday Market in
Wait,
Portland
I just want
yesterday.
to make sure that somebody's gonna go talk to him. Did anybody
Yeah,
go?
let me. I'll take a look and see if there's anyone in the channel with them.
I'm looking.
I don't even know where the channel's at.
It's biblical, and I don't even see him in there.
Oh.
I see Truth Flat Earth is in there, but that's the only person in
Well, I
biblical.
guess I'm sure he'll figure it out. Truth might have been the one that was saying they're going to go over there.
No, that's not who said. Anyway,
Oh.
what were you saying, Orion? God damn it!
I was gonna say yesterday. I feel stupid for not recording this because I had my camera in my pocket, but I just wasn't really thinking about recording it. But I ran into another one of those, couple of those guys, one with the megaphone with the big sign that are always saying, "You're gonna go to hell if you don't accept Jesus into your heart," and just yelling that at big crowds of people in downtown Portland, a market. So I
There
walk
were
up to both
people
of
with
them.
signs
and
like that.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that over the megaphone. That the sign didn't say that. The sign said something more like, just Jesus and the Bible or something. I don't remember what the sign said. I'm pretty sure the sign
It's
didn't
just
say
like-
that. But they were yelling that
it's just
through the
like,
megaphone.
Hey, cross the river Styx, meet.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they keep saying over and over again, not just these guys, but other people down there, like, have you accepted Jesus into your heart? And they'll say that like totally ignoring the fact that I just said to them, the earth is
I
flat and
wouldn't have
stationary.
thought that about Portland.
And so
I wouldn't have thought
I
that
told them the earth is flat, both these guys. And one of them, they're both like, no, the earth isn't flat. You're wrong about that. And Jesus and God don't care if the earth is flat. And this is wrong. You're just distracting people from the truth. And the truth is they just need to accept Jesus in their heart. And Jesus doesn't care if the earth is flat or not. And I don't care either. And then it gets on his megaphone and starts saying, this guy here is saying the earth is flat and he's wrong. You guys need to just, you accept Jesus in your heart. Otherwise you're going to go to hell. It doesn't matter if the earth is flat. Like, that's the second time. That's funny because it's the second time I've run into these guys downtown, and after I tell them the earth is flat, they actually go back on their megaphone and say the earth isn't flat over their megaphone. How fucking crazy is that?
So after you talk to them and they're megaphoning, accept Jesus into your heart and you'll be saved and you won't go to hell and cross the river Styx and get, and die in a river of lava and all this kind of shit. And then once you talk to them and tell them, then they turn around with their megaphone. Don't listen to this guy. The earth is not flat. As if that has anything to do with goddamn.
I think it's if you've seen them multiple times, they might think you're annoying them.
I haven't seen these guys before. I'm talking about two different sets of people. Two different guys, one with a megaphone one day, and then many months later, yesterday, two different guys with a megaphone doing the same fucking thing.
They're annoyed.
Yeah,
by
you should record that.
Yeah, you should record it. And
I recorded
make
the
a
first
full-
one. I got the first one on there, but I need to like
obviously,
go look it up and like repost it
if
to my
they're
new YouTube
using
because
a
my last
mega-
YouTube account got deleted.
if they're using a megaphone on the streets of Oregon and spouting some of this bullshit about going to hell if you don't repent, is that what they're doing?
Yeah, but that's not even like. I mean, that bothers me, but that doesn't bother me. It bothers them saying it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat, and no, you're wrong. The Earth is like, come on, seriously. Like, what kind of integrity does that individual have?
Well,
They're
then you
not
should tell them why it does
hold
matter.
on.
Dude, they were like fucking cattle. Like these guys look like deer in the headlights. I mean, they had that expression in their
I'm
face,
gonna
like
go
straight
smoke.
up deer in
You
the
guys
headlights.
talk about whatever you
All
want
right.
to fucking talk about.
All right, we'll see you after your smoke then. Maybe tell them why it does matter then.
No, I mean, like these people are so far gone. Like, I mean, I think they seriously only had barely enough brain function to even get to where they were standing at that moment. Like, I'm not even sure if they drove down there.
Talk.
I hope they didn't.
I think that's quitter talk. Look, if you're not willing
What are
to
you talking?
convince certain
Quitter talk?
people,
Wait, quitter talk? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm
If
out
you're
on the
not
street
willing
telling
to-
people the Earth is flat. How is that quitter talk? What the fuck are you talking about?
you know they're too far gone. They're not immediately accepting of what I have to say, so I'm not gonna. I think
No,
that's
not that they're not immediately accepting. They're too stupid to even comprehend what I'm saying.
And how do you know they're too stupid? All you did is have a shouting match with them.
Oh, it's not even a shouting match, dude. I was just talking with them. Maybe I had to speak a little loudly because of all the other noise, but dude, like,
Yeah.
wait, let me ask you something. Have you ever walked out on the street and told anyone that the Earth is flat?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, well, that sounds like quitter talk.
I don't think that's an apt comparison. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. But some people just perceive it as chest thumping.
Yeah, nah, man. I was just letting them know the truth. And some people care about the truth. Some people don't. Some people like to just think that they're on a winning team. And as long as they just are convinced that they're on a winning team, it doesn't matter if it's the right team or not. They're just I found a team, and that's all that matters. I'm on the winning team. Everyone else is wrong. Nothing else matters. Just the team.
Yeah, I do understand. There are some people like that, but you do have to take people on a case-to-case basis. And
Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta keep in mind, you only have so much time throughout the day, so much time throughout your life. It's just that with all the people I've told that the Earth is flat, it's kind of got to a point where I will argue with a glober. By all means, I will. I was on Gem Pandas for a few hours last night. But like, I'm just saying, to a certain point, like especially when you get certain reactions from certain people, you can kind of tell like you're just wasting your time. Like this individual is just plain stupid. Like there isn't really any getting through to them unless you want to like spend the rest of your life trying.
I never really have those sorts of experiences. Usually I can have a pretty rational conversation. There might have been like, one or two if I really thought about it where, someone thought that I was just being obnoxious or I thought that they were just being rude or whatever like that. But that's not the rule for me. I think that for people that do find that a lot and that does happen to them a lot, they might want to reevaluate their approach. I think that's important to have a little introspection.
I'm going to say fill him into shill because he's trying to tell us not to share the truth.
That's not what I said. I'm saying that you should reevaluate your approach.
You said it was chest thumping. You come in here acting like, oh, I'm still learning, and you're willing to tell somebody who knows more than you what to do.
Knows more than me?
Yeah, chest thumping. Where the fuck did you get that?
I said people can perceive it as chest thumping, just like I perceive him going out there and just, blah, 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 over a microphone. That's just chest thumping. I don't think that he's really convincing people.
So let's analyze what you just said. That you said some people can perceive that as chest pumping. So you're in a certain sense, at least your words are agreeing with me, because you see the kind of individuals that would perceive that as chest pumping are as stupid as gorillas, which all the more furthers my point. It's not worth it telling a gorilla that the Earth is flat. They're too fucking stupid.
then don't do that. But I think that we should all try to have an approach that is a little more successful.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is it's also a waste of time to tell a human being that's as stupid as a gorilla that the Earth is flat and stationary because they're just as stupid as a gorilla.
There's some people that'll never be that you couldn't convince them that the water was wet. But that's not everybody, and I don't think you should assume that is the type of person you're dealing with whenever you doesn't immediately hit it off with them, or you don't immediately click.
Yeah, well, whatever. I didn't plan on making friends with these idiots.
I mean, look, half of us wouldn't be here if somebody wasn't persistent somewhere.
Hey, so look, so I mean, all these science fiction writers, Isaac Asimov, L. Ron Hubbard, even Jules Verne, even Star Trek from the 70s, that's all basically come to pass, with NASA going out there and finding other planets. So really, science fiction is science to me. I think that's what.
Do you mean science fiction?
About. Yeah.
Is that what you? Okay.
What the guy was talking about, William Shatner. So
I understand the irony
in a different way.
No, I understand the irony of the statement, but
I think NASA has made it true. With all these Goldilocks planets we're supposed to fly to someday, as long as we avoid the black holes, we'll be fine. Meteor's going to hit the Earth, so we got to all move. Let's go into space. This is all like science fiction writers from the 60s.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It's kind of a funny thought to think, like, how far into the future will they keep making, all these propaganda movies that, have all these storylines that are based around the globe, these storylines that only make sense in the heliocentric model, like an asteroid coming through the solar system, and it's going to hit planet Earth and cause a bunch of destruction. It's like this kind of storyline only works in the heliocentric model mind frame, So it's just kind of funny thought. Like,
there's a lot more literature out there than science fiction. And I think that if we can,
I realize that you're not listening to what I'm saying. Dude, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about all fiction or all books or all movies. I'm just talking about the ones that involve the heliocentric model in the storyline. That the storyline wouldn't make sense, period, without the heliocentric model inserted into it. Like this movie that just came out recently called Don't Look Up. Like, it's about an asteroid hitting the Earth and everyone's preparing for it and all this stupid bullshit. It's like a comedy or something. Like a weird black comedy sort of thing. Well, anyway, the point is, like, it's kind of a funny thought to think, like, I think more people these days are becoming aware that the Earth is flat and stationary. But I'm just wondering, where would it be 10 years, 20 years from now, 50 years from now? Like, will there be enough people that know that the Earth is flat that these producers won't be producing these movies, Or will it go the other direction and just have larger masses of brainwashed people and everybody's just breeding and sending their children off to public school and all this stuff and nobody's really talking to each other about the truth?
I mean, if people can enjoy something like fantasy, for example, like I like Lord of the Rings personally. I think it's cool. I don't have to believe in magic or anything like that or dragons to enjoy it. And I don't think that science fiction is just gonna go away. I think that's a weird thing to like expect or to care about. It's just literature.
Yeah, but again, I wasn't talking about science fiction. I was talking about specifically movies and storylines that involve the heliocentric model. I mean, you can still have science fiction movies about time travel. I mean, time travel hasn't been proven to be a real thing, but you could still have a story about time travel on a flat Earth. You know what I mean? People could still enjoy it. The story as a movie, like the movie Looper or whatever that was with honestly, I think it might cause a lot of writers to have writer's block. Because, I mean, if you don't have the vacuum of space to go to, with your writing and your imagination and your screenplay ideas, it just seems like you'd be far more restricted, as far as writing goes. It seems like movies would get more boring, honestly, if everyone knew that the Earth is flat, or if enough people knew that the Earth is flat.
I don't think.
I like Lord of the Rings. I like Lord of the Rings, and I like fantasy. I play D&D. But see, I know that that's fantasy. If people are liking science fiction, they think it's real somewhere. Because
I don't think it would change it though. I mean, it would still exist as a genre of literature.
I know time travel is real because sometimes I think it's Friday and it's Wednesday. I'm like, oh shit, I'm in the future, man.
I do know that I can't watch space science fiction films anymore. Since I found
no, it doesn't really bother.
I'm just done with it.
It doesn't really bother me, to be honest.
My suspension of disbelief can't stretch that far anymore. It just bugs me.
Yeah, at least half the time I'm the same way. Like, at least half the time when I'm watching like movies that have anything to do with the vacuum of space, like I just can't take the movie seriously, not even for a second at those parts, like at all.
Yeah,
you're telling me you can take magic and dragons seriously?
It's like dragons. I don't think dragons existed, but the thing is, dragons may have actually existed at one point in time. Like, there's actually a small chance that dragons, were at least real at one point in time. So it's like, that's even just, I don't even think they ever existed. I don't even think they ever existed. But it's just like, there's actually a bigger chance that they actually existed than the vacuum of space actually existed.
Yeah, I don't think people's beliefs are necessarily going to affect what sort of fiction literature, whether it's sci-fi, whether it's fantasy, or historical fiction or whatever. I don't think that that's going to be affected.
Actually, well, because if you come from the angle of, we kind of thought that some of that is real, that there is planets, that there is space. So part of your suspension of disbelief kind of didn't include disbelief in the space part. But if you realize the Earth is flat and space isn't what we think it is, then that's going to change the concept.
What about something like, The Matrix? I mean, most people don't think that they live in like a literal matrix, like they're plugged in somewhere, and that their mind's being run through some computer program, but they can still enjoy that. I don't think you have to believe the different kind of themes of whatever literary medium that you're consuming to enjoy it.
Oh yeah, but you're not using a good example there, because that doesn't fall into the category of what I was describing. Because the Matrix movie, at least the very first one, actually no, all of them, none of them take place in the vacuum of space. The closest they get to that is that one scene where Trinity and Neo are going up above the clouds, and see the sun for the first time. They don't actually go to the vacuum of space. So in a certain sense, movies are more realistic than a lot of these spaceship movies, because they don't actually go to a fictional
I think they're equally unrealistic. My point is that I'm trying to draw parallels between things that we recognize are complete fabrication, complete nonsense, completely just the products of imagination. We can enjoy these things.
Yeah, but there's nothing that's you once thought was real that now isn't. There isn't movies about that kind of thing, is there?
Yeah, no, not really. Not unless you're like 8 and you thought magic was real or whatever like that. But I mean, children grow up, and
that's where I'm coming from. I mean,